All right, and we are back. Day 7. MGS3 unhinged ranting and story run. Extreme difficulty. In depth. Do all the extra calls, Easter eggs, details. Rambling about the game's themes. Where the series went. And all that stuff. Now, the Snake Eater intro is kind of a spoiler. Shouldn't play until you have a save past the virtuous mission, but we'll just let it play again.
I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Someday you go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive for the day we see new light. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
Yeah, slightly out of sync HD edition intro, but hey, we've got Apache Smash, we've got Bad Humans. Wonder if I can get any of them in voice chat, bounce things off of. You guys interested? Bad Humans, when you resubbed, I don't know if you heard me or not, but yeah, we're here. Good times. Hold on. Get both. Oh, that would be nice, but I don't know. Hold on, let's mess with the intro here a little bit. We can move things around, change the color, change the pattern, back, speed up the CQC action or slow it down. Bad Humans is cooking breakfast with no pants on, probably. That would always bother me about the CQC in the back. The enemy never uses his other hand. Hey, look at all these animations. He only uses one arm for everything. No wonder they keep losing. You have another hand. Okay. Big Boss is just cool like that. All right, let's take a look here. We do new game, but we have a choice to make. I'm playing the series for the first time. I like MGS1, I like MGS2, and I like MGS3, which originally was not there in the very first release of the game. Because you didn't like MGS3 because you haven't played it yet. This was added for subsistence, and the HD edition is based off subsistence with a bunch of things missing from it, but whatever, that's another story. So here's the thing. Even though MGS3 is a prequel, it is still very much made with the previous game in mind. In this case, MGS2. I don't know if this should say I played MGS2 instead of I like MGS2. Because if you actually liked MGS2, I don't know, it's kind of a kick in the balls because this is most likely the intended way to do it. Because we get the Rykov mask. More importantly, we get a couple of extra quotes and calls about the whole thing, about the mask and Rykov / Raiden's existence, and of course commentary on the not so well received fact that Raiden was an MGS2 and MGS2 as a whole being just received a lot of backlash in the day. The hype was much less when MGS3 came out. As a result, of course, it's changed over the years. Now, the average fan's favorite game in the series is MGS3. But back in the day, after MGS2's backlash, the sales, the scores, reviews for MGS3, they were all kind of way lower because people were pissed off from MGS2. So this was very much kept in mind, and in a lot of ways, MGS3 is, and you'll hear me this repeat countless times throughout this, MGS3 is giving Snake back to the people. Yeah, giving people what they want instead. So, if you select a like MGS2, I really feel like it's the intended experience because then you get the quote, kept you waiting, huh? And can you hear me, Major Tom? And then more commentary on how looking like Rykov just isn't right. Anyway, more on that when we actually get into it. So we'll do Extreme because in MGS3 the only difference between Extreme and European Extreme is game ends when being seen by enemy. So it's game over on sight on European Extreme, but otherwise Extreme is the exact same in terms of damage, guard, sight, ammo, bosses, all that stuff is the same. It's not like MGS2 where Extreme and European Extreme is a huge difference. So in order to do some messing around with the lures and some mechanics, we'll do regular Extreme, but they're essentially the same thing. We'll be sitting there when we start and talk about this some more. We actually see it.
After the end of World War II, the world was split into two, East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
30,000 feet. Approaching Soviet airspace.
That's a good point, too. Well, the whole thing with the boss is kind of obvious. To me, at least. And we'll go over it.
Go. Drop zone still showing a high pressure mass. Cav okay. Good. We've got high visibility.
Put out that cigar. Connecting oxygen hose to interior connector. Put on your mask. Does this panty waste know what he's doing?
Approaching release point.
10 minutes to drop off.
Hey, are you deaf? He said put out the cigar and put on your mask.
Well, to be fair to him, there's a whole call with the boss where she talks about the times. The scene. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna betray you. But the times make me do it.
Depressurization complete.
Checking oxygen supply.
6 minutes to drop off. Opening rear hatch.
Sunrise.
External temperature minus 46 degrees Celsius. 2 minutes to drop off. Stand up.
You'll be falling at 130 miles per hour. Try not to get frostbite from the wind chill.
1 minute to drop off. Move to the rear.
Activate bailout model. This is one for the history books. The world's first halo jump.
10 seconds to drop off. Stand by. Status okay. All green.
Prepare for drop off. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Spread your wings and fly. God be with you.
Hey, Lord Mark, thank you so much. 110 mods. Spread your wallet and sub. Which be with you.
Jack, I've got some important news.
Wait, is it a virtual
The head
mission?
of the CIA has finally given us the green light for the virtuous mission.
Virtual mission?
No, the
No.
mission.
The virtuous
Future of
mission.
our Fox
Yeah.
unit depends on it. If it succeeds, we'll be officially
No questioning reality this time. Don't worry, player.
Sounds like some kind of initiation ritual.
You know, don't get cocky. This isn't a training op.
Right. So what exactly is this wonderful mission?
Well, about 2 years ago, a certain Soviet scientist requested asylum in the West through one of our moles. His name is Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov. He's head of the OKB-754 Design Bureau, one of the Soviets' top-secret weapon research facilities, and the East's foremost expert on weapons development.
Sokolov. Isn't he that famous rocket scientist?
The very same.
Let's see where you're going there, Black Obsidian.
On April the 12th,
I don't think it was that bad,
1961,
but
the
maybe.
Soviets achieved the first manned spaceflight in history.
The Earth was blue, but there was no God.
Well spoken. The rocket that carried Yuri Gagarin into orbit was the A-1, known as the Vostok rocket. Sokolov is said to be the man most responsible for the multi-engine cluster used in that rocket. After Gagarin's flight, Sokolov left rocket development to become the head of the newly established Design Bureau.
From a lowly technician to head of a design bureau, that's quite a success story. So why do you want to defect?
It seems he'd become afraid of his own creations.
Well, the mission does fail and they don't get disbanded,
Call
but
it a crisis of conscience.
there is a part where they have to
That
prove
he left his
themselves.
country and his family behind and went over
Yeah.
the fence?
Not exactly.
That's
One of
worth
his
talking
conditions
about,
was that
actually.
His family was also to be taken safely to the West. We used a mole to get the family out first and succeeded in sneaking Sokolov over the Berlin Wall shortly afterwards. I was the one who conducted the operation.
The security on the eastern side was still full of holes back then. Then what?
We got Sokolov over in one piece, but the whole ordeal had left him exhausted, and we checked him into a hospital in West Berlin. It took him 2 weeks and more than 600 miles to get from the research facility in the Soviet Union to Berlin. He was in no condition to say anything coherent. And it was only a week later that we had something much bigger on our hands.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
October the 16th, 1962, President Kennedy received word that the Soviets were in the process of deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba. The President demanded that the Soviets dismantle and remove the missiles. At the same time, he announced a naval blockade to prevent further missile shipments from reaching Cuba. But the Soviets didn't back down, instead placing their armed forces on secondary alert. Soviet transport ships carrying missiles continued on course towards Cuba. US and Soviet forces went on alert for an all-out nuclear war. Frantic negotiations were conducted through the UN's Emergency Security Council and unofficial channels to end the hair-trigger standoff. Finally, on October the 28th, the Soviet Union agreed to remove its missiles from Cuba, and so the world avoided a nuclear holocaust. But in order to get the Soviets to pull their missiles out, we had to make a deal.
You mean the one where the US agreed to remove its IRBMs from Turkey?
No. The Jupiter IRBMs deployed in Turkey were obsolete, and we were going to get rid of them anyway. They had no strategic value whatsoever to either the US or the Russians. The Turkey deal was a ruse, a cover story that was fed to the other intelligence agencies around the world.
So what did the Russians really want?
Sokolov. They wanted us to return Sokolov.
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
That's right.
What the hell was he working on?
At the time, we had no idea. We were running out of time. It was either give up Sokolov or risk full-scale nuclear war. In the end, we had no choice. President Kennedy gave in to Khrushchev's demand. The next day, I got Sokolov out of the hospital, handing him over to agents on the eastern side. Sokolov kept on screaming, "Save me," until he disappeared from my sight. Then a month ago, we received some new information from one of our moles.
About Sokolov?
Yes. He was taken back to the research facility and forced to continue working on the weapon in question under KGB supervision. What's more, it's on the verge of completion.
So what kind of weapon is it? Something to do with space rockets?
No, missiles.
Same technology.
I guess you're right. We don't know the details, but it appears to be a new kind of nuclear device. For half a year now, the Soviets have been conducting frequent nuclear tests at Semipalatinsk.
Something to do with the weapon, I assume.
We're talking about a secret weapon so big that Khrushchev was ready to pull out of Cuba to get it back.
Is Sokolov still in the facility?
No, according to our intelligence, he's in Selino-Yarsk, a place in the mountains about 3 miles to the west that's known as the Virgin Cliffs.
The Virgin Cliffs. Nice name for a virtuous mission.
They moved him there just recently.
Why?
Apparently, they're conducting a field test of the weapon, but it's our best chance to get him back. This mission would never have been possible if he was still in the research facility. This is our last chance. Sokolov must have known that too when he contacted us.
The boss prequel. Press square to give birth to Ocelot. Yeah, okay. That would be an automatic 10 out of 10 IGN, yep.
Listen up, Jack. Your mission is to infiltrate Selino-Yarsk in the Soviet mountains, ensure the safety of Sokolov, and bring him back to the west. get Sokolov back before that weapon is complete, we'll be facing a major crisis. The clock is ticking. Once we've confirmed the rescue of Sokolov, stand by at the recovery point. A recovery balloon will be dropped at that point. Helium will be pumped into the balloon to inflate it. The process takes about 20 minutes. Once it's complete, the gunship's arm will latch onto the balloon and pull it up.
The Fulton surface-to-air recovery system. I'm familiar with the theory.
Take it easy. It's been combat-proven.
Do you think Sokolov is up to it?
The shock will be less than during a parachute jump, and the arm can handle up to 500 pounds.
So you're planning on going over the border in a single combat talent?
She's equipped with two 6-barrel 20mm Vulcan cannons, as well as two 40mm machine guns.
Sounds like she could hold her own against a battalion of tanks.
Even with the fuel in the reserve tank, we're facing a 4-hour time limit. If all goes well, it shouldn't take more than a few hours.
Home in time for dinner.
But if anything goes wrong, you'll be eating dinner, breakfast, and all the rest of your meals in the jungle.
Hey, wait a minute. Who is this guy? Why do I have blonde hair? No, Kojima, what are you doing? Not again. I don't want to be the blonde guy named Jack. What is this? Turn it off. Alright, we're down on the ground. We have a few seconds before we get a call here, but if we look at the help bar, it says Jack. We have the mask on, and if we get a game over right now, Zero's spoilers notwithstanding, it says mission failed, not Snake is dead.
Snake!
But then Zero fucking spoils it anyway.
Snake! Snake!
So this brief second here where you still have the mask on before the call in the cutscene where to take it off, instead of Snake is dead, we get mission failed, just like MGS2, which was just like VR missions. Mission failed, huh? Fish and mailed. Alright. Wait a minute. I don't want to be this blonde guy named Jack. Something isn't right here. I was expecting Snake. Come on, Kojima. I gave you a huge backlash after MGS2, so I was expecting something different.
What's wrong? You're expecting something different?
Yes.
Now, go and find Sokolov and get him out of there.
See how, like, I either feel like I should have said I played MGS2 instead of I like MGS2, or it's a kick in the balls if you actually liked MGS2. It's like, no, not this guy. Beat the shit out of him instead. You were expecting something different? From the very get-go, there is commentary on how people disliked Raiden, of course, and it's present throughout the game, with the biggest example of it being the Rykov, the entirety of Rykov's existence. But there's also little things here and there, like we saw in the intro, when Zero announces the virtuous mission, and Snake says the virtual mission? No, the virtuous mission. MGS3 in a lot of ways being an apology letter for MGS2. And this time, they're, among other things, giving Snake back to the player, but also making sure that you don't have to worry about questioning reality right now. You don't have to worry about whether there's a VR theory, whether it's a simulation, whether it's virtual. So to me, it's kind of like reassuring the average player that no, this time no virtual mission. Although it's also probably a reference to how the virtuous mission is kind of like the training mission for the main game. How just like VR missions or virtual missions were like training, and I'm just wanted to. But it goes very much in theme with the rest of the game. Nope, simplify things. No more questioning reality. No more virtual. Don't worry, players. Not the virtual mission. It's virtuous. And then Snake goes on to call it a wonderful mission. But yeah, here we get this call.
We're expecting something different?
Expecting something different. And then we take a few steps here. This is why this is the intended way to do it. You get the 2 quotes. Can you hear me, Major Tom? Then Snake saying, this isn't right.
Copy. You're already in enemy territory, and somebody might be listening in. From here on out, we'll be using code names
And then-
to refer to each other. Your code name for this mission will be Naked
Catchphrase,
Snake.
of course.
I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on.
Kept you waiting,
Not
huh?
to mention your real name.
Snake?
What, you don't like snakes?
What do you mean?
You've eaten one before, haven't you?
In survival training?
I'm glad to hear that.
I don't know if I'd ever order one in a restaurant, but...
Be careful, you might not have a choice.
What about you, Major? What should I call you?
Let's see. I'll be Tom. Call me Major Tom. Oh, and Snake,
Yeah,
the crew isn't watching anymore. You can take off the disguise now.
good idea. This isn't right.
This
Time
isn't
for
right.
Snake to shed his skin.
People don't want to see this. This hair, this face, this isn't right. Let's give Snake back to the people. Much better. I feel better already, Kojima. Thank you.
Did you like it?
Well, there's a lot to cover here. I like how Zero completely fucking ignores kept you waiting, huh? It's purely for the player, yeah? That's what we wanted from the tanker. Come on.
Can you hear me, Major Tom? This is Snake. Kept you waiting, huh?
This will be a sneaking mission. You must not be seen by the enemy. You must leave no trace of your presence. Is that clear? This kind of infiltration is the Fox unit's speciality. In other words, weapons and equipment are procured on site. That goes for food as well. You're completely naked, just as your name implies.
Great. Now I see why you asked me if I like snakes. I suppose calling me Snake was your idea of a joke, too.
No, there's a good reason for that. I'll tell you later when the time is right.
Gotcha. Getting back to the subject, how exactly am I supposed to feed myself?
How do I
Issued
eat?
a knife and a tranquilizer gun. Use them to hunt for food. You'll also find some medical supplies in your backpack.
Yeah, about the backpack. I lost it in a tree on the way down.
I see. Well, you'd better go back and get it then. You know where it is?
No problem. I can see it from here. It's stuck on a branch.
To climb a tree, stand in front of a tree that's covered in ivy and press the action button. I'll be monitoring your progress over the radio. We can't risk violating Soviet airspace, but I'll be in the gunship. My frequency is 140.85. I'll give you a call if I need to talk to you.
Yeah, that little video.
If you need to talk to me, use the send function. Okay, Snake, go get your backpack.
Alright, well, it'll be a while before we actually get the backpack. We have the knife right now, but we don't have the CQC knife. Also, CQC hasn't been introduced as a mechanic, so there's no little CQC icon on it. I wonder if there was an enemy here, we probably couldn't CQC them. But, alright, we're Snake again. Perfect. Because the other guy, yeah, that face, that hair, that isn't right. We were expecting something different. And then now, you know, with how obsessed Kojima is with David Bowie and trying to get Space Oddity for the game, and the obvious reference with Major Tom here, I really do think this is the intended way to do it, where you get the full quote, "You don't get it in any other way. Can you hear me, Major Tom?" And then "Kept you waiting, huh?" is, of course, to give Snake back to the people. That's what we wanted from the tanker, right? So here's the way Kojima described it, and this is very, very important for this game. A lot of people miss it. In the game universe, Solid Snake is a clone of Big Boss. But in real life, in the game's development cycle and process, as a playable character, it's the opposite. Naked Snake is a clone of Solid Snake as a playable character. Because of course we had Solid Snake as a playable character first. People bitched about Raiden, and now we invented Naked Snake as a playable character, inheriting all of Solid Snake's, well, most of Solid Snake's cool stuff. Yeah, you have the smoking, the bandana, the cardboard box, the flirting with the ladies, the liking dog mushing. There's a pretty obscure call in MGS3 where he talks about liking dog sled races, even as Naked Snake, like that. And then of course you have the entirety of the game in a way being a recreation of MGS1, but of course in a different setting. You have, you know, the support team with the medic and the CO and the boss with the mentor frequency that betrays you and all that stuff. And then in the intro we see, you know, when they were telling him to put on his mask, put out the cigar, put on your mask. Snake wouldn't do it when the random guy told him to, but when Zero said it, he did it immediately. I feel like that's another reference, it's another connection to when Snake says, "I'd only take orders directly from you, Colonel," in MGS1's briefing. Yeah, then you have many aspects of Solid Snake built into Naked Snake. And the main reason for that is they were trying to give Snake back to the people after the MGS2 backlash. Let's see what I want to do here. We don't have... Oh yeah, after we get the mask back, we'll do the call about that. Yeah, Nastasha replaced by Sigint. Meryl replaced by Eva. Naomi replaced by Paramedic, interestingly enough. Yeah. Now this is a very long call here. Once we get the backpack, I guess we'll get it out of the way. And let me stop for a second. Actually, the one thing that we were talking about, Dim was talking about, or rather he reminded me of in the chat earlier, how this game expresses, we're just going to balance on this thing while I talk, how this game expresses its themes in kind of a way in this call with the boss, of course. Apart from the fact that the boss invented everything from sliced bread to space travel. the times. When the boss starts talking about the times, people's values change over time. People aren't the ones who dictate the missions. Then who does? The times. And that is very much the theme of MGS3. In MGS1, we had genes. In MGS2, we had memes. In MGS3, the key word is scene. More on that later. Let's just get this all played. It's gonna take a second. But pay attention to how the boss describes the times.
I see you've retrieved your backpack, Snake. To equip a weapon, it's necessary to take it out of your backpack. In the survival viewer, choose Weapon from the backpack. Your available weapons will be displayed in a window in the upper left. From that list, choose the weapon you want to equip and press the Enter button. For other equipped items, just do the same thing from Item.
Got it. Use the survival viewer backpack.
Yep, that's right. Survival is fundamental to this mission. After you've been out in the field for a while, your stamina will start to drop. If your stamina gets too low, it'll affect your performance. You won't be able to shoot accurately, for example, and your wounds won't heal as smoothly. Keep an eye on your stamina so you don't run out. To recover lost stamina, you can hunt for local flora and fauna. You can use either your tranquilizer gun or your knife to hunt.
My only weapon is a Mark 22 Hush Puppy tranquilizer gun?
That's right. It's been fitted with its own suppressor. However, the suppressor will deteriorate every time you fire. Once its durability reaches 0, the noise suppression effect will be gone. So don't get too trigger happy with it. The suppressor's durability is shown in the icon. Any weapons and equipment beyond what you're carrying now, you'll have to find as you go.
I have to find my own weapons and equipment? Whose crazy idea was this anyway?
Solo covert actions are standard Fox operating procedure. You can't leave any traces of your presence. No weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, or bodily waste. The same goes for bullets and cartridges, too. Your presence in enemy territory is already a violation of international conventions of warfare. There aren't supposed to be any American soldiers in Russia. It could spark an international incident. You can't let anyone see you. You can't let the enemy know you're there. This is a stealth mission. You're a ghost, Snake, in every sense of the word. And there'll be no rescue if you're captured. The military and US government will deny any involvement in the affair.
Then I'll just have to take care of myself, huh?
I'm afraid so. You've been given a fake death pill for that purpose. SIS guidelines stipulate that soldiers on covert ops like this one be issued a potassium cyanide capsule. Tape it to your body so you can take it when you need to.
How generous of you.
Use it if you're taken prisoner by the enemy. It'll send you into a state of false death for a short time.
Fooling them into thinking that I'm really dead. So how do I come back to life?
Just take the revival pill.
You mean that thing they put in my tooth before the mission?
That's the one. But be careful. If you remain in a state of false death for too long, nothing will be able to bring you back. Remember that.
I'll keep it in mind. You said this was a solo mission, right?
Right.
I guess that means I can't count on any reinforcements.
Correct. The mission rests entirely in your hands.
A real one-man army.
Relax. There's a support team ready to back you up over the radio.
Who?
I'll introduce them to you. This time, survival is of utmost importance. The first member of the support team will be in charge of monitoring your physical condition, acting as a medic, so to speak, as well as recording your mission data. She's a member of Fox as well, and she's here on the gunship with me.
She.
Hello, Snake. I'm paramedic. Nice to meet you.
Paramedic.
As in a medic who comes in by parachute.
Aren't you going to tell me your real name?
Are you going to tell me yours, Mr. Snake?
My name, huh? It's John Doe.
And they call you Jack for short. You're a regular Captain Nemo.
A name means nothing on the battlefield. After a week, no one has a name. What's your name?
Jane Doe.
Very funny.
I wasn't joking, but I'll tell you my name only if you manage to make it back alive. My frequency is 145.73.
She's also in charge of recording your mission data. Whenever you want to save, send a message over the reserved save frequency. 140.96.
So saving lets me record my mission data.
That's right. It also records the state of your health.
Good to know.
There's one more person I want to introduce you to, Snake.
Volume is going up. This is the boss.
Speaking of
And
snakes,
the birds get quiet.
you remember the boss, don't you? A legendary soldier and your mentor. Actually, it was the boss that got the DCI's authorization in the first place. She's going to be serving as Fox's mission advisor.
Boss is?
She also helped me plan this mission. She and I were at SAS together.
Jack, is that you? How many years has it been?
Boss?
That's right. It's me.
Oh.
Talk to me. Let me hear your voice.
It's been 5 years, 72 days, and 18 hours.
You've lost weight.
You can tell just by the sound of my voice.
Of course I can. I know all about you.
Really? Well, I don't know anything about you.
This game.
What's that supposed to mean?
Why'd you disappear on me all of a sudden?
I was on a top-secret mission.
Hmm.
You didn't need me anymore.
But there were still so many things I wanted you to teach me.
No, I taught you everything you needed to know about fighting techniques. I taught you all I could. The rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
How to think like a soldier? I can't teach you that. A soldier needs to be strong in spirit, body, and technique. And the only thing you can learn from someone else is technique. In fact, technique doesn't even matter. What's most important is spirit. Spirit and body are like two sides of a single coin. They're the same thing. I can't teach you how to think. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself. Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be. Having personal feelings about your comrades is one of the worst sins you can commit. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield. And politics are a living thing. They change along with the times. Yesterday's good might be tomorrow's evil.
Is that why you abandoned me?
No, it had nothing to do with you. I already told you, Jack. I was on a top-secret mission. A soldier has to follow whatever orders he's given. It's not his place to question why. But you're looking for a reason to fight. You're a natural-born fighter, but you're not quite a soldier.
My butt!
A soldier is a political tool, nothing more.
What a load of bullshit.
That's doubly true if he's a career soldier. Right and wrong have no place in his mission. He has no enemies and no friends. Only the mission. You follow the orders you're given. That's what being a soldier is.
I do whatever I have to get the job done. I don't think about politics.
That's not the same thing. Sooner or later, your conscience is going to bother you. In the end, you have to choose whether you're going to live as a soldier or just
don't you
another
do
man
it?
with a gun. There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country.
I follow the president and the top brass. I'm ready to die for them if necessary.
Whatever!
The president and the top brass won't be
You
there forever.
bastard!
Once their terms are up, others will take their place.
I follow the will of the leader, no matter who's in charge.
People aren't the ones who dictate the missions.
Then who does?
The times. People's values change over time, and so do the leaders of a country. So there's no such thing as an enemy in absolute terms. The enemies we fight are only enemies in relative terms, constantly changing with the times. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
And that's the way a soldier's supposed to think?
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
All right, but do me a favor.
What is it?
Call me Snake.
Snake. Oh, right. Your codename is Snake. It suits you well.
That's right. The legendary unit that the boss put together during World War II was a snake. The Cobra unit, a group of heroes that brought the war to an end and saved the world. As long as you've got a legendary hero backing you up, you'll be fine. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah, I can't think of anyone else I'd rather have with me. Oh, and one more thing, boss.
Yes?
It's good to hear your voice again.
Same here. After all, who knows if either of us will make it out alive? Snake, you are always best at urban warfare and infiltrating buildings. But this is the jungle.
Yeah, I played MGS 1 and 2.
Survival is going to be key. Those CQC techniques I taught you are sure to come in handy.
CQC. Close quarters combat, huh? I've been in the Green Berets for the past few years. I'm probably pretty rusty.
Not to worry. I'll be here to help you remember. After all, this is your first actual survival mission. I'll be supporting you over the radio.
Where are you, boss? Next to the Major?
The boss is communicating with us by radio from aboard a Permit-class submarine in the Arctic Ocean.
My frequency is 141.80. Call me if you need my advice on battle techniques.
Gotcha.
Your mission is to retrieve Dr. Sokolov. Dr. Sokolov is being held in an abandoned
volume
factory
drop.
located to the north of your current position. Avoid heavy combat and don't let anyone see you. Don't forget that this is a stealth mission.
Snake, try to remember some of the basics of CQC.
Some of the recipes of KFC. Why does Zero answer there? It's a good question, actually. Because, of course, it has to be a submarine.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
Yeah, Series X. PS3 exclusive Blue Point, I think. I don't know. Ooh, man, there's a lot to unpack here. Where do we begin? Zero answering for the boss there, and of course the boss being a submarine as another callback to MGS1, you know, the Discovery submarine. It's probably why Zero answers that, because you know, the CEO and the Campbell were in the submarine too, so there's that. When the boss says you were always the best at infiltrating buildings, yeah, that's because we played MGS1 and 2. Later in the game, when you're about to fight the end, Snake says something similar to Eva. I have experience sniping in urban and marine environment. You might think that just means that canonically Naked Snake has this training or whatever as part of his character background. No, it's the player. I have experience in urban and marine environment. MGS1 and 2 sniping. At least you should have as the player. It's made obvious in the Japanese version of MGS3. If you play that part, the call actually has little notations on top of the subtitles that say MGS1 too. Just to make it as clear as possible. But anyway, the theme of the game is scene. In this case, what the boss describes, the times, the situation you're in, combination of, you know, social, political, geographical, economical, personal, professional, all those situations that combined give you the times that you're in, the scene that you're in. And as we see in this game, the scene that you're in determines what you do, even if it's something that you normally wouldn't do, just like the boss and just like Naked Snake. When the boss describes loyalty to the end, loyalty to the mission, and Snake doesn't quite get it. But the scene that they're in leads them to, you know, their respective actions. The boss betraying the US, Snake killing her, all that stuff. Which, of course, are both things that they would never do under normal circumstances. Now, here's the thing. Starting with MGS3 especially, but already in MGS1 and 2, the theme of the games, that is, the keywords for each game, apply in some way to Kojima. In MGS1, of course, we have genes and how Kojima wanted to you know, MGS1 and 2 are these little life lessons that Kojima wanted to impart, to pass on, to give to the players. So in MGS1, genes, MGS2, memes, that is the information which, you know, makes you who you are, but is not passed on through genetic material. So that's what MGS2 is all about, the passing on of information. And then the theme of scene, here's where it gets interesting. How does the theme of scene apply to Kojima? What kind of professional and what kind of professional scene, what kind of personal scene was Kojima in when this game was made? Well, here's you can Google this, but let me just copy this. This is from 2012, but it works. They reference MGS4 a little bit as well, but here's a 2012 E3 Kojima interview talking about MGS2 being the last. MGS2 was meant to be my last Metal Gear before I handed it off to the team, and the team did actually start working on MGS3, but unfortunately there were problems and it didn't go well, so I was forced to come back and work on it. And then it goes on about MGS4 or whatever. We'll get to that later. So that was the scene that Kojima was in at this point. Again, just like the game's characters, their times, their scene that they're in, force them to do something that they wouldn't normally have done otherwise. Kojima wanting to pass on the series with MGS2, of course, and being unable to do that. It's crazy to me that he already says I was forced back for MGS3, because that's very much an MGS4 thing. But it makes sense, because MGS3 is made in the same, in a very similar spirit. It just goes completely off the rails with MGS4. But you have MGS3 being a prequel for a few reasons. Mainly to stay away from the story of MGS1 and 2, but it's still very much made with MGS1 and especially 2 in mind, as a reaction, as a consequence, as an answer, an apology almost, for MGS2's backlash, Rykov, Raiden, all that stuff. So the scene that Kojima was in was that he was forced back to make this game, and he's doing something he normally wouldn't have done. So, realizing with MGS3 and especially 4 that Kojima couldn't pass on the series. It goes on in this article to actually talk about that. Kojima doesn't seem to blame anyone, though. It's very hard to come up with a concept of a game and hand it off to other people, and of course they can't see what's in my head. They may not be able to understand the concept completely or the message that I want to convey, and that's where things went awry in the past, as people couldn't really understand what I wanted. As a result, where his ideas are involved, he's going to stay in charge. I decided at that point that if I was going to make a game based around these ideals, I would do it myself, which is why I keep getting involved. This is more on the MGS4 side of things, because this is a 2012 article, but still starts off with talking about MGS3's unfortunate problems and how he was forced back. So here's the thing. Big surprise, Kojima didn't want to direct MGS3. He probably would have been involved in some way even when they started the project without him, but not as a director. The main goal of MGS2 was to pass on the series and at the same time also pass on the message about finding something to believe in and pass on yourself. So it's hopefully I didn't lose anybody there. It's a little complicated. It's a little meta, right? And MGS3 and especially 4, but really the rest of the series after MGS2 are all about the failure to pass on the series. They're all about, sacrifice, misinterpreting the boss's will, the huge rift that it causes in the game universe and in the game's development, really. Things go to complete dog shit for the universe and the history in the series, both in real life and in the game, with the whole thing going crazy with, you know, eventually the Patriots, the war between Zero and Big Boss, and all that leaves the world in ruin in MGS4. But much like how Kojima failed to pass on MGS2 and had to be called back due to his scene that he was in, so does the boss have all these messages and the will she was trying to pass on. And then what happens? The boss's will gets misinterpreted. It gets, creates all these problems. She fails to pass on her will. Snake kills her without understanding her will. The whole thing goes all over the place with Zero and Snake trying to understand her will in different ways. So it is very much a reflection of Kojima failing to pass on the series. So the other thing that the boss talks about, loyalty to the end, loyalty to the mission, being patriotic. There's no reason to believe in anything except the mission, loyalty. This concept of loyalty, not so much the concept of patriotism, although they kind of align for a while until Snake realizes what's going on, right? But the concept of loyalty to the mission, here's something interesting. Kojima would go on in MGS4 to compare the game's development environment to a battlefield. It was particularly bad in MGS4 because of his working conditions at Konami, the death threats he got, the whole midlife crisis and autobiographical aspect of MGS4, the love theme that he wrote for MGS4, being about a man who's lost all hope in the battlefield, and then of course Kojima's blog, where he describes all that and how he feels that the environment, he would compare game development to his own battlefield. But in MGS3, we have the boss talking about forgetting about everything except the mission, except loyalty to the mission. Your loved ones, your thoughts, there's no reason to believe in anything but the mission. And to me, that is very much a reflection of, again, the scene that Kojima was in, failing to pass on MGS2, realizing his team couldn't do it without him, being forced back, or at the very least felt like he was forced, he had to do it again, right? Maybe he just forced himself to do it. And then you have this concept of loyalty that the boss explains, but Snake doesn't quite get. And then it is very much, to me, an analog to Kojima coming back and being loyal to developing these games, even though it's something that he wouldn't have done. So when we're talking about loyalty to the end, when we're talking about loyalty to the mission, without thinking about other stuff, again, the scene Kojima was in, forcing him to come back, the scene Snake is in, the scene that the boss is in, forcing her to defect and die, forcing Snake to kill her, forcing Kojima to direct the games that he didn't want to direct. And there's a theme throughout the series after MGS2, apart from the theme of failure to pass on one's will and sacrifice. There's a theme of complete reverence for the boss's will, which is ironic to me because everybody fucking thinks the boss is the best thing ever, and respects her deeply, but nobody really gave a shit about Kojima's will when he was trying to pass on the series. It just failed him, both the audience and his team. And then there's this theme of patriotism and loyalty, which is often reflected in the characters going, military salute this and respect that, and loyalty to the end that. In MGS1 and 2, you never see the main characters salute anything and sacrifice something for the sake of the scene that they're in, of course. It's MGS3's theme and onwards. So now we have a lot of there's saluting all over the series, and it's not always necessarily patriotic because with like after MGS3, like old Snake doesn't give a fuck about being patriotic for the US in MGS4. Yeah, Peace Walker, of course, you have Big Boss talking about how he abandoned his country. But they still salute, don't they? They still salute each other. They still salute their big bosses, fucking Peace Walker, MSF. They all salute each other. Diamond Dogs all salute each other. Old Snake salutes the big boss's grave in MGS4. And we're guilty of it too. I mean, look at our Shin boss. We all salute each other too, but to me this concept of saluting goes along with the concept of loyalty, not necessarily patriotism, but loyalty to the mission, loyalty to to the end, and how you're doing something out of loyalty that you were originally going to do that you normally wouldn't do under regular circumstances, and that's killing the boss, praying the US for the boss, and of course directing the games, coming back for the games for Kojima. And it's a little sad because the boss sacrifices everything and her will fails to be passed on, and that's pretty much how Kojima felt. Certainly by the time MGS4 happened, it was kind of starting in MGS3. We'll go over the themes of MGS4 later, and then you have the game, the actual game itself. Does any of this make MGS3 a bad game? No, of course not. It's not a bad game. It's a freaking professionally made piece of software with really fun areas and gameplay and all that stuff, and a very simple story, and much simpler story, I should say, much more in your face, not questioning reality like in MGS2, and but it has this underlying subtext that is made perhaps even easier to miss because the story is so much in your face. A lot of it is Kojima giving in to the people, just giving people what they want after complaining about MGS2. Now you want a Snake? There you go. You're a Snake again. All the traits that make Solid Snake, they make they inherited by Naked Snake as a playable character. The Shagohod is in a lot of ways is an analog to Rex. Now the escape scene at the end of MGS3 is very much in line with the Jeep escape in MGS1. It's literally just let's give Snake and MGS1 back to the people in a way, instead of picking up the themes and maybe the way I would have liked it, maybe double down a little bit on what MGS2 did. Instead of doing that, Kojima completely gives it up, completely sacrifices it, and goes as far as turning his own message and themes into a literal joke in this game. Because all of that would be nice and work by itself without Rykov's existence in this game, But Rykov's existence, of course, let's put the mask back on, and a lot of other calls and little, oh shit, you know what I did? I probably spent too much time here, and now I might not be able to get the call. All of MGS3's story would have worked without Rykov. He's used as a little minor thing in the story to gain access to an area, but that's not why Rykov is there. The underlying tone of MGS3 is that Kojima gives people what they want, and at the same time apologizes for Raiden's existence and Rykov is very much an example of that. So now, not only we're giving Snake back to the people, not only we're making the story simpler to follow and closer to MGS1's, we also have to somehow make fun of MGS2, make fun of Raiden, make fun of the themes of MGS2, the actual literal ending quotes of MGS2 when you interrogate Rykov, unfortunately, gets turned into a joke. And in doing so, Kojima pretty much gives up, sacrifices the message that he was trying to impart in MGS2, because it wasn't even his choice, because I mean it was coming back, but you really can't go on about people believing for themselves what to believe in, what to pass on, which is MGS2's message, when people demanded answers from MGS2. When people had this huge, MGS2 has this huge backlash and bad reception, and you're now forced to come up with bullshit excuses as to who the Patriots are, and nanomachines explaining things, just going in that direction. So it starts with MGS3, it gets a lot worse off the rails in MGS4. But you can't really keep through the themes of what MGS2 was trying to do, and Kojima was trying to do, when it failed, just like the boss's will failed to be passed on. The rest of the series is now about sacrifice, failure to pass on your will, being misinterpreted, and, sacrificing things, coming back to direct the games, or betraying the US and killing your mentor, or creating a fucking huge rift in history, and causing wars and differences in ideology, and the Patriot Zero versus Big Boss, all of it was just stemming from the boss's will being misinterpreted. So I don't know if, because there were really three scenarios that could have happened after MGS2. Either Kojima goes off to do his own thing and lets his team fumble it, or he comes back and he takes the reins again and doubles down on the themes. Although that would have been a little hard to see. I would have liked to see it, but I wonder what that would have looked like. And of course, the thing that actually happened is that Kojima came back and was like, okay, people don't get it. I apologize. I will make fun of Raiden. I will sacrifice. I will be loyal to the end. I will be loyal to the mission, and develop these games again. But now the games are about the games, and the rest of the series is about the failure to pass on MGS2 in some way. MGS3 was seen, and the boss's will being misinterpreted, and you could argue all the games are the boss's will being misinterpreted after that. MGS4 taking it to another level, and then the thing with the Patriots and Cypher, and a little bit in Peace Walker. Peace Walker is not as guilty of this, and then of course in V. Fuck it, let's see if we can get this call about the mask.
Snake,
Blah 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 blah. Okay.
Snake, remember that this operation is a solo sneaking mission. We'll be providing you with support.
Yeah.
Snake, are you
There we
wearing
go.
that mask again?
Yeah. For some reason, it feels kind of nostalgic.
Yeah, well,
Nostalgic?
for some
I don't
reason
like
I
it.
don't like it.
Why not?
Something about that face just rubs me the wrong way.
It looks fine to me. But if you hate it that much, why'd you give it to me in the first place?
Well, that mask was originally created for use in another mission.
I see. Thank you so
An
much,
agent
man.
was supposed to disguise himself as a Soviet officer and sneak into an enemy installation. We had it all set to go, but certain circumstances forced us to abort the mission. With the mission cancelled, the mask was going to be thrown away. But the guy at the CIA's tech division who created it pitched a fit.
Why'd he do that?
He said it was too good to throw away.
Yeah.
According to him, that mask is a revolutionary new design that lets the wearer blink, something that wasn't possible up till now.
I'd think you'd want to make the lips move before bothering with the blinking.
Yes, I thought so too, but for some reason he's obsessed with making it blink.
Whoever he is, he sounds like a crackpot.
Well, he does good work, but I spend 3 days a month just dealing with the complaints we get about him. Oh well, never mind. Anyway, I decided to put this mask we had in storage to good use by hiding your identity from the gunship crew.
I get it. So this mask is based on a model somewhere.
That's right.
What do I do if I meet that guy?
That's not going to be a problem.
Why not?
The man the mask is based on is a GRU officer. You're in the KGB's sphere of influence. Chances are you won't run into him.
And if I do?
Beat the crap out of him.
See, for some reason, Zero doesn't like that face, and so do a lot of people in this game. And if you meet him, beat the crap out of him. The game has, from the very beginning, this underlying theme of, oh, we have to make fun of Raiden. We have to show the people that we understand that they're pissed about Raiden, and now we must join them in making fun of Raiden. You know, the whole thing about, oh, Raiden gay? Because his movements and his voice acting in English are a little effeminate, or whatever, or because he keeps questioning reality and being uncomfortable and bitching about it, or whatever it is that people didn't like about Raiden. Now, guess what? He is literally gay in this game. It's not a coincidence. It's Kojima just giving in to those people who didn't like or understand MGS2 and be like, look guys, I'm joining you in making fun of Raiden. Nobody likes this face in this game. They want to beat the crap out of him. They're uncomfortable with him. They want, there's so many underlying little references. Not just the thing with Rykov and his mask, but let's see if we can get the other calls here.
My butt.
Yes, exactly. It's the only person who likes Rykov is the villain in this game, you know, and he's his little bitch. So we have to give in to the backlash of MGS2 and create MGS3 while at the same time making fun of Raiden, and MGS3 being specifically tailored, almost genetically engineered to be people's favorite. And what do you know? Now everything, the average person's favorite game in the series is MGS3. Look at Delta. Of course they would remake MGS3 first. It's everybody's favorite. When people think of Metal Gear these days, do they think about, oh, Gene, memes, you know, Raiden, Solid Snake? Fuck no. It's all Big Boss this, the boss that, salute this, you know, Diamond Dogs that, whatever, military salute that. Like, it's all that. It's all that. And when people think Metal Gear, that's all that. We got many more Big Boss games. We got much more Big Boss marketing. We got the very essence, the core of the series just completely shifted, and now everything is. This is the call that I like in MGS4. Fucking legendary call. Usually the calls, the optional calls in MGS4 are a little on the weaker side, but there is one that kicks ass. That is exactly about this. How MGS3 turned, kind of Big Boss's character, and later Eva talks about it in MGS4 as well. How they took Big Boss's files to classify them, and suddenly his stuff is the thing of legend, of pop culture, books, magazines, the net. Everybody's taking a different look at Big Boss, and he's so cool now, and his exploits in the 60s have made him a legend. God damn it, that is a perfect representation of what happened in real life. It's definitely the best part of MGS4's story, is the denouncing of MGS3's propaganda as a big boss, really, and the rest of the series just continued doing that with more big boss games. That is the part. We'll get to it when we play MGS4, of course, but that call, it's the CQC call in MGS4, and then what Big Mama talks about in the Act 3 cutscene of MGS4. Yeah, Zero took Big Boss and made him into an icon, made him into an idol, made him into again an icon. Like, as people need heroes. Snake says, oh, sounds almost like a religion. That's what happened in real life, man. That's what happened with the series. Nobody gives a shit about MGS1 and 2's message. It's all about Big Boss and how cool he is, and military salute this, and loyalty to the mission that, Diamond Dogs this, military salute that, the boss is so cool, you know, the boss is so respected. Come on. The scene that caused MGS3 to happen has now completely engulfed and replaced the original spirit of the series. MGS1 and 2. MGS3 is a game made for people who don't like Metal Gear. There, I said it. Crucify me all you want, but if you didn't like MGS1, especially MGS2, and by like, I mean not just the concept of, oh yeah, it's cool, yeah, it's just fully grasping and understanding the concept of why Raiden is in MGS2 and the whole thing with questioning reality. On average, it's a fact that MGS2 received a huge backlash. So, yes, you can talk to a specific person and say, I like and understand both of them. I mean, I like MGS3. It's not a bad game by any stretch of the imagination. But all of this stuff about it often goes completely unnoticed. So people who didn't like MGS2 caused MGS3 to happen. So MGS3 is a game made for people who didn't like MGS2. And MGS2 uses a lot of MGS1 as base to make its point. So, again, MGS1 and 2 just completely overshadowed by everything else in the series after it. Which is funny because everything else in the series after it is about failure and sacrifice and misinterpreting the boss's will or Kojima's will. So yes, MGS3 is a game made for people who didn't like MGS at the time. You win them back. And it only took off from there, the whole Big Boss thing. And this is interesting because the backlash very much being centralized in the West, because somebody's asking if it was this bad in Japan. No, it wasn't. There wasn't nearly as much backlash in Japan, of course, with people just relating differently to Raiden compared to Westerners, but perhaps, who knows, maybe it was marketing pressure, maybe Kojima actually gave a shit at some point about his Western audience. Now we know that he really didn't for most of these games. It could have been a number of things, but it certainly influenced the rest of the series after it. Let's see if we can get... Sometimes it doesn't work because some of the calls are probably timed in this game. Let's see if we can get the other calls with this same tone. That is my favorite MGS3 content. The kind of hidden but not really Raiden hate in MGS3. Yeah, it goes very much to compliment what I'm talking about. Let's see if we can get it. I sat there for a long time and fucking talked. I need to do this call first next time. I remember. Yeah, of course. There's a lot of very simple things. MGS3 is made that way on purpose. Yeah, the story is simpler. The environments are well, they're not simpler, but they are bigger and they have more stuff to interact with. There's many different ways to do things. MGS3 kind of does away for the most with key items, key weapons, weapons being used as items, restricting some areas, like in MGS1 and 2. There's this big interactive environment. It's all. When I say simple, I don't mean that it's simple mechanics or simple design. And when I say simple, I mean that it's easier to take it in at face value. That's very much MGS3. Yeah, you like the gameplay, you like the environment, you like the simple story. Yeah, sure, of course, it's made that way. So hold on, let's eat something. Hopefully I can still get this call, but it might be too late. The dig at MGS2 ending, yeah, when you meet Rykov. If you interrogate Rykov, he quotes MGS2's ending.
Sokolov should...
Did I eat food?
Sokol...
Give me the food call, please.
You ate some
Yes!
Yes,
food? You aren't expecting food to recover life, are you?
of course not. Food alone doesn't heal wounds. Food only recovers stamina.
Good.
Why do you ask?
I once had a guy who thought that eating canned food would recover his life.
Well, was he some kind of idiot?
Of sorts, yes.
Yeah,
But
of course.
In the 21st century, they'll probably come up with something that does just that.
See that? Who is the idiot of the 21st century who ate canned food to restore his life? Now, you might think, oh, but this applies to both MGS1 and 2. But of course, this game's infinite reference to MGS1 and Solid Snake and recreating that and giving that back to the people, plus the other content about Rykov in this game, can only mean that they're talking about MGS2. They're certainly not gonna make fun of Solid Snake or MGS1 while trying to give it back to the people in a way. So, the idiot of the 21st century who ate canned food is Raiden. Also, in a way, referring to when they do this, they always refer to the very next or previous game. In MGS2, when they go over the controls, oh, this wasn't available in VR training. They're similar in MGS3. The way to change stances has changed slightly from the methods learned in training. What is training? The previous game in this case. Actually, we might get that call soon. This call here about the food changes depending on whether you've already eaten something or not. That's why we went in the menu and ate snake. Because if you haven't eaten anything and they see that you have food in your inventory, the game checks for that. They tell you how to eat it, which is also kind of funny because paramedic is like, you got some food? You know how to eat it. And Snake is, I don't know how to eat it. And then paramedic goes on to explain the controls to eat it. But if you have already eaten something, like I have, the call changes because now they know they don't need to tell you how to eat it. So it gets much more interesting. The idiot of the 21st century. See, this thing is throughout the game an underlying, hidden but not really thing, with of course the biggest thing of it being Rykov's existence. And then there's this other thing that I think, I don't know, maybe Kojima almost redeemed himself in a way, because I don't like the fact that he completely gave in to the people hating on MGS2. But there's also the fact that Naked Snake is a complete dumbass in this game. Especially in the optional calls. And I wonder, knowing that he had to simplify things, that he had to appeal to the people who disliked MGS2, that he had to make fun of Raiden, that he had to, in certain ways, calm down with the themes and also the gameplay and the optional calls. I wonder if, because Snake is unmistakably the player in MGS3, I wonder if this is not intentional also commentary on the players. You know, Snake goes on to kill his mentor, not understanding her will, which is exactly the what the players did with Kojima's themes. Uh, Snake is a lot of ways naive and simple and just a dumbass in this game. That other food call would have been a tiny, slightly little hint at it. But and it's again one of those things that you kind of need to have a complete knowledge and vision of to really understand what I'm talking about. I know that we're going kind of slowly here, and there's a lot of calls in this game, but I know all those calls, and I know how many times he's a dumbass in a lot of ways, and he's just clueless or naive or special. They even imply sometimes, or he doesn't pay attention, or he falls asleep. He doesn't know where to go, and he's obsessed with guns. Like, I do wonder if that's not a reflection of how Kojima imagined the players after MGS2, because those dumbasses didn't get it. There's also, you can make an argument, although this might be more of a stretch, you can make an argument that the gameplay is made simpler for the same reason. The environments are bigger, it's much more relaxed, slow paced. You have things like CQC, the camo index, the guards' reaction times suck. The guards are slow, CQC is OP, Tranquilizer is even more OP than MGS2, even on highest difficulty. It lasts much longer than it did on MGS2. And the guard's reaction time is slow, CQC has insane range and instant knockout, a camo index is insanely overpowered. I do wonder if they didn't also tune down the gameplay for the same reason. Well, at the same time, you know, I'm giving you all these things to play with. You know, the way the way that Snake is obsessed with his gun in this game. Yeah, the players are obsessed with gameplay in this game, and which is not a bad thing inherently. The gameplay is great. The little sandboxy environment, all the different things you can do. I love doing all that stuff. MGS3 lends itself really well to things like challenge runs, or you know, a certain weapon, or everybody thinks of CQC only, yeah, or a ghost run, or no camo, the opposite, like in a way. Yeah, all these little challenges, like I like to do, like caution, permanent caution, foxhound, no tranquilizer, foxhound, and all these things. MGS3 lends itself extremely well to different different tactics and different challenges and different ways of approaching things and gameplay with all the
My butt.
with my butt, exactly. But I think the loyalty thing is just Kojima coming back and developing these games, even though he realized that people didn't get it with MGS2. I don't know if he had to take it as far as making fun of the ending of MGS2, making fun of Raiden to please people, which is kind of a fucking waste too, because most people are not even gonna register. It's not even gonna register with them that MGS3 does this. A lot of people just like MGS3 because the boss is cool and the gameplay is fun and the story is so simple to follow, yeah, and you're a badass action hero. It's not even gonna register with most people. Like, I am here doing this work for that, but a lot of people don't even fucking understand why Rykov looks the same as Raiden. Fuck, we had a guy in chat the other day that was... Anybody remember that guy talking about the duality of Rykov and Raiden, and why they look the same is the biggest secret in the series ever? Like, I'm pretty sure that guy was trolling, but I wouldn't be surprised if some people really have no idea why Rykov looks like Raiden. It's a sequel, so people might get confused, think that they're related or something, right? That's not why. Rykov is there as a representation of Raiden to fucking please the players who disliked MGS2. That's why they look the same. That's why he's Volgan's bitch. That's why everybody dislikes his face and talks shit about him. Beat him up. I don't like his face. I don't trust that guy. He would sit in a room and admire his bug collection. He's a glutton with a weak stomach. He's a pig with a weak stomach. All these calls about Rykov, and then the idiot of the 21st century, and then the laser sight. Real soldier has no need for laser sight. Get it? MGS1 and 2 weapons all had laser sights, especially MGS2's bullet weapons had laser sights. Let's see if we can get that call about the laser sight, actually. That's another piece of it.
Snake,
And then
stamina again.
this is more related to Vamp than Raiden, but the vampire bat call and the vampire Easter egg nightmare and all the calls related to it. Again, the fact that Big Boss is scared of vampires in this game is because people bitched about Raiden in MGS2. Anyway, let's see if we can get that laser sight call. There's also a lot of calls here.
Major,
Yep.
What is it?
it's about your code name.
Major Tom?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rykov being an asshole. Yep.
From a tunnel.
He's the kind of guy that would just punch you in the face.
Snake, have you seen the movie The Great Escape?
No.
It's a movie about a determined group of Allied POWs trapped in a German POW camp who plan an escape. The POWs dig 3 tunnels for their escape. They named them Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I gotta read that unbanned request, Dim.
So Tom was an escape tunnel. Did they make it?
Out of the camp? Of course. One of the tunnels was even discovered before it was finished, but eventually they do make it out.
I get it now. So Tom was the tunnel they used to escape.
Yes, that's right.
What is it?
Well, actually, I'm not sure if I remember correctly.
Major.
Oh, it's gone.
It's all right.
Damn.
It's Tom, Snake. Tom is the escape tunnel. Yes, no question about it.
Yeah, that's a good point, Dim. Yeah, I don't see his unbanned request. Apparently, Redog banned somebody 16 hours ago. But, it's not him. Damn, do you remember more or less what he said? He was serious? Oh my god, man.
Snake, in order to carry out the mission without being... You can use an equipped weapon during first person.
Okay.
Snake, making it harder for the enemy to...
Yeah. So we'll be skipping all these tutorial calls, most of them. Some of them have a little joke or something in it. We'll be skipping the calls about where to go, what button to press, whatever, to do whatever action, because there's already a shitload of unique story calls with 0 in the virtuous mission, which I don't really know because there's so few areas in the virtuous mission, but somehow they have so many calls. Like, the virtuous mission is pretty quick otherwise. So the portion of calls to area and amount of story in the virtuous mission is just way off. But well, of course we'll be taking it slow. We have to take it slow to do all these calls, and they're pretty interesting things. And among other things, you will learn how the boss invented everything. The boss invented special forces. The boss invented CQC. The boss invented stealth. The boss invented space travel. The boss invented the halo jump. The boss invented sliced bread, like everything. And who is it that invented stealth, CQC, and Snake? Who is it? Kojima, of course. As if it wasn't obvious enough. I mean, apparently, I think the only reason that the boss is a woman is that they were, among other things, exploring the theme of motherhood, because all the other characters were male up until here in the story, in terms of mentor figures and whatnot. But I'm pretty sure if it weren't for that, you know, the boss. I mean, and it was at first. Big Boss's mentor was going to be one of the bosses in MGS2 called Old Boy. So that was his background. They reused that in MGS3 for the end because, as the name implies, he was old, and he was also originally Big Boss's mentor as a concept. They reused that for the end, and they also reused it for the boss, of course, her being the mentor. Yeah. Just one of the ideas for MGS2 that didn't make it into the game, but got reused in MGS3 and split into two in a way. But it's painfully obvious to me, and it's nothing new. Kojima's been doing this since MGS2 at the very least, with putting himself in the game as Snake or as the boss or as Big Boss later in V and 4 to some degree. It's nothing new that Kojima puts himself in the game as this somehow important figure and talks to the player directly. Yeah? And MGS2, we went over it yesterday, giving you the core message of the game at the end in Arsenal Gear. And MGS3, inventing Snake, inventing stealth, inventing CQC, and having his will misinterpreted, and Snake or the player not understanding it, but still having to kill him or kill her. And then Snake is just left with his failure to the world. I guess is left with failure to inherit the boss's will. Of course, it's a reflection of what happened to Kojima. But it's just funny to me because the more calls you do about the boss, and later Peace Walker also adds this the tapes about what the boss was doing during the 5 years that she was gone. Basically, it's a big look how great the boss is. Please feel bad for her because she invented everything and she sacrificed everything, and she's so badass, and she had to sacrifice everything, and please really care for her, and her will got misinterpreted. Which is, again, going back to what I was talking about, the absolute irony, man. Everybody fucking respects the boss. Everybody thinks the boss is the best, most badass character, and respects her, and feels bad for her or whatever. And it's an analog to Kojima, and nobody fucking respects Kojima's will. Nobody gave a fuck about Kojima's will to pass on the series, to pass on the message in MGS2. Nobody fucking cares, respects, or it understands. I guess they do have that one in common, at least. It's not an ironic thing that they didn't understand their will, but the absolute reverence for the boss drove the world apart, as is described in MGS4. And look at all the people who want a boss prequel. Ooh, the boss during World War II with the Cobras. Whatever the fuck. It would just be, it's one of the concepts that they explored briefly. And it would just be the equivalent of a McDonald's plastic toy to make the kids happy, with not much substance behind it, if it came out and they made a fucking boss prequel. Like, it's really completely fucking missing the point. But yeah, the big boss, or the boss worship, yeah, I like that. Is very ironic to me. How everybody respects the boss, but nobody gave a shit about Kojima's will. Well, everybody respects the boss's will when they're reflections of one another, you know? The boss sacrificing everything and having her will misinterpreted, misunderstood, just like Kojima. Sacrificing themes of MGS1 and especially 2 to take the series in a different direction. And of course coming back to direct the games when he didn't really want to. Alright, sorry guys. I was just going over what we can expect from some of these calls. What about the boss, the Halo jump, space fucking travel, like I want to get the laser sight call
Sokolov,
actually, because that's another
paramedic is the
little jab at MGS2 again.
Snake, be careful.
Oh.
The way to change between
Training.
standing, crouching, and crawling has changed slightly from the methods learned in training.
In the previous game.
Snake, in order to maintain your stamina, you'll have to feed yourself.
No, really?
The idea behind this mission is procure on site.
Yeah.
Listen up, Snake. Keep in mind that this
Here we go.
operation is strictly covert.
This is a funny one.
Engagements should be avoided. If you must dispose of an enemy, do it with the tranquilizer gun.
Yup. Sweet dreams, Boy Scout.
That's right. And by the time he wakes up, you and Sokolov will be safely out of the country.
Sipping hot coffee on a plane back home.
What did you say? What did you say?
Sipping hot coffee on a...
You're gonna drink that foul mud? On the victory flight home?
Okay, then. What would you drink?
Tea, of course.
Foul mud.
Snake, the fake
Oh,
death
boy,
and
here we go.
revival pills we gave you are the latest in internal medicines developed for intelligence ops by the CIA's technology division. You can use the fake death pill to send yourself into a death-like state for a limited period of time. Use it wisely, and you should be able to fool the enemy into thinking you're really dead. It may come in handy if you ever find yourself cornered. To revive yourself from the fake death state, use the revival pill. But remember, timing is critical. The effect will be ruined if you revive right in front of your enemy.
Interesting. But how does it work?
What do you mean?
I don't feel right taking some pill I don't know anything about. How does it make me look dead? How's it gonna affect my body?
Well, Snake, about that...
I get it. I should ask Paramedic. Paramedic.
Allow me to explain. You know how there are animals in nature that play dead, like weevils, ladybugs, chickadees, possums, and the like? Well, the fake death pill takes the natural art of playing dead and applies it to the spy world. When you take the fake death pill, it causes your body to rapidly secrete a number of chemicals. Adenosine and serotonin, as well as opioid peptides, such as methionine and kethylamine. Those chemicals act to induce a state of hibernation, causing your heart rate, your
He's
breathing
gonna
rate, and
fall
your body
asleep or
temperature
something.
to drop dramatically. It'll truly look like you've dropped dead upon initial inspection. The revival pill, to put it simply, is a counteracting agent to the fake death pill. When you take it, it causes your body to secrete stimulants like noradrenaline and other chemicals such as naloxone, which block the effects of the fake death pill. Basically, it wakes you up. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try and explain it in more detail. The secretion of methionine and kethylamine triggered by the fake death pill causes the opioid receptors.
Oh, okay. I think I get it now.
You sure?
Yeah.
You have
But you
these
also wanna know
animations
a
in
bit
the back of the
more.
radio or
There are
sneak
3 types of
sometimes.
receptors: delta,
Falls asleep,
kappa, and mu.
or face
Methionine
palms,
and kethylamine acts on the
Paramedic,
or
I
scratches
think
his
Snake
head.
understands now. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah, and he's confused.
Yeah, clear as crystal.
but
Major, I've got enough info about the pills, so I'm gonna get back to the mission now.
Yes, you do that.
hey, wait a...
Ugh.
The battery recharges automatically when not in use.
Oh,
When you want
nice.
to recharge the battery, unequip all electronic devices and give it some time. The higher your stamina gauge, the faster your battery recharges. If you want it to recharge faster, eat food and recover your stamina. Also, if you run, roll, or do other dramatic actions, the battery will recharge faster.
Wait a second.
What is it?
The higher my stamina, the faster my battery recharges?
That's what I said.
But what does my stamina have to do with the battery?
Oh, yes, I see what you're getting at. Let's have Paramedic explain that. Paramedic?
Yes, sir. It's because Snake's battery uses bioelectricity.
Bioelectricity.
Bioelectricity is electricity emitted from cells. When the cells of living things are stimulated, sodium and potassium ions move rapidly through the cell membrane's ion channel, creating a difference in electric potential. The battery uses that energy to recharge. So unless your cells have plenty of nutrients, the recharge won't
Bisexual.
work well.
Amazing the kind of machines that are available now.
But this machine has not been made public. It was designed by a scientist at the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology.
What kind of person was he?
The person who designed it?
Yeah,
I heard he was pretty strange.
stranger than the Major?
There's nothing strange about the Major.
My tea's gone. Who drank it? How am I supposed to have tea time without tea?
Well, not too strange, at least.
Hey, my scone's gone too.
Okay. This is the guy who ruins the world, apparently. G Ether is asking chance of MGS 3D happening in this subathon. Not zero. Non-zero chance. If we really go through everything and have nothing else to go through, maybe. I was gonna do it in September, but we never got to it because of the release order. I honestly have no idea how long you guys will keep this going for. So we have a lot of stuff to go through. But yeah, I gotta check out other the 3DS fucking Wi-Fi video capture or emulation for it. Laser sight call?
Snake, what do you...
Nope, backpack.
Major, what kind of place is this secret design bureau that Sokolov is heading?
The Soviets have a number of secret design bureaus like this one, each engaged in cutting-edge research. OKB-1, the bureau where the Voskhod spacecraft was developed and which plays a leading role in the Soviet space program, is one of those installations. Most of them are located in secret cities built in isolated areas, and we don't even know their exact locations, much less the nature of their research. And Sokolov's OKB-754 is the most secret bureau of them all. The intelligence communities of the West have tried time and again to find out what they're working on, but they've failed consistently.
So you have absolutely no idea what Sokolov is developing?
We've got nothing.
Then how did you get the information for this mission? It can't have been from Sokolov.
From the boss.
Of course.
Boss?
That's right. She has her own intelligence channels, which she cultivated during the last war. She shared what she learned with us. But we were able to get the green light for this mission at all as thanks to her pull with the powers that be at the CIA. In other words, this mission would never have come together without the boss's help in a number of respects.
The boss made the mission happen. The boss who won World War II. Boss did everything.
Snake, aiming your gun during first-person view is a bit different
Ooh, is
from
this
what
it?
you're used to in training.
When you
Yes,
aim
there we
your
go.
handgun in first-person view, align the front sight and the rear sight of the gun with the target, then fire.
No laser sight?
What?
A laser sight. I heard the military was developing them, but...
You want a laser sight? A well-trained soldier has no use for a laser sight. No training wheels on this mission.
What are you, noob?
For the assault rifle and certain other weapons,
Yeah, okay. So that is a minor one, but it's there. All the bullet weapons, handguns, rifles that you shoot in MGS2, they have laser sights. With all the exception of the PSG-1, of course, because of the scope. But, you know what? Sniper Wolf's PSG-1 had a laser sight too, so maybe that too. But yeah, this is more of a minor one, but it's still there. You see how they're going back to... It's the same as the ration, the idiot of the 21st century. A real soldier doesn't need a laser sight, no training wheels. Yeah.
Sokolov should... If you have any questions...
Yeah.
In the 2 years since Sokolov's asylum operation, I've spent all my time making preparations. And now is the time to show some results. Fox is a next-generation espionage organization designed to update us for 21st century operations that I propose to the CIA. Fox sends individuals who excel in espionage and special tactics on solo sneaking missions like this one. A next-generation unit that combines the skills of Special Forces units like the SAS and Green Berets with the know-how of an infiltration and espionage unit.
Military politics never was my strong suit.
What I'm trying to say is stealth. This is a stealth mission, crucial to the coming Cold War. The CIA director has always frowned upon Fox, but if this mission succeeds, Fox will be added to the CIA as an official unit. I intend to make Fox the leader in special operations. And to that end, this mission must succeed.
Right.
I'm counting on you, Snake.
Do I have a laser sight? Man, if only the laser sights work like in games. That would be a no-brainer. It's not that simple in real life. But they do have one good application for handguns, that if you're dry firing, it shows you what you're doing wrong. If you're flinching, it shows you your mistakes. But other than that, in real life, you have to worry about it losing zero. You have to worry about it being, different height, different distance, and of course, the bullet is not gonna hit exactly where the laser is, like in games. It's not gonna have the same height at all ranges like it does in games. It's only really useful at medium to short distance, unless you're talking about doing night vision on a rifle and then doing IR lasers. That's a different use case scenario too, but yeah, they don't work like that in real life. It's interesting to fuck around with, because if your trigger pull isn't where it should be, it shows you when you're dry firing. That's the one good use I got out of it.
Snake, do you see any tufts of grass?
Oh, we're in the
Yeah.
grass right now.
What kind of grass?
Just ordinary grass. Nothing special.
You should check it anyhow.
It's pretty thick grass, about waist high.
If you crawl into the grass, you can advance undercover. When you do, the camera automatically switches to intrusion view. If you want to stand up again, press and hold.
Okay. Yeah, we're in the grass. That's why. Let's move on. This is ridiculous. We've been here 2 hours and we're still in the first area. Let me get rid of this before paramedic starts talking about it. Yeah, there's a whole chain of unique zero calls, and they're all buried in a million tutorial calls. The way this game works with the calls, when you first open the radio, the game loads a unique call somewhere, but the first few times you call, they will tell you where to go. And then the other couple times you call, they might give you the unique call, or they might give you some tutorial call about what button to press to do what. So
Sokolov should be
yeah,
at the abandoned factory.
he tells me where to go first.
If you have any questions,
Then we get a repeated tutorial call, and then
Snake, the Soviet troops are not
I
your
guess this is a
only
unique one.
How do you mean?
Nature.
Usually, you can tell the snake says something.
Scorpions, crocodiles, hornets. There
When
are
the
dozens
snake
of
talks
dangerous life forms living in
back,
Salino
that's
Gulch.
when it's usually a
There are
unique
even
call.
poisonous mushrooms and frogs, and other plants and animals that you must not eat. In order to survive in nature, you have to know.
Yeah.
paramedic has information.
It's still a pretty simple call, but I guess technically that's a unique call.
Snake, I don't recommend running around.
Yeah.
Snake, there are other ways to.
Yeah.
In most areas outdoors, you'll.
Nah.
Major.
There we go. That's definitely a unique one.
I assume you already know that Sokolov was the developer of the multi-engine cluster. The multi-engine cluster is exactly that, a system for fitting a single rocket with multiple engines. The Vostok rocket, for instance, had 32 engines. With the technology they had, it was difficult for the Soviets to develop large engines with massive thrust. So instead, they decided to focus on using multiple smaller engines to achieve the desired thrust. With this method, though, maintaining the fuel balance between the various engines was a major problem. Sokolov was the man who provided the solution.
And that's what earned him the job as the head of the design bureau.
So,
this secret weapon is some kind of ballistic device.
that's my best guess. We don't know for sure, but
You'll find out soon. As soon as I get Sokolov out of here.
I'm counting on you.
But first, some more random talk about, I don't know, random shit. The mission is only supposed to take a few hours, but first order of business, how do I feed myself? And then, tell me a little bit about the space race.
If you haven't,
It's like one of the last few calls,
Sokolov
unique calls for Zero.
with an equipped weapon,
Yeah,
the degree to which you move the left.
nice re-record line.
Part of your mission is to demonstrate to the brass the core concepts behind Fox. Leave no evidence. That's the essence of Fox. And avoid engagement with the enemy.
Understood.
Not only that, I mean leave nothing
Ooh,
behind.
poop
including
lore.
Weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, even bodily waste.
Yeah. When I do my business, I bury it good.
What?
What's wrong?
That's the American way.
American way for what?
To handle defecation. You're gonna bury it?
Yeah.
Bring it home with you.
What?
That's what we did in SAS. The US Army is sloppy. They do things well, but not perfectly. Here in Fox, we're doing things my way. Got it?
Yes, sir.
And that's Skullface's origin story. Yeah, we're not joking when we're talking about how Skullface was going around scooping up all the poop that Snake buried. He was digging up all the turds and putting them in a plastic bag for Zero. And no wonder he hates them both. Yeah. And Skullface is canonically here, apparently. Retconned the hell out of it. But apparently Skullface is following us, and as he describes it, cleaning up after Snake. So when you have this established lore that Zero wants Snake to bring his poop back, but Snake just buries it. Yep, Skullface must have picked up all the poop. It's not a joke, guys. It's serious. So I hope when Delta comes out, we get a poop scooper mini game with Easter eggs or a little reference to it somewhere. Play as Skullface and pick up all the poop. Instead of Snake versus Monkey, we get, I don't know, Skullface versus poop. You go around collecting turds for Snake. Yep. Poop scooper. Remember, Skullface gets the pin from the boss. Somehow he was there when we fought her. Okay. $5 donated $5 to fight. Oh, we're doing the thing with the end. Okay. Thank you. Let me put that on the screen.
Snake, intelligent.
Come on.
Snake, Snake, if you step in any water or mud, your feet will get wet.
Another thing that makes me fucking furious is as you go through these tutorial calls, you are reminded of all the features that are now gone from the Phantom Pain. All the little gameplay things he talks about. Yeah, no.
Equip food as a weapon and press the weapon button.
Your feet will get wet and leave footprints that the enemies might notice. Yeah, no. You can throw food. Yeah, no.
Snake, the Mark 22 is a tranquilizer gun.
You can destroy the radios. Yeah, right.
Without harming them. The
God
speed
damn
at
it.
which the tranquilizer takes effect depends on the point of impact on the enemy. If a target is hit on the arm or leg, the tranquilizer won't take effect immediately. But a target hit on the head will drop like a fly.
Yeah.
Major, didn't you say that the boss was in the SAS?
Did the boss invent
Yes,
SAS
we
too?
pulled the 22nd SAS regiment together. When the SAS, the British Special Air Service, was first established, they invited the boss on board as a special advisor. In fact, you might say it was the boss who put together Rayforce and L Detachment, which laid the groundwork for today's SAS. You won't find her name in the history books, but her contributions were many and great.
Yeah, the real heroes are never made public.
Not in our line of work, anyway. The dummy run on Heliopolis and the nighttime raids on German air bases in North Africa were her idea as well. Yes, she was always one step ahead of the rest of us, both in thought and action. It's true what they
Of course
say.
she was.
Who dares wins.
The motto of the SAS.
Precisely. The motto itself is a tribute to her service. Needless to say, the SAS has become a model for special forces units all over the world. In that sense, the boss really is the mother of special forces.
The three dogs talking about poop scooper for 7 minutes. Okay. All right. Thank you, whoever donated those $5 to fight the end. If you guys would like to support the channel, we'd like to do a little thing here, letting the chat decide what to do with the end. Because there are 3 ways you can get rid of him. You can snipe him early, you can fight him normally, or you can let him die of old age. And sometimes when people like to support the channel and donate, you can add message to your donation or whatever preference you have for those 3. We can't have sex with him, sorry, but we can puke in his mouth, kind of. It's as close as it gets. You have to fight him though for that.
Let me explain the enemy's
Nah, I'm good.
After you've grabbed an enemy from behind with C,
Nope.
press the crawl button.
I'm good.
Snake, remember that.
Yeah.
Major, what about my code?
You're basic.
Naked Snake.
Yeah, what does it mean?
I'm the Wolfman. Thank you so much for the sub. Glad you enjoyed the stream.
Notice to those around them.
No, I mean the naked part.
You're basic
Without
bitch.
embellishment, devoid of a specified quality. In other words, basic.
Why's that my code name?
I explained that the virtuous mission is designed to test the effectiveness of Fox, right?
Right.
And the procedure used for this mission will represent the modus operandi of Fox for future missions. In other words,
The essence of Fox. Naked and pure.
exactly. And there's the fact that you went in practically naked. No weapons, no equipment.
I see. Means more than I realized.
Yes, clever, isn't it? But don't leave yourself naked to the enemy.
Roger that.
Oh man, I wonder. I don't know. It never occurred to me, but who was it? Black Obsidian was talking about it. Maybe it's a bit of a stretch, but it wouldn't be completely out of place. You know, the way that Fox has to prove itself in this mission, and how the hype and the sales were down after MGS2's backlash for the series. Does that mean that the team, Kojima, were also trying to use this game to prove themselves again? I don't know. Who knows? Might be a bit of a stretch, but I could see that sort of. Maybe, who knows?
Sokolov should be at the abandoned.
Yeah, of course, MGS2 was a success in sales. You know, before the game, the people played it. Then they played it, and they were like, "What the fuck?" And so the hype for MGS3 was low. The sales for MGS3 were low. But of course, the hype for MGS2 is to this day unmatched. I mean, there was one game that was supposed to match the hype and the trailers and the pre-release, marketing and hype of it all. There was another game that was supposed to be the next big thing, like MGS2, but yep. Whoops.
Snake. Certain enemy soldiers are equipped with radios.
Nah, they're not. Not anymore.
It's possible to destroy the radio.
No, not anymore. Zero. No, it isn't.
Snake, this operation is a sneaking mission. You'll be doing your job right under the enemy's nose. In the event that you're spotted by an enemy,
Yeah.
Snake, I recommend against...
Nah.
Snake, the damage that an enemy takes from your gun depends on where you hit him.
That's also gone.
Snake, I've
Oh,
completed
there
a
we go.
double check on
The
the
Fulton is still there.
system.
Any problems?
None. Leave your recovery to us.
Excellent.
I suppose I should explain the procedure once more before the actual maneuver.
No.
I see. Well, the Fulton recovery system allows for rapid recovery of personnel.
Did I
from
explain
enemy
it?
territory.
No, I see.
Perfect
Explains
for
anyway.
special operations.
They're not listening to him.
Basically,
They're not
how it works is
respecting
the
him.
plane flies
They're
by,
always
stands in
patronizing
line
him
on
in
the
these
zip line
calls.
that the soldier has grabbed onto, and that's been elevated by a balloon. The Fulton recovery system was first designed in the 1940s as a method of picking up mail for the American Postal Service. During the Korean War, that system was redesigned to recover personnel. JAC, an ancillary organization to the CIA. Yes, good old JAC.
He's
Stands
confused.
for Joint Advisory Commission Korea. Isn't that something?
Hmm.
JAC first used the Fulton surface-to-air recovery
Totally
system
following.
to extract agents from North Korea and mainland China. Let's go over the procedure once more, to be on the safe side. First, the plane drops a canister about the size of a coffin to you. Inside, you'll find a balloon, a 1,500-foot cable, and a harness that attaches to your suit. Take the items out, attach the line to your suit, fill the balloon with helium, and send the line up. The plane will approach at 125 miles per hour.
Yeah, he's falling
Snag
asleep.
the cable just below the balloon with a hook on the nose of the aircraft and whisk you away. Assuming the pickup is successful, you'll be reeled in with a winch and pulled to safety.
This
at the rear
isn't
of the
food.
aircraft. Got it? Snake,
Yeah, I got it. I got it real good.
were you listening?
Yeah.
All right then.
Yeah, right. They're always fucking treating him like this in these optional calls. Yeah, he doesn't fucking listen. They patronize him. Okay. It's the player. It's us. What MGS2. It's gotta be. It's gotta be a reflection of that. Fuck. Falling asleep and not listening, not understanding things. Okay.
Even when hidden in grass,
Yeah.
if you have any questions, if you crawl into the grass, you can get in. Snake, when you stand up against a tree or put your back against the wall,
Oh, let
near
me
a
see
corner,
something.
The camera lowers and gives you a view of behind. This is the corner view. This allows you to keep track of what's occurring behind you when
Probably
hiding in
nothing,
protected
but-
areas. Also, there are a variety of actions possible while hiding, including using the left and right step buttons to peek, and the weapon button to take
How about
jump-out
noise?
shots. Learning how to take advantage of the corner view is the first step towards mission success. Use it to your utmost advantage.
Ah, man. I don't usually play this call, but the corner view call and MGS1 and 2, they're connected and they have a little bit of something to them. So I was wondering if the corner view call in 3, nah, we've abandoned all that stuff. Too complicated to follow.
In the corner view,
Wait, maybe?
press the left step
Nah.
button or the right step button to stick yourself out from a protected area and look over your shoulder. We'll call this action peeking. Peeking is effective for observation, since it gives you a wider range of vision than the normal corner view. However, since it involves revealing part of your body, you put yourself at risk of being spotted by the enemy. Move the right stick with the corner view on to shift the camera in that direction. This won't give you the same wide angle as peeking with the left and right step buttons, but it is safer since it will keep you from exposing your body too much. You'll do well to get accustomed to it. If you have a gun equipped during the corner view,
There's a lot of
press the
corner view
weapon
calls
button
in
to
this.
Jump out and take a jump out shot. With the jump out shot technique, you can stay protected from enemy fire behind an obstruction and launch a burst attack when the time is right. This is a crucial technique for firefights. Use it well.
It really isn't.
By equipping grenades and pressing the weapon button in corner view mode, you can throw a grenade while hiding behind a barrier. This technique should come in handy during a firefight. Use it well. You did an excellent halo jump.
Okay.
Not really. I didn't land in the right spot.
Don't worry, the boss invented that
Jumper
too.
lost his pack on the first real Halo jump. That'll make a good story for you.
Who cares? There are no records of your operations.
I know, but
What, you're embarrassed?
no, I'm not embarrassed.
It's the boss, isn't it?
What about the boss?
Nothing, paramedic.
Doesn't sound like nothing.
Nothing to do with the boss, I mean.
It has something to do with the boss, but you don't want to say so.
Yeah, kinda.
I understand, Snake.
The boss has done a lot of work on the military study of halo jumps. And Snake here wanted to give a perfect performance on the first real jump, you know, to show respect to the mother of the technique.
Major!
Snake, I thought you were over and out.
Wow, is that right?
You got something to say.
No,
I bet you do.
not really. I just think it's kind of sweet of you to think like that.
I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or an insult.
It's a compliment, Snake. So tell me, is it true?
What?
Not that. Is it true that the boss really worked on research for halo jumps?
Oh, that.
Yes, it's true. Halo stands for High Altitude Low Opening. It's a jump technique developed for covert insertions into enemy territory, just like the area you're in. A plane flies at 10,000 feet or above to avoid detection by ground forces, and the jumper free falls until he's within 1,000-foot altitude above the target area, when he finally opens his chute. By using this technique, the chances of revealing the parachute landing to the enemy are marginal. The halo technique was originally developed in France. This was partly due to popularity of parachuting as a sport since the end of World War II. And the boss was an instructor for the research that was carried out there. In 1957, at the JFK Special Operations Center at Fort Bragg, the boss was invited to instruct at the first ever US military halo school. Of course, none of this is on the record, but she's the mother of modern-day special forces.
The boss invented inventing.
Press the act.
We should be close to the end of his calls with the space race,
Sunrock
maybe
should be at
next.
the abandoned factory to the. While hanging, you can't keep hanging forever.
Sure, you can. Play the next few games.
If there's something to grab onto during a fall,
It's gone too.
press the crawl button. Press the action button from on top a branch to hang down from the tree.
Yeah, that's gone too.
If you approach an enemy undetected, you can rend.
Yeah.
Major,
Oh,
tell
there
me
we
a little
go.
bit more about the space race.
In 1957, the Soviet Union succeeded in launching their first artificial satellite, Sputnik, into orbit. Having been beaten to the chase by the Soviets, the US government accelerated its own space program in an effort to catch up. The following year, the space development programs of the various service branches were united to form the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA. That same year, the Mercury program was launched with the goal of putting a man into space. 7 candidates were chosen from the military as the first astronauts. These were the men with the right stuff. But as you know, it was a Soviet cosmonaut, Yuri Gagarin, who made the first successful manned spaceflight 3 years ago. NASA's first successful ballistic flight came 1 month after Gagarin's mission, with the Freedom 7 carrying Alan Shepard into space. After that, with America still lagging behind the Soviets in orbital flight, President Kennedy made a momentous decision. That America would put a man on the moon before the end of the decade.
Yeah, I heard that speech. But a lot of guys I knew weren't real happy about it. They said no one was going to make them go on a mission to blow up some damn moon base.
But rocket research and missile research are closely related. Imagine, if you will, a Soviet Union able to send wave after wave of nuclear missiles raining down on Washington from a base on the surface of the moon. Even if that's still a long way from reality, if we lose the initiative, we may never get it back. We're left with no choice but to keep moving forward 1 step at a time. The Gemini program, launched 2 years ago, represents the initial step towards establishing a moon base. And yet, I don't want to call President Kennedy a liar, but I simply can't imagine that in 6 years man will have reached the moon.
I don't know. I never even thought we'd make it up into space. I guess it all depends on whether you have the will to make it happen.
Perhaps you're right.
Alright, I think that's the last of his calls in terms of the story ones in the same order, but there might be some item stuff. Yeah, there's so many calls in the virtuous mission and so few areas. It's crazy. There's only like 3 or 4 things to go through, but so many calls. Yeah, the boss invented space travel too, as we'll learn later. That's a spoiler. Now let's get the grenades here. Come on, open up. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Nice. So anything you can throw in the crocodile's mouth. That includes grenades, magazines, and of course, food. Meaning that we can feed the crocodiles. Some crocodile here. Yummy. Okay. Alright, here's where we really start doing the food calls. Yeah, I thought it was cruel or something, but apparently crocodiles eat each other all the time, so they're used to it.
I see you caught yourself a reticulated python. The reticulated python is said to be the longest snake in the world. The biggest ones can grow up to 10 meters in length. Although they're not poisonous, they're still very dangerous, so be careful around them. They have a highly ferocious temperament, and they can swallow whole, even large animals.
Oh, you know what? I had to do the
Their most
fly
distinguishing
call.
feature is the mesh pattern of their scales. This pattern acts as a highly effective natural camouflage. If you think there might be a reticulated python about, pay close attention to your surroundings. Otherwise, you could get bitten before you even know it's there. It's a huge snake, but you should be able to capture it alive by using the tranquilizer gun. I'll bet if you capture one and throw it at an enemy, it'll give him a good scare. You've eaten one, haven't you?
Yeah, it wasn't half bad.
Cannibal.
What was that?
Nothing. Talk to you later.
Nah, they don't get poisoned. It's probably just a thing in gameplay mechanics that's not there. Animals getting poisoned, or maybe it's because the poison is just not effective in crocodiles. Right now, if you want to give it a real life excuse, no, they don't get poisoned. So here's actually a mistake I always make with paramedic. I start doing the food calls and I miss out on her unique calls before that. I'm gonna go back because we're gonna play with a check a little bit to get the calls, but only the ones that I want. Because there's one call is better to do later in the game, but she tends to do it this early as well. Come on. Damn it. What is so hard about this today? There we go. Alright.
I see you've captured an Indian gavial. The Indian gavial is a crocodile that originally lived in freshwater regions in India and Nepal.
Why are Indian crocodiles way out here?
They're captive crocodiles that were brought here for research purposes but escaped and became wild again. Indian gavials are large creatures. Adult males grow to over 6 meters in length. You'll never catch one alive, even if you use the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So, how do they...
Taste? Yes, I did look into that. You know what they always say. Tastes like chicken.
Sounds delicious.
But be careful when capturing an Indian gavial. Normally they're cowardly creatures, but the ones in the forest there are belligerent. Apparently they attack humans.
What do you mean?
They weren't the direct subject of any serious research, but some think they may have become violent as a side effect of the atomic research that was conducted nearby.
There's something about this call being at the tail end of the first save call being related to the Godzilla call, which is the first movie call. But they kind of altered it and split it. It was like that, I think, in the file version, but they kind of fucked with it. So now, let's see, should we maybe do the save call to go with it? Kind of goes with it. That call just kind of ends abruptly like that because
Saving the game, Snake?
they were supposed to be together with the Godzilla call. Oh man, we played MGS3, we didn't go over the whole Godzilla and King Kong thing. Well, next time. Fuck it. These calls, there's just so many of them. They're not well paced at all with how small the areas are.
Hey, Snake, you ever heard of Godzilla King of Monsters?
No, what is it?
It's a movie. You haven't seen it?
Nope.
It's about this monster called Godzilla. He grows to an enormous size in a nuclear test and goes on a rampage in Tokyo.
Nuclear test, huh? Then the Marshall Islands must be crawling with giant monsters right about now.
It's just make-believe.
Maybe that's why my pants have been so tight lately.
Snake, it's a movie, not a report out of Los Alamos.
I know. So then what happened?
Godzilla is immune to all weapons, and humanity has no way to stop the monster. Dr. Shirazawa develops a new type of weapon, but meanwhile, Godzilla is getting closer and closer to Tokyo, obliterating everything in its path. It was originally a Japanese movie, but they made an American version, too. I recommend seeing the original Japanese one if you ever get the chance. It's mostly mindless fun, but it's also got a serious anti-nuke message as well.
Where can I see the original?
You'll just have to go to Japan.
Really? That's too bad.
Well, if you wait 40 years, you might be able to see it in America, too.
Why's that?
2004 will be Godzilla's 50th birthday.
You think they're still going to be making Godzilla movies then?
Of course! Everybody loves Godzilla.
You sure know a lot about movies.
I don't suppose you're the movie-watching type, are you?
Not really.
Okay, then I'll tell you everything I know. When the going gets tough, movies can save your life. It's always good to be able to look at things from a different perspective when you get in a jam. That's the magic of movies.
No kidding. Well, I guess it might at least make a nice distraction.
That's the spirit, Snake. Have a little fun.
Yep. It's mindless fun, but it's got an anti-nuke message as well. Yeah, well, I wonder what else does. Okay, let me see what food I have here. I don't want that yet. These two calls we got. So now we'll do her calls until we can save those calls. That's basically what getting a checkpoint does. Saving the fact that we did those calls. We'll do her calls until we get the fly call and the call about the Great Escape. Because now that we've done the save call, Snake knows the paramedic is a movie buff. So there will be calls about the Great Escape because Zero mentioned it in his code name, and she will have something to say about the Halo Mask jump as well. But in the midst of all that, I don't want to get the fucking mushroom call. There's certain other food calls of things that I haven't captured yet. Because the food calls, there's 3 versions of each food call. One for eating it, one for having it and not having eaten it, and one for it just being in the area you're in. So it just kind of fucks with it if she starts talking about something you don't have yet. Or if you want to do one version of the call versus another. Some food calls are a little funnier if you've already eaten something. somewhere better if you haven't. So we're just kind of fucking with paramedics calls like that.
The gauge below your life gauge is your stamina gauge.
Okay, she's doing tutorial stuff right now.
Eat food.
Yeah.
Snake, that area is inhabited by the giant anaconda.
See, that sucks. Because now she talked about it without me having captured it. So we can't talk about the tape. It sucks. So we'll
To eat.
get rid of that after.
Snake, that.
No.
Paramedic.
What's up?
Are you a medic or a doctor?
I'm a well-respected physician, or I was until I joined the CIA.
How is your reputation?
My what?
Your reputation.
Oh, that.
How was it?
Why? Don't you trust me?
That's not what I meant.
Fine then.
So,
So what?
your reputation, how was it?
My, you're relentless.
Hey, I'm a snake. So,
My reputation was spotless. I'm highly skilled, patient, and good-looking to boot. Everybody wanted to see me. What else would you expect? No, seriously.
Incidentally, her nickname back then was Quack.
Major.
is that true?
Is what true?
About your nickname.
No. Well, maybe a few people did call me that.
So you were a quack.
No. Well, yes and no. I mean, in a sense I was, but then again I wasn't.
Snake, her skills as a doctor are beyond reproach. You have my word on that.
Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to say, Snake.
Then why did they call her quack?
It's because she...
Never mind that. It doesn't matter. We've got a job to do and we have to stay focused. Besides, my past doesn't have anything to do with the mission and...
Because she never shuts up.
Yeah, that's it.
No, that's not it. Snake, tell him that's not true. Say something.
I'd better get back to the mission.
Yes, you do that.
Just a minute. Snake, don't you hang up on me.
Poor paramedic. Alright, we'll probably have to get a continue here so that
If you have any questions about
we
stamina
don't
or
save those
just
calls.
ask me. I'll tell you everything you need to know. It'll have to be over the radio, though.
So you won't be able to see me naked then.
Yeah, I'm devastated. But I'll bet that 50 years from now, you'll be able to see who you're talking to on the radio.
Oh, damn
I'll
it.
be retired from active duty by then.
I don't know. Somebody somewhere might just decide to give you a call.
Wouldn't surprise me. Let's both pray that never happens.
Oh, you won't be able to see me naked then. Damn it. Notice how the game very much acknowledges it being a prequel and coming out in the 21st century. There will often be references like that, like earlier with the Godzilla call. You'll be able to watch it anywhere in 40 years. And here, maybe 50 years from now, you'll be able to see who you're talking to. They're always referencing the future. When you do the 007 call, I wouldn't be surprised if they release 20 more of those movies. Oh, even the boss talking about the 21st century. Yeah. They already know what's gonna happen in the future.
Say, Snake.
Oh,
what
there it
about
is.
that helmet and oxygen mask you took off right after you parachuted in?
Oh, those? Those are the helmet assembly and oxygen system assembly I used to make the Halo jump. The helmet is fitted with a bayonet fastener that attaches to the oxygen mask. It's also got earphones and a boom mic.
I'm not interested in all that stuff.
So why did you bring it up?
It reminds me of something.
Reminds you of something.
Yeah.
The mask.
Yeah, but I can't remember what it is, and I can't stop thinking about it.
That's what you've been thinking about?
Yeah, every time I'm about to remember it, it slips away from me again. Don't you just hate that?
Mm-hmm.
I know I've seen it somewhere before.
The
Any
fly.
ideas?
How would I...
That's it!
What?
The fly!
The fly?
Yeah, it finally came to me. You look just like him. I feel better.
The fly?
From the movie, The Fly? You've never seen it?
No.
Jeez, where have you been? It's about this scientist who's conducting teleportation experiments when he gets mixed up with a fly and ends up with the fly's head attached to his body.
Never heard of it.
That's too bad. It's a good movie.
Okay, what about The Great Escape then? Certainly, paramedics watch The Great Escape.
Snake.
Paramedic. You said you like movies, right?
I love him.
About the Major's code name.
Major Tom?
Yeah. He sounded like he wasn't sure whether or not Tom was the name of the tunnel that worked in The Great Escape.
So I heard.
So was it?
Was it what?
Was Tom really the name of the tunnel that worked?
Right?
So it was Tom.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Why don't you know?
Why should I know?
You watch a lot of movies, don't you?
Yeah?
But you've never seen The Great Escape.
No.
Why not?
It didn't look interesting.
You don't watch movies that don't look interesting,
That's right.
and yet you've seen The Fly.
The Fly looked interesting, and it was.
Hmm.
Something wrong.
Nothing. Tell me.
Oh, the
What
subtitles.
other kind of movies do you
Take a
like?
shit here.
Let's see. There's the Quartermass Experiment, and It Conquered the World, and Earth versus the Spider. Oh, and Mondo Kane. Did I say something weird?
Thanks, Blue Point.
Get it.
Yep. Captain Carnage, hey, thank you so much for the 81 months. Yes, enough. We've been talking about right and hate for 2 hours. We're still in the first area of the game. Sometimes Blue Point accidentally a thing in this game when they remastered it. Yeah, the fucking subtitles disappearing and then changing to French and being out of sync. It does it again later in a single action army call too. And the fucking subtitles take the derp. Yep. There's other little things like that, like a fucking knife, snake.
To eat,
Okay, hold on. We might be.
you should be able to.
Yeah, now she's just talking about
To eat,
food.
you should be able.
Yeah, no, we definitely don't want that one.
A fruit called.
Okay.
They get.
Let me just make double sure here, but I'm pretty sure that's it for her. So those food calls we will get as I actually capture the animals. Meaning, if we want them to play again, I gotta yeet myself out of here. It's only really the quack call that plays again later. You miss out on the fly and the Great Escape calls otherwise. I wouldn't know. I don't play the fucking Master Collection. It sucks. But I heard that they address some of these Blue Point nonsensical things, so who knows, maybe. I think the knife, I've heard, is fixed. The tasty knife. Alright. Now we'll actually get the food calls as we get the food. We already got the gavial. Magpie. You good, doggo? Funny looking dog. Let's see.
I see you've captured a magpie. Magpies are members of the crow family. They're distinguishable by their beautiful dark blue and white bodies and their long tails. Their favorite food is insects, but they'll also eat small fish, acorns, and fruit. They're omnivores, which means...
They'll eat anything.
Right, just like you, huh?
Okay. So how do they taste?
They never
You
fixed the
always ask me that.
MGS1 audio? Really?
So,
I've never heard of anybody actually eating a magpie, but I suppose there's no reason you couldn't.
you don't say.
Oh,
Remember the freaking MGS2 audio on PS4 when the Master Collection came out? Oh man, that was so bad. The MGS1 audio is all distorted too, and they haven't fixed that. Ugh. The analog movement was off, the audio is off, features missing, Easter eggs missing, collars are fucked up, the controls are fucked up. Oh man. Yeah, it's still bad. Yeah, no wonder. Okay. What is going on over there? Oh. Some weird stuff with the mud sticking to the shoe there. Nice. Let's wait for those hornets to leave.
I see you've got yourself a Baltic hornet's nest. Baltic hornets are a variety of hornets that inhabit that area.
I think he's talking about the Master Collection, yes. That's what you would get on PS5 or PC.
Inside the nest are larvae,
Right.
pupa, and adults. You can eat them all. In particular, the honey you find inside the nest is delicious and full of nutrients. It's easy to digest and helps pep you up when you're feeling tired. In short, it's the perfect survival food. Honey can also be used as a burn ointment. When honey is applied to a burn, it creates a protective coating over the skin. When you knock down a hornet's nest, a burn ointment will appear along with it, so don't forget to pick it up. Of course, the hornets aren't going to give up their nest without a fight. If you knock a nest down, a large swarm of hornets will come flying out, so be careful.
Man, I don't know. It's hard to say because MGS3 on PS2, again, each time these games get re-released, they lose content. They'll always lose something. So technically PS2 is the best way, but MGS3 is kind of rough on PS2, it being originally a PS3 game. But then they had to sort of downgrade the whole thing. The environments being much more complex, the fucking foliage and jungle, the resolution and aiming and the frame rate. It's a little rough, honestly, on PS2. MGS3 is a little rough on PS2, but it does have all the content. The Master Collection we were just talking about, but honestly, for the average person, they're probably not even gonna notice. If you only want to grab the game and try it, if you don't want to go too much out of your way to fuck with it at first. Yeah, I guess the Master Collection is the most accessible thing. Personally, I will play PS3 until the end of time, because it's the only thing other than PS2 that has the correct controls with pressure sensitivity. But that's just me being stubborn. It does have some problems in HD, like we were talking about. The volume levels for the calls, the subtitles that we just saw fuck up some of the little things like that. The knife snake. There's a call where supposed to be a picture of his knife, and it's a fucking picture of. No, it's supposed to be a picture of a snake, and it's a picture of a knife. But perhaps the biggest problem with the HD collection is it's missing some stuff, pretty substantial stuff, like a whole ass Easter egg minigame, nightmare minigame, and the calls to go with it. It's missing dual mode. It's missing the secret theater. All those things, a lot of the things that made Subsistence the upgraded version. But the trade-off in resolution and frame rate is just worth it for MGS3. Technically, to get the best of both worlds, yeah, emulation. You get the PS2 content, and you can have it in HD, and there's even hacks for, widescreen and letterboxing, removing letter. But those are like all emulation things are wonky. Who knows if you're willing to deal with that. There is no ultimate way other than the PS2, but then it's the PS2, and you have to deal with, you know, it being made with CRTs in mind, and HDMI conversions, and the frame rate and resolution suck on modern screens. Like it's kind of a clusterfuck. You know, the Master Collection was supposed to come out and fix all these things. Of course not. It's a port of a port that was missing content in the first place. So there is no ultimate way to play these games without missing out on one thing. Emulation, that you're dealing with it being inherently wonky depending on a lot of factors. So you either deal with that, or you deal with the low resolution, or you deal with the removed content, or you deal with the removed content and the audio and fucking lighting, texture filtering, colors, and controls. Master Collection. I will say this: at least the loading times are nice in the Master Collection. And there is no ultimate way to play it without missing out on at least one thing. Just pick your poison. Yeah, just use the CRT or PS2. There, gone, done. Let's go hunting frogs. I picked my poison of... Oh shit, ooh, that was close. My poison is increased loading times and sometimes slow down frame rate on the PS3 version. All for this, for pressure sensitivity. These games, no matter how you turn and twist it and re-release it and whatnot, MGS2 and 3 are PS2 games. They're from a time when games were made with one console in mind. And they are. You always sacrifice or compromise or like something when you're re-releasing them. And you guys don't know how lucky we are, or we were back in the day, that the PS3 is the only other console that has pressure sensitivity like the PS2. So the controls are still the same. I will sacrifice loading times for that. I don't give a shit. Technically, the original Xbox also has pressure sensitivity, but we don't talk about that one. It also doesn't have the triggers in the right place, or whatever the fuck. You can only play this game properly on PS2 and PS3, as far as I'm concerned. But for a newcomer, for somebody who just wants to, you know, grab the game and it just works, yeah, the Master Collection will do fine, I suppose. Where the fuck are the frogs? Of course, pressure sensitivity. You know what? It's not just the pressure sensitivity. The problem is the removal of pressure sensitivity also remaps other shit. That is the main problem. Because I could deal with having to unequip the gun instead of, let go of the button to aim. But the problem is that it doesn't just remove pressure sensitivity. It changes the other fucking keybinds too. It's pure insanity the way that they handled it in the Master Collection. But whatever. Let me just stop there. Fuck. Where's this frog? Oh, there it is. Oh, I have to press another button that was mapped to another action. That now fucks with things. Oh, and then the fact that when you re-equip a gun in the Master Collection, it just automatically aims it. So you just end up, right now I'm half holding square, but right now it just ends up looking like this. You're going around, you equip a gun, and you just fucking idiot running around with a gun like this. I call the Master Collection the put the fucking gun down collection. Because you just equip it and it just does this. It's so fucking annoying, man. And in MGS2 it even prevents movement. The put the fucking gun down collection. And then the most nonsensical thing in MGS2, I don't know about 3, maybe 3 as well. Yeah, they changed the aiming to L3, but the problem is that if you want to do it while moving for some mysterious reason, you can do it while walking, but you can't do it while running unless you only run with the analog about 75% of the way. You know, you're running at full speed once you get past the walk input, but so imagine that you have to move the left analog stick, press it in, and only tilt it 75% of the way while aiming and unaiming. And for example, hold up missions in MGS2. It's just complete insanity. And MGS2's controls are completely fucked because of that. There is no good reason why you're only able to aim your gun if you tilt the analog 75% of the way, but not 100. What the fuck, man? Yeah, but then in 3 you have other shit like L3 doing 3 things. L3 would use the sonar if you have it equipped. It would interrogate and it would aim the gun. Which means if you grab somebody with the sonar equipped and interrogate them, and you have a gun equipped, it will do all 3 at once. And then some of the boss's tutorial calls end up being completely wrong. Because she still talks about the previous controls, like... But, yeah, mostly for MGS3, it's a fucking put the gun down thing that bothers me. Oh, man. And then the CQC also is completely different because no pressure sensitivity and circle, so you... Ah, man. I understand most of it is just me being stubborn about it, but holy shit, man. There's no good reason for the L3 thing, and there's definitely no good reason for the 75% analog thing. They just fucked up. Nope.
I see you've caught a tree frog. The tree frog is a green frog that's found throughout Asia. It's arboreal, spending most of its time in shrubs and bushes. But the tree frogs that live in that jungle are a lot bigger than ordinary tree frogs.
They've got an appetite, huh?
You've got a one-track mind, don't you? But seriously, that is one theory. However, there are people who think it's a mutation caused by nuclear testing and waste from the research facility.
Do you think they're safe to eat?
Is that all you ever think about?
What else is there?
Lots.
Like what?
Like why a frog would get so big in the first place. Whether it's a temporary phenomenon created by a unique environment, or a permanent mark of evolution, or a product of the toxic waste coming out of the research facility. If it is the waste that's causing it, then it means humans are interfering with the ecosystem. It really makes you think about the changing relationship between...
This isn't interesting.
Oh, fine. Be that way.
So, how about it?
You mean, is it edible?
Yeah,
Well, I guess it's probably okay.
probably.
I don't know. The guide doesn't say anything.
Pretty useless guide, if you ask me.
Well, try one for dinner and you can help improve it.
It's just not comfortable to move with the left stick and have to press the fucking left stick at the same time. It just sucks. And you would have to do it every fucking time you equip a gun? Yeah, no. Fuck that. Sorry. Fruit. Isn't there some thingamajigs here? Oh, there they are. Now, when people ask what's wrong with the Master Collection, which is a legitimate question when we end up talking about it, I have to go over the controls.
I want some more.
Oh, BLT man, thank you. Yeah, you're right. I had to read that in the chat because, yeah, I didn't notice the alert. Thank you for the 3 months.
Looks like you found a Golova.
Golova?
Yeah, it's a fruit that's found only in that region. It's related to the jackfruit, which is commonly found in Southeast Asia.
Jackfruit, huh?
Yep, he's a cannibal.
Huh?
I didn't say anything.
No, I'm sure you...
I said, I'm sure you'd like it.
Oh.
Golova means head in Russian. It's
No
probably
problem
called
with
that
the
because
master
the fruit
collection.
grows to about the size of a human head. It's supposedly pretty good to eat with a uniquely sweet flavor. The fruit itself is fairly large, so you can make a meal out of it.
Yeah, I tried one. It was pretty good.
Naturally. Golovas grow directly off the trunk of the tree. If you're running low
Whatever,
on
man.
stamina, it might
MGS3
be a
is
good
best
idea to keep an
gameplay.
eye on the tree trunks.
So, is there a mod that prevents this? Let's just run around like this all the time. Why not? Seriously, if there's a mod that prevents this, I will look into it. Better yet, mod the fucking pressure sensitivity in. Alright, let's go. Fuck. DS3 support on the Master Collection. I will wet myself. Hey, viewer. Thank you.
I've spotted 2 enemy soldiers.
They're
Free
probably
sub time.
KGB troops sent to guard Sokolov.
AK-47s and grenades.
Mod wise, you can't save MGS3 with mods, man. Shift, delete, enter.
Hey, your presence in Soviet territory
That's the
is
mod
already
for
a
it.
violation of international law. You can't let the Kremlin find out that the CIA and the American government are involved. Contact with the enemy is strictly prohibited. Don't engage them in battle either. This is a stealth mission. Got that?
The Major is right. The point of this mission is to sneak through the jungle without being seen. The success of the mission depends on how well you use your camouflage. Change your camouflage by selecting Camouflage from the Survival Viewer. The Uniform option lets you pick your uniform, while the Face option lets you change your face paint. Choosing camouflage that blends in with your surroundings will help you conceal yourself more effectively. Also, don't forget that anything that moves will stand out in the jungle. If you just stand up and run around like an idiot, you're bound to be spotted. But if you crawl instead, you should be able to sneak by without being noticed. You can see how effective your camouflage is by looking at the Camo Index. The Camo Index shows how well your current camouflage blends in with the surrounding area. The higher the value, the harder you are to spot, and vice versa. The key is to make yourself one with nature. Keep that in mind as you go along, okay?
What's that? Run up to everybody and shoot them in the face? Okay, got it. Now, just clear this area for a second and look around. Here's the beauty about MGS3 guards. They are slow. Even when they do notice you, look at this. They don't alert. They have a whole split second, maybe half a second or something. Oh, I bumped into him. Man, I thought he would hear my footsteps faster than that. Yep. Man, I couldn't even fucking do it properly because I kept bumping into them. Let's see. Somebody was asking about best gameplay. It really depends on a lot of factors, but
Freeze.
um,
Freeze.
MGS3 is not exactly there with challenge, but what it does have is open areas, lots of different ways to interact with enemies, lots of different uses for items and weapons, and you know, camo, CQC, approaching things differently. Just fun interaction with things in the environment, with the enemies, animals, storage sheds, what have you. Little mechanics, little challenges you can come up with. That's good. But it is definitely the easiest of the main 4 or 5 games. Because if you want challenge play, I'm just doing Europe in Extreme. The guards, the damage you take in MGS3, even on Extreme, is pathetic. The guards' reaction time and hearing range is pathetic. The camo index, CQC, they just make things so easy. What should we do? Let's go hunt more shit first. Oh yeah, get these. Coherent plot. You mean what I was talking about earlier? How the game is almost genetically engineered to appeal to people who didn't like the series until now? Yeah, of course. Malako.
Not so great.
I see you found a Yabloko Maloko.
Yeah, what now?
Yabloko Maloko. It's a Russian name that roughly translates
It
as
most
milk
definitely
kernel.
does have a coherent
It's
plot.
a type of star
It's
apple.
made that way.
The juice is
Be easier
thick
to
and
follow.
sweet, like milk, hence the name. And if you cut one in half lengthwise, you'll see a star-shaped ring radiating out from the center.
Hence the star apple.
Right. The star-shaped part has a gelatinous texture and is said to be
We could
especially
actually do
tasty.
that. Malak
I
everything.
ate one. It didn't taste that great.
Are you sure? It's supposed to be delicious.
You're wrong.
It tasted terrible.
That's strange.
Yeah, looks like that guide of yours.
No, it's your sense of taste.
You're eating it wrong. Hey, that's a good one if you eat it first. We could actually replace everything with Malak. I think they might be real, yeah. Even think of something that's not real food in this. Oh, the Tsuchinoko. Of course. That one's the exception. Let's look around a little bit here. There's actually quite a few weapons in the Virtuous mission. They just go unnoticed or underused. You can get the SVD here. Because it doesn't matter, you just lose everything after it anyway. The Tsuchinoko in Phantom Pain is a PNG. It's a fucking picture of it. What, you expect every animal to be modeled and have animations and interactions in the world and the gameplay? What do you think this is, a PS2 game? You can't do that. But yeah, animals only existing as pictures in the menu. Yep. Man, I need to get the thermals to get those birds. There's no bottles in MGS3. NFT of animals, yes. Forget which one's which. There's two different birds here. Fuck, I missed. Hold on, there's more here. Oh, that's magpies. Okay, so it's the other ones are right here. Oh, let's see what happens if I already ate one of these. I don't remember. Probably this one's kind of a boring call anyway. Not too interesting. They don't all have something. Mostly they do. They mostly have some sort of little interactional flirt or joke with paramedic, but some just don't.
I see you've caught yourself a Sunda whistling thrush. The Sunda whistling thrush is a bird native to Java and Sumatra. It's distinguished by its large blue body and long beak. It really stands out in the forest. It tastes... Oh, you've already eaten one.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a delicacy, but it certainly was filling.
What is her fucking problem, man? That's what you're there for. And she judges him every time she actually eats something. Okay. Let's get some porn. Wait, it's not this guy that has the porn. It's this guy here. The Bulge. Secret member of the Cobras. The Bulge.
Please don't!
You kind of scare them by shooting next to where they are on the ground, and that's how you can search them. Come on, I know you have porn. There it is. Wait, it's not food. Picture book for gentlemen. We'll get the boss to talk about some weapons, but I'll have to do it in the next area and play with the checkpoints again to get both Sigins and the boss's calls. Yeah, I kind of need to... If I wanted to do everything, I would have to start with the MGS2. I like MGS2 thing and the mask and the call, but then switch to New Game Plus to do the Tuxedo calls and Patriot call with Sigint. Some of those are...
Please don't!
And then there's the other stuff with the whole story about Zero having problems with a new washing machine that he bought, you know. Some Sonic, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Yes, there's very deep lore of Zero being unable to program his new washing machine or something. But to do that, you need 3 sensors in your inventory, which we don't have on Extreme. Yep. I'll do that. Because it's actually something that carries over between the Virtuous mission and the Sneak Eater operation when it starts. We can fuck around with it for a minute. It's worth it. Deep lore. Left medicine. I guess I don't really need much from these guys. What else do we want in here? Get the fruits. Oh yeah, of course, the Keratin. Somebody was asking earlier if I was gonna get them. I'm not gonna get all of them, but we'll go over Keratans. So Keratans are just little mascots made for MGS3 and later 4, along with Gecko, the ducky that goes with it. And at first I thought it would be like a reference to something else, or no, they were specifically made for the series. And in this case, the little collectibles, once you shoot them, there's actually a call about it. I'll let Paramedic talk about it. It's how you find the stealth camo. The two ways to get stealth camo in this game are to either complete the game with no alerts, which is easier, arguably, or get all 64 of these Keratans, roughly one in each area. There's only a couple areas that don't have one. But yeah, Paramedic's obsessed with it.
Keratin. Right there, see it?
Where?
Right in front of you.
This frog doll?
That's Keratin. Don't tell me you've never heard of him.
Is he famous or something?
Come on, everybody knows about Keratin.
What?
Oh, okay. But what's this frog thing doing here?
Keratin.
Huh?
He's called Keratin.
Right, so what's this Keratin doing here?
He must be getting popular in the Soviet Union.
Sure.
Here?
Not that you know anything about the magic of Keratin. On the other hand, you might be able to use Keratin's power to help you in your mission.
What did you have in mind?
Keratin cries when you shake him. If the enemy hears that, they might come to check it out. Maybe you could use it as a diversion. And I hear that if you find all of the Keratins and shake them, something good will happen. Try it out.
Shake them. Okay. Something good, like getting the stealth camo. No, but it's interesting to do a Keratin run because it makes you go out of your way and come up with new strategies and exploration, you know, to find them. And then you get, there's even a Keratin emblem or Keratin code name with an icon at the end of the game when you get your rank. If you get all of these. So if we keep shooting it, you see that it's a little piggyback. It's got a little coin slot there. We can also essentially kill it. We keep shooting it. The pitch will change. And it dies. Sorry. You only need to shake it once for it to count, though. You can either shoot them, punch them, kick them, in some cases, or throw things at them like grenades. Explosions will work, but also the grenade itself hitting it will trigger it. As long as you can hear it cry, like Paramedic calls it, that means you got it. Yeah, you can kill it. That's not gonna make any noise. And I don't know if there's anywhere else, because there's 64 of these in the game. I don't know if there's anywhere else where the call triggers with Paramedic about it. I didn't know about that call for a long time. I've only gotten it triggered with this one. But who knows, maybe there's another one that works. Let's see. I don't really care about interrogating these guys. I think we got all the animals in here. Let me get this checkpoint. We'll be spending a little bit. Oh no, we can do a save call. Yeah, apparently they also added the geckos to the Delta. Some people mistakenly think that they replaced the Keratans with geckos. No, apparently they just added them. Gecko in MGS3 is just a camel, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, they're both mascots, and they both have things like merchandise, little children's books in Japan that came from it. But I don't think there's an actual Gecko doll until what, Portable Ops. Portable Ops had them, the wind-up geckos, and then MGS4, you know, Sunny has the kitchen timer. That's a Gecko doll. And MGS3, it's a pattern for a camo that helps you find the Keratans. Well, we'll get that later in the swamp.
Do you want to save?
I don't know. Does that mean that they removed the Tsushinoko then? That would suck. Because the Tsushinoko gives you infinite ammo. I wonder what it's there for. To unlock Skullface's minigame, that's why.
Nope, never heard of it.
These scientists are investigating a place deep in the Amazon called the Black Lagoon, and they get picked off one after the other by this fishman thing. And there was this scene when the heroine is going for a swim, and the creature sneaks up on her from underwater. Oh, I thought my heart was going to stop. I mean, of course, the 3D effects in It Came from Outer Space were a lot more intense, but...
It wouldn't be referring to you coming from outer space, would it?
How rude! Why do you say that?
Because no one on Earth could be as charming as you.
Fine, I'll just get to the point, Snake. Be careful of what's around you when you're in the water. Just imagining you swimming in those jungle rivers makes me think of you being attacked by a fishman.
I appreciate the concern.
Fishmen aren't the only things that'll attack you in the water. Really be careful out there.
Okay.
And don't be attacking any pretty girls going for a swim, either.
Are you calling me a fish?
Oh no, viewer.
You started it.
Not the Tsushinoko poop. Master strategist here. You get a call about it.
Snake, when you knock down a hornet's nest, a large swarm of hornets will come flying out. If used wisely, this can sow panic among the enemy, but if you're not careful, the hornets may end up attacking you.
If you're attacked by hornets, wiggle the left stick around and wave your survival knife to shoo them away. Smoke is another useful tool.
That voice change.
If you're attacked by hornets, I'd advise you to try using a smoke grenade. And if you use the insecticidal bug juice, the hornet should stay away as long as the effect lasts. Hornets are prone to becoming agitated and aggressive when they see the color black. Their attacks will be more vicious if you're wearing black clothes. If you're attacked by hornets, you should change into white clothes.
They re-recorded that line because she said left stick. Alright, so this guy is kind enough to bring the hornets to everybody else in the map too. So they all freak out. Look, he takes the hornets, all four of these guys. And they actually leave the area. They go through the loading screen. But only for a little bit. they do come back eventually, which is cool also. And they kind of did that in MGS2 to call for backup if you destroy their radios, but it didn't really work the same way. If we wait here for a minute, you will hear like a little sigh of relief of something. That is the sound effect when they come back. It lets you know they're coming back. And I gotta remember to let them take a few steps so they don't go down too close to the loading zone here. And later there will be some shenanigans we can do with the Hornets and the Pains camo. Yep, there it is. Get the guy in the back first so they don't notice. Bug. Close enough. I don't think they got the radio in. Okay, cool. You know what I always forget to do? Because I think I already crossed the bridge. The calls probably go away. The calls about the bridge. You have to do on the other side, I think. I mean, it's nothing too unique. It's just what you'd expect, you know, pretty standard calls about how the bridge, whatever, how it works, what it is. But I don't think I can get him anymore. Hold on, let's maybe. Yeah, I don't wanna get a continue here because kind of fucks with the. I guess it doesn't really matter, but the first time you get in here, there's a cutscene, right, with Snake looking at the Hornets, and then it goes away, and it doesn't really matter. I just don't want to do it right now because I'm putting all these guys down. Then we'll have some of them volunteer to be on the bridge. Mr. Man with the 57 months. Hey, welcome back. Good to see you. That's where the Caravan is here. Oh, probably won't be able to get those calls, but it's not a big deal.
Sokolov should be at the...
Yeah.
Sokolov.
Okay.
Snake, that region is inside the enemy's area.
Oh, that's right.
I know. Time for the real deal.
The enemy is running regular patrols. You don't know when or where you might run into them. Use camouflage prudently.
Yeah. So there's 1-0 call that unlocks after you see enemies.
Snake, camouflage uniforms alone are not enough.
I forgot for a second.
Snake, camouflage.
So we did all of his calls already, but there's one that's enemy specific.
Major,
There we go.
You said the enemy was KGB, right?
I did.
What unit are they from? The 6th Directorate?
No, the 9th Directorate.
The 9th?
Yes,
But I thought that was...
exactly. It's the unit that protects the Kremlin and provides bodyguards for high-level VIPs.
But they're assigned to protect party and government figures. I thought that only meant high-ranking officials and their families. And now they're being sent out to stand watch over a field exercise?
That's the idea.
What's really going on?
I don't know. What I do know is that the director of the 9th Directorate is a well-known protege of Khrushchev. The Premier may have wanted to assign this mission to someone he knew he could trust.
So he can't trust any other units?
Ever since the withdrawal from Cuba, Khrushchev's position has been getting weaker day by day. This secret test is an act of desperation by a cornered man. If nothing else, the completion of Sokolov's new weapon in this test should help re-establish Khrushchev's authority in Moscow.
So what you're saying is, there's also a good chance that whoever doesn't want to see that happen is going to try and interfere.
Most likely, Khrushchev must have anticipated this and sent his most loyal unit, his trump card, to make sure that all goes well.
Yeah, you're thinking of Fukushima, although there's different schools of thought about it. Whether it's, confirmed or not. People with strange fucking conspiracy theories. Like he got killed by the Yakuza or whatever, or he disappeared without trace. Or he was the mastermind behind Kojima's writing. Who knows? Fukushima was... Well, here are the facts. What I do know is that Fukushima is the reason why all the coded calls and all the extra calls and little details in the other games are so enjoyable. The facts are that he wrote those extra calls, and the facts are that as soon as he disappeared for MGS4, there were no more extra calls, no more extra frequencies to call, and things went down. And all the games that he worked on are good, and you have stuff like not just the main games, and you also have like Ghost Babel, like Acid, I think to some degree. They all have a touch of it, but some people automatically equate that to, oh, Fukushima was the fucking mastermind behind everything that kept Kojima in check, and now the games suck without him. There is, it's kind of blown out of proportion. Who knows to what degree that is, but those are simply the facts. The guy who wrote all the extra calls, everything he worked on was nice, and then as soon as he went away, MGS4 has 2 frequencies to call, and one of which is Rose. Oh man. But people tend to kind of blow it out of proportions. Who knows? Who knows? All I know is there's 2 frequencies in MGS4 after the guy disappears. That's all I can tell you. Any bridge calls?
Sokolov. You can climb up onto waist tile.
Zero's kind of useless now.
Snake, press the left stick down. Press the... Snake. When you press the...
Yeah, he's fucking useless now. Okay. So, let's do another... let's go fuck around with those guys, actually. Then we'll play around with the... Oh. Get the XM16 here. Interesting thing about the M16, since they released some Delta footage of Snake holding the M16, is that they changed the flash hider on it. Because the original here, we have the birdcage flash hider. If I can find it. But for Delta, they changed it to the 3-prong flash hider, which is more likely to have been what you would get in 1964, I guess, but not inherently wrong to have a flash hider, birdcage on the XM16, since they had both at some point. They overlapped in production, but since it was early, maybe that's why. They changed it.
Not too bad.
Let's put one of these guys. Now the real genius gun porn thing in this game is the Mark 22. The reason for the inclusion of the Mark 22, other than being a tranquilizer, but why that specific model was picked is actually genius. It's a callback to both MGS1 and 2 that most people miss because there's a completely different model of gun, right? But it's actually genius why they picked it. We'll go over it when we do the call. Right now, let me center this guy here. Maybe. Oh.
Freeze.
Don't shoot!
Oh shit.
Freeze. Freeze.
I guess I don't really give a shit about that. We can proceed to cut the rope. Whoops. You can make it really hard to cross the bridge if you cut all the ropes. You can also shoot them. But yeah, there's enemies nearby. When you do that, it just kind of triggers their animation where they slip off and die. Oh man, this guy has a radio. Okay.
Who's that?
Come on, trying to shoot your radio. Oh, that's right. In this game, they don't get up from that.
No use.
If he follows me here. Nice pea shooter. The fact that you can just stand in front of a guard on extreme like this and just... Yeah, try doing this in MGS2, see what happens. I'll just... yeah. Does he chase me on the bridge? Come on. Yeah, come on. Come on, come on, come on. No, he's just shooting his Makarov from the other side. Nice. Hey, don't make fun of him. It's really hard to shoot a handgun at this distance. It's crazy. Oh, there we go. He's coming.
Right there?
Fuck. Oh, got him. I kept missing the rope. Okay, so he doesn't go across the bridge until after he loses you. Okay, I guess that makes sense. He just shoots while he sees you. But it's kind of funny that they do it with their handgun. But it's pretty realistic, actually. It's pretty accurate. Handgun shooting at that distance, yeah, will look like that. Handguns are the hardest thing.
Freeze.
You aim and shoot properly out of all gun types. Oh shit.
Speak.
Watch out for hornets.
Yeah, this being the first game where you can hold up people to the ground, they don't get up when you get an alert. You can even, I think, you can hold up people during alerts too. Like if I have 2 of them up. Oh shit, this guy has a radio.
Who's that?
Yeah, hold on.
Radio! Brace our backup!
No radio. Ah shit, the knife is annoying. Like there's an alert going on, and I can hold them up during the alert. Yep. Yeah, it's not like that in the other games. Oh man, you know, he's only got one hand to shoot me with, so his accuracy is probably going to be even worse. Oh shit. He's not running to the other area to get backup like they would in MGS2. I can't believe he's trying to shoot me with a handgun in one hand from that distance. Come on. Oh yeah, you don't need to play the last part of the kick animation. There's a lot of animation resetting in this game with inventory. Oh fuck, he's not coming here. Oh, maybe he is. Ah, he keeps noticing the guy I put down. Maybe they'll both come here then. No, they're just gonna lose me like this. Oh, there we go. Nice. Whoops. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff you can mess around with, interact with the AI and the environment, and there's many things like this. The storage sheds, you know, making people hungry, fucking with the helicopter, fucking with the weapon storage, fucking with their food supplies. It's a lot of stuff that's just fun. Yeah. No, why would it be a kill? I didn't kill him. Gravity killed him. Oh fuck, I'm out of ammo. Finally, took him long enough. You can't completely destroy the bridge. Come on, squeeze 2 brain cells together. What happens if you destroy the bridge? What does the cutscene end happen? There is no way. Ah, fuck it. Time paradox. Even this, even destroying the ropes here, cutting off the rope, somehow it's magically fixed when we come back here with Sokolov. So maybe, who knows, just fix the whole bridge. There's a couple wooden logs used as a bridge that you can destroy. And makes it all the more unstable the more you destroy it. Oh shit. Never forget the 3DS version making you fucking balance the 3DS to get across the bridge. We must use every Nintendo gimmick as much as we can. Yep, I don't even think I could do that. I'm not looking forward to it. Yeah, are they all gone now? I think they are. Yep. Ooh, if you go in an absolutely perfect straight line, yeah, no. It's really hard to do. With all the ropes gone. Fuck. Oh, right, of course, Battle Axe. Just like Phantom Pain. You destroy the thing, they just float on it. Imagine the whole fucking cutscene taking place in mid-air. It kept trying to knife me. Alright, actually we can't go in there yet because as soon as we go there, that's when the boss stops answering. The boss just goes away when you cross this loading zone. So, whoops. Now that's a kill. In order to get a few interesting boss calls, but also have Sigint talk about the same stuff, because the game only gives you either the boss or Sigint's calls about weapons. So if you want to do both, we have to do a little trick with the continues here, where we get the call with the boss, but then we get a continue. When you get a continue, you go back to the checkpoint and the call doesn't register. It's as if nothing happened before the checkpoint. That's how checkpoints work in this game, and basically the whole series. So if you do something and you accidentally kill someone when you don't want to, or you get caught or whatever, unless you have game over in sight and you don't have time to, you can stop what you're doing, save, and reload, which will put you back at the beginning of the area. And at that point, nothing registers, as if nothing happened. It's very useful in MGS1 and MGS4, because those games are not instant fail if you get caught. In MGS2 or 3, you could have game over on sight, but if you don't, that also applies. Like, say you're doing a no alerts run, you get caught, oh shit. Unless you have game over on sight, in which case you wouldn't have time to. You could save, reload, and it's as if nothing happened. In MGS2 though, you only have 8 saves if you want to do a big boss run. So you can't just do it in every area or fuck up too many times. In MGS3, you have something crazy, like what, 25 saves. And then just one, it's even crazier. I think it's, is it 40 or 80? MGS4 just gave up and just doesn't even count your saves.
You want to save?
So in MGS4, you can literally do it in every area. Every time you load somewhere, and save, or save scum if you get caught or something. One of these days, we're gonna test that 80 thing. And MGS1.
Snake, have you heard of It Came from Outer Space?
Yeah, you told me already.
So this astronomer sees a
Who the
meteor,
hell wants to
but it's
save
really
80
an alien
times?
spaceship, right? And the aliens start replacing the townspeople with clones and forcing them to help repair the ship. The 3D effects were quite
No,
realistic.
the time resets too.
Real I can handle here in the jungle.
If you
No,
reload, that is.
Precisely because it's realistic, with the images jumping out of the screen at you. It makes for a nice escape from reality. I have to admit it made my eyes tired, but it was really intense. Unfortunately, they don't make very many of those movies anymore.
When did it come out?
I was still in college, so probably about 10 years ago.
Guess I'm out of luck then.
You know, they're coming out with household versions of video cassette recorders.
No
One day
way.
you'll be able to see old movies anytime you want. It'll be like having a movie theater in your own home.
Really?
It's like if you had a record with movie film etched onto it instead of music. It'll work the same way.
You're kidding.
No, really. And someday they might make movies where you control the characters yourself.
No.
Sounds like magic.
It'll happen. Make sure you stay alive to see it,
And
Snake.
someday, people will watch you move the characters yourself in those movies on the internet. Sounds like magic. No, the time is just another stat that resets. I could enter an area and leave my PS3 running for 24 hours and then save. And then when I reload that save, it will put me back at the beginning of the area with the time I had when I enter the area. Stats only save in between checkpoints. nothing you do is saved, including the time you spent in an area until you trigger a checkpoint. The same thing applies for time. There's a little trick in MGS4 where you can save in-game time by sacrificing real life time, because there's something with the resistance member in Act 3 where his position will be saved if you take him to a certain spot forward, but you can save and reload and your time will be back where it was when you first entered the area, but the guy's already ahead, so you can just run to where he is, and that saves a little bit of in-game time because of how the time and the stats work. Anyway, let's call the boss.
Snake,
What's up, boss?
Oh, that's right.
don't you what's up?
Good thing I got alerts.
Okay then. What is it?
I'm talking about your camouflage.
Oh,
Why
I saw
aren't you
this
using
call.
it?
Oh,
When you don't use any camouflage at all, you stick out like a sore thumb. Didn't you listen to a word I said?
well, I was listening, but
Then start
Yeah,
using
but-
your camouflage. Is that clear?
yeah.
Hold on, there's a similar call. If you have alerts in your stats at this point, if you get caught, the boss is also not gonna be happy. I thought I would have enough alerts to do it by now. Who knows how it works exactly. I just fuck around here a little bit.
Who's that?
Oh no, an alert! You could just run up to everybody if you see him in the face. Oh, there he is. Hello. Okay, now if... Well... Oh, there he is. Oh, nice. Instant headshot. And another. Haha, cool. Alright. Let's maybe get a couple more alerts. Just to make sure.
Who's that?
Oh, the evasion didn't end in time. Nice. I wonder how many alerts you need exactly for the boss to scold you. Damn it. Alright. Let's see if that does it.
What the hell have you
Yep.
been doing these past 5 years anyway?
What's with you all of a sudden?
It's like you've forgotten everything I taught you.
That's not true.
Then why do you keep getting spotted?
Because I wanted to show
You
this
keep
call.
getting spotted because your camouflage isn't effective enough and because you're not being careful enough. Pay attention to your camouflage index.
Yeah,
Watch
yeah,
how
yeah.
the enemy moves and proceed one step at a time. Is that clear? Is that clear?
Okay.
Yes, Mom.
Visibility is poor in the jungle, so you'll be finding yourself in a lot of unexpected encounters. Naturally, this means that close quarters combat will be more important.
Yeah.
You can only use CQC to... I see you're wearing the olive drab uniform. Olive drab, or OD for short, is what you might call the pre-camouflage uniform. Plain-colored OD fatigues are still worn by infantry today, but they'll be replaced sooner or later by patterned camouflage. As you can see, it's got no colors or markings on it, so of course it won't make a very effective disguise. You should change into some other type
What?
of camouflage as soon as you can. The gun you're using is a test model of a suppressor-equipped pistol currently in development
Oh,
by the
nice.
Navy that's been modified by the CIA into a tranquilizer gun. The suppressor-equipped pistol it's derived from is itself being developed for use by special forces based on the M39.
The Mark 22.
That's what they're going to call it if they decide to adopt it for official use. It uses a slide lock mechanism that will keep the firing sound down to a minimum.
But I'll have to reload it by hand every time I fire, right?
Right. You won't be able to fire multiple shots at once, so make every shot count. Aim for the enemy's vital spots. There's talk of designing the Mark 22 to accommodate special subsonic rounds. But for this mission, you'll be using specifically designed tranquilizer rounds. In a way, these tranquilizer rounds are like miniature syringes. When one of them strikes a target, the impact causes a needle contained within to shoot out. At the same time, chemicals inside the round are mixed to create a gas, which pushes the plunger and injects the tranquilizer into the target. You can knock out an enemy immediately by shooting them in the head. But if you shoot them in the arm or leg, the tranquilizing agent will take some time to set in. Aim carefully.
Hey, Missouro, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I know you've been around a while. Thank you. So here's the genius thing about this gun that probably nobody realized. This is both a callback to the M9 and the Mark 23, both at once. Kind of blew my mind when I realized it. You know how they referred to it as the hush puppy tranquilizer gun? You know, when Snake first realizes that's all he has, he says, "My only weapon is a hush puppy, Mark 22." Well, here's the thing: the slide lock mechanism and the suppressor combo that we had on the M9 in MGS2 was already called, or is also called, the Hush Puppy suppressor system, plus the slide lock thing. So, and the Mark 22 being the designation for when guns are. This is the Smith & Wesson Model 39, but with these modifications, the dollar sights, the threaded barrel, the slide lock mechanism, the suppressor, in this configuration, it's adopted as the Mark 22, which is a designation that Special Forces use for certain models of stuff, as they go through them. So this has the suppressor and slide lock from the M9, and the designation from the Mark 23, being the predecessor, the Mark 22. So it's both. It blew my mind when I realized that. It's got the designation of the Mark 23, of course being the predecessor, and the Hush Puppy stuff from the M9. So I'm like, oh, I see why now. I see why they did that. The Mark 23 being, of course, the SOCOM. In MGS 1 and 2, if you were missing a piece of information for it to make sense. It's both. It's both at once. And then MGS 4, they actually call it Mark 23. I think that flew over most people's heads, including mine, for like 20 years. And then like, oh, I see why. It took, what it really took for me to realize this, there's a Forgotten Weapons video on the Hush Puppy Beretta M9. I was like, oh, wait a fucking second, that's what the thing on the M39 was called too. So yes, it was in MGS2 already, but they didn't call it that until MGS3. Good stuff, interesting stuff. How the real life equivalent of it works with the wipes and the snap-on suppressor. It's not a threaded thing in MGS2. Well, it doesn't matter because you can't take the suppressor off in MGS2. But some of the best fucking gun Shinkawa artwork on the cover of MGS2, he actually made all that stuff on the cover of MGS2 when Snake's holding the M9. Anyway, who cares about the gun? I want the porn. How do I masturbate?
What is that you have in your hands? Honestly, when did you start reading magazines like that? Didn't I teach you how to take care of business without having to rely on that sort of thing? Anyway, I'm sure some of the enemy grunts will find that sort of magazine as appealing as you seem to. Place it on the ground and you might be able to divert their attention.
The boss invented masturbation. Of course, she taught Snake how to do it without relying on this sort of thing. The joy. No, that's why they call her the. Hold on. Hold up a minute. Damn it. Eva has a similar call later in the game where she says, "You should have just asked me to help you with that. Distracting the enemy." What did you think I meant? They mean distracting the enemy, yeah? The joy. Well, new groundbreaking discovery in the lore. Go inform Reddit. I don't know. Fuck, man.
Gross.
Are you smoking a cigar? I don't approve of you smoking during the mission.
Hey, you used to smoke them.
Never mind what I did. But that being said, cigars can be useful in a number of different ways, like getting rid of leeches.
Did you say leeches?
Yes. If a leech clamps onto you, try pressing the lit end of a cigar into it. The leech should cringe and detach itself from you. If you try to yank it off by yourself, you run the risk of it leaving its teeth inside you. With the cigar method, you won't have that problem.
Fascinating.
And unlike a cigarette, a cigar burns slowly, so you can use it in place of a torch in dark places.
That would explain everything.
But quit smoking them during the mission. Hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
If they ever do make that McDonald's Happy Meal toy equivalent of prequel with the boss during World War II, who so cool. Okay, if they ever do make that game, who knows if they'll keep this in mind. The boss apparently used to smoke cigars too. And Snake says, "Hey, you used to smoke them. Never mind what I did." Of course, and then we'll just keep making games about mentors who used to smoke, yeah? Snake's mentor, Big Boss's mentor, the boss's mentor, who also smoked cigars, probably. And they're their mentor, and then going back in time with their mentors too, until we play Metal Gear Caveman. I want fucking prehistoric mentors, Metal Gear prequels. Just keep going back in time, yeah? With more mentors. Clubs of the Patriots. They discovered fire and lit the cigar with it. At that point, it's Stone Gear. It's not Metal Gear. I don't know. Stone Gear. had to stop Liquid Stone Snake from deploying clubs all over the nation. I don't know.
I see you found yourself an RGD-5. RGD stands for Rochnaya Granata Degtyaryeva in Russian. It basically means hand grenade of the Degtyarev design. It's the standard issue blast fragmentation grenade of the Soviet Army.
It's lighter than the M26.
And it carries fewer explosives as well. But I'd say it's more or less equal to an M26 in terms of performance. Be careful though, the safety pin ring is on the opposite side. You'll be fine as long as you keep the safety lever pressed down with your finger.
I'll keep that in mind.
Right.
Blast fragmentation grenades use a combination of blast and shrapnel to kill their targets. This makes them effective against standing targets, but significantly less effective against targets lying on the ground. Remember that.
This new metal seems to be beating stone clubs everywhere. We cannot allow it to be deployed.
I see you've got the survival knife equipped. The survival knife is a necessity in the field. Press the weapon button to swing the knife. Press it repeatedly to perform a combo attack. The knife lets you kill an enemy silently, so you should find it useful when the situation
Weapon
calls
to
for
surpass
stealth.
clubs.
In addition to fighting the enemy, you can also use the knife to capture wild animals. That one knife can provide you with everything you need to survive in the field. Use it well.
Then why do we have two of them? It's kind of silly. They did away with this in MGS4, but in MGS3, Snake has two knives. It's got the CQC knife and the survival knife. Without the CQC knife, you can't CQC. Hey, what's up? Vod Loaf. This is just a highly elaborate VOD that predicted what you were gonna say. What do you think? Did we do this? Kind of a boring call compared to Siggins.
The weapon you're equipped with now is called the XM16E1. It's a new type of rifle currently being developed by the U.S. Army.
If it's still in development, then what's it doing here?
My guess is they captured it when it was being battle tested in Southeast Asia. But the one you've got there is quite a bit different from the ones I've been hearing about. For one thing, it's camo painted, and it's fitted with a 3-shot burst mechanism. It even looks like you could attach a suppressor. All of these modifications are geared towards jungle combat. This doesn't look like the work of the Soviets. My guess is they were added on site by an American gunsmith during Army field trials. Open the weapon window and press the enter button to attach or remove the suppressor. Press the action button to switch between semi-auto, full auto, and 3-shot burst modes. Make use of each of these functions as the situation warrants.
I like Siggins' call more for that. Some of the boss's calls are kind of basic. Life medicine one. Yeah, maybe we'll do some camo ones. Yeah, much better to do with Sigint.
You have some life medicine on you.
Paramedic doesn't interrupt the boss for this.
It's a recent pharmaceutical product developed by the
She wouldn't
Soviet
dare.
Union. It works with your metabolism to quickly treat wounds. If you use it, you can recover life on the spot. Try it when your life is starting to run low in battle.
When you do the life medicine call with Sigint, paramedic interrupts him every 2 seconds, but she wouldn't dare with the boss, I guess.
Those things you're wearing, those are...
Thermal goggles. Some kind of electronic gadget that shows the distribution of heat sources in image form.
I know they're based on the same principle behind the FLIR system on gunships, but to think they actually made it small enough to carry with you.
They're not just making good rockets, huh? Never underestimate the power of Soviet science.
Tell me about it. In any case, those thermal goggles should allow you to easily see through enemy camouflage and spot traps. Just don't leave them on for too long, or you'll drain the batteries.
Oh yeah, the scope call is definitely another one you gotta do with SIGINT and Zero. Kind of unique, where Zero has something to say about an item. Wait, you're not the boss.
I see you're using binoculars. The ones you've got are a high-performance military model equipped with a zoom function.
Yeah, they give me a flat image across the entire viewing range.
They're completely waterproof and highly shock and flame resistant. You won't need to worry about them breaking. Scouting is key during a sneaking mission. If you can determine enemy positions and the lay of the land from a distance, it'll make your job that much easier. Use them wisely. I see you're wearing the black camouflage. People tend to associate black camo with night operations, but that's not always the case. Wearing all black when you're out in the forest at night makes your silhouette darker and more prominent, and you end up standing out instead. To get the most out of your camouflage, it's essential to choose a pattern that matches your surroundings, even at night. Don't forget that.
Yep, that's actually interesting. The black camo, dark camo isn't necessarily best at night. And then it actually is in the game. They don't take that into
I see
account.
you're wearing the tiger stripe camouflage. The tiger stripe pattern has been in use since 1959 among the South Vietnamese Marine Corps. But the pattern originated with the French. It's said that it developed out of the brushstroke pattern, also known as lizard camouflage. It provides some cover in trees and grass, but it's especially effective in earth and mud environments. You should find it useful when you're concealing yourself by crawling on the ground.
So like always. People back in the day playing this game by crawling everywhere, looking at the camo index, and as soon as the camo index changes, go back in the menu, page back. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, I actually went up here. But wait. Leaf. It's +5. Ugh. God. Okay. Oh, damn it. It changed again. Ah. Okay. Change again. When you... Well, I guess once you're familiar enough with the game, the truth is that it doesn't really matter that much. But I can see why. I mean, I fell for it too back in the day. And it seems like they're making it better for people to fall into with Delta. Yeah, with the quick camo switching on screen. However they plan to do that. But, yeah. Oh my god, that's right. I made the process too quickly. Yep. There we go. There's face paint too. Actually, what? The starting thing, because it matters in the next area. And the whole survival thing as a whole, yeah, not just the camo switching, the stamina management, the food eating, the aiming, the medical equipment that you have, the injuries you have to treat. Unfortunately, like, it's not really that prominent of a feature in the game. Like, yeah, now I know the game well, so I understand that people who might be less familiar with it might maybe run into it a little bit more often, but still, it's way out of proportion to what they maybe thought it would be. Like, to give you an example, to get a cold in MGS3, you need to spend 30 minutes in a swamp. In the water. Who the fuck spends 30 minutes swimming in the swamp naked, I think. Like, like the number of injuries, for another example, the number of injuries that you would have to get to change Volgan's lines when you get captured and he looks at Snake's body. It's just kind of insane. It's like 40 or something. And then there's just food everywhere, medicine everywhere. Most injuries heal by themselves. And the camo index, you don't always need the best camo index in every terrain. Like it's overdone a little bit. Just the way camo index works with enemies too. It's like, yeah, it's a cool concept. But just the numbers behind it are kind of crazy. What happens when you have like 95% camo index? Like, I could understand if they made it so that you have to really stay still and really be far enough away from the enemy. Then yeah, I could understand that. But it's just it just blows everything out of proportion a little bit. It's not that big a deal having to eat and having to change, which is a good thing ultimately for the game, because it means you don't have to fucking go in the menu every 2 seconds. It's one of the things people kind of complain about. Ooh, the menus. Yeah, I have to go in the menu all the time. You actually kind of don't. It's kind of like maybe for weapons. It's the one reason to go in the menu. Change maybe twice in the whole game. Eat twice in the whole game. If you're just playing casually, maybe a little bit more. If you're playing efficiently, definitely not that much. What am I doing here? Call the boss some more.
I see you're not wearing any face paint. Selecting no paint for face under camouflage lets you remove your face paint. But without face paint, your camouflage alone won't be sufficient.
I highly suggest, if you want to go back to this game, by just focusing on getting through things without changing every 2 seconds, or eating every 2 seconds, or looting every item from every guard, or every, I don't know, it's just something satisfying about just barely making it through, if that makes any sense, at least to me. Just barely enough camo index to make it through, just barely enough ammo to make it through, just the resources. It's kind of the opposite of hoarding items for, in case I might need it later in the game, and then you never end up using it. I think that's what prompted me to do it that way. Yeah, kind of like how ammo is managed in survival horror games to a degree. Yeah, you're just barely doing it. This game really lends itself well to those kind of challenges. No camo, CQC only, no tranquilizer, or tuxedo only. I don't know. Yeah, to me it's not satisfying to end up with unused resources at the end of it. I don't know, this is something about it. Let me save all these elixirs in case I need them later in the game. Never happens.
Normally, you would ask a fellow soldier how well your camouflage is working. But this is a solo sneaking mission, so nobody out there is on your side. You have to determine how well your camouflage is working by yourself.
Yeah, I know.
Don't worry, that's what the camo index is for. The camo index tells you how well you've imitated the surroundings.
Yeah, well, we don't have that anymore in the later
In my
games.
day, I did my share of sneaking into enemy territory.
You mean since World War II?
Yeah, mostly snatch missions.
Snatch mission. That's where you abduct an enemy officer without killing him, right?
Right. That's where I got the original idea for CQC. In a snatch mission, taking out the target's escorts by shooting them is not an option. If the enemy hears the gunshot, they'll know there's an intruder and tighten security. And the target will sense danger and try to get away.
You needed a way to take out the guards and secure the target without making a sound.
That was the idea. The CQC style that you and I developed is based on the techniques I cultivated during those missions. So...
First time I've heard this.
Huh?
You've never told me any of this before.
I didn't?
No. Why?
Hmm.
Why didn't you tell me this before? Why now?
I have my reasons. This is a solo sneaking mission. There's no one out there to support you. You'll need to be more than just a soldier. You'll have to be a medic, a pilot, and even a cook.
You don't need to remind me.
I'm glad to hear
Not a
that.
medic,
Glad to hear
please.
what?
That you
No.
haven't changed a bit. The truth is, you're nervous, aren't you?
I'm not nervous.
There's no need to be embarrassed. No one's ever attempted a mission like this before. In fact, you might say that getting nervous is the natural way to react. Relax. That's why you have the survival viewer. The survival viewer contains everything you'll need to stay alive in the field. Use camouflage to change your camouflage, backpack to select a weapon, food to eat, and cure to heal yourself. The map option lets you view the map, and the options function lets you change the settings.
Okay. Hey, Sai, thank you so much for 106 months. Hey, good to see you.
Choose battle fatigues that match the surrounding environment.
No, just so you can see everyone in the face.
It takes more than
In the
just
balls.
clothes to make a good disguise. To camouflage yourself effectively, you'll need to wear face paint. Face paint is camouflage applied to the face. Bare skin sticks out like a sore thumb in the jungle, so always protect yourself with face paint. Open a...
Hey.
Hunters have known about camouflage since ancient times. But it's only quite
Yeah,
recently,
man.
since the
I've been
19th
meaning
century,
to
that it's been applied to
ask you
military
about that,
purposes.
actually.
The first
That's so
camouflage
funny
used
that
in the
we
military was a
we met
solid
there,
colored
but
uniform
like
designed
we
to
weren't
blend
like
in with the battlefield.
connected.
It was really more of a protective coloring.
I'm
than
glad you found
camouflage.
your way there somehow, man.
Camouflage in the
You could have told me
modern
about it.
century wasn't introduced until the First World War. During that war, weapons such as aircraft, cannon, and warships were painted in camouflage colors. But it was almost never used to disguise individual soldiers. The widespread use of camouflage began in World War II. The Germans and the Russians in particular made active use of it in battle. Nowadays, with the Cold War raging, the Eastern Bloc has been hard at work developing all sorts of camouflage patterns. In the West, the French implemented it in their paratrooper corps, and SAS during the Wars of Independence in Indochina.
I never saw it used in Korea, though.
America has lagged behind other countries in incorporating camouflage. They're only just beginning to consider introducing it into certain units.
Why is that?
Apparently, there are those in the U.S. military who consider camouflage too passive a technique.
Morons.
You're telling me. But now more and more people are beginning to appreciate how useful and important camouflage can be. I'm sure the brass will see the light soon enough.
The real Americans don't hide. But it's not in the US though, it's in California. Yeah, it's like US light. It's a nerfed US experience. Yeah, it sucks. I had to drive. California, US, it's like Timo US.
To place a weapon on... The sooner you... When you aim your handgun and...
Wait.
Stalking is a movement technique that...
Yeah.
In the jungle, it's absolutely crucial to keep your position
It was just
secret.
smell call.
Sometimes even the smallest sound can be enough to give your position away and get... You'll have to make sure your equipment don't make noise bumping around. Use tape to secure metal objects and other items that lead to produce noise. After you your gear, jump up and down to see whether it makes
Hopefully it'll be August.
I remember the drill.
Select map.
Sniff.
Keep in mind that your weapons and equipment each have their own weight.
Give me the sniffer call.
There is one weapon greater than any other in battle. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Parts.
What?
Do we have to go through this again?
Yes,
Will. An unflinching will to survive no matter what.
exactly. The will to carry out your mission and return home alive will see you through even the most desperate of situations. It's the most potent weapon in your arsenal. Don't forget that, no matter what. Treetops, bushes, hollow logs. There are plenty of places in nature you can use to hide yourself. If you want to survive in the jungle,
there we go.
you're going to need to hone all of your senses. An unnatural movement in the undergrowth, a tiny shadow peeking out through the trees in the distance. Always keep an eye out for any signs of the enemy's presence. Your sense of hearing is equally important. Visibility is poor in the jungle, so you've got to learn to pick up the enemy's presence from the sounds you hear around you. Always be listening for that one snap of a twig among the chirping of the birds and the babbling of the brooks. Your sense of smell is also important. Body odor, sweat, gunpowder, food. These faint smells wafting in the wind will tell you where the enemy...
No.
No?
I can't smell.
You? What now?
I can't smell.
Not at all.
Nope.
Not even a little bit.
Not a thing.
Oh. Well then, you'll just have to trust in your instincts as a gamer.
Oh, that's why. So even with the extremely obvious reference at the end there, people didn't play MGS1, I don't know. Directed at the player, of course. And MGS1 you have a solid master. It says, trust your instincts as a soldier, as a gamer. Of course, they're talking about the fact that we can see the game, we can hear the game, but we can smell the game. Despite both Kojima and Sony separately at different times expressing the interest in implementing some sort of olfactory device. Olfactory fucking controller sensors, vials, I don't know, to implement smell in games. Just think about it. You have to probably buy some sort of recharge powder gas vial thing for it to combine and make different smells. I think no, Kojima and Sony completely separately, different times and different occasions, both brought it up. So who knows? Maybe one day. There's some people who, even with the extremely obvious reference there, still think that it's just, oh, canonically, Big Boss can't smell. Yeah. No. These people fail to see the games constantly permeating between the real world and the game world and treating them as one as the same. It's a simple fourth wall thing here, but it could be easily misconstrued as Big Boss not being able to smell canonically. Yeah. And this is a pretty obvious and extreme example of it, but people also do it for other things that are not as obvious. Yeah. Just you're mentally confining yourself to the game world and universe and trying to apply some real life logic to it. What might have happened, or could have been. It's not. Usually if they want you to notice something like that, they would hint at it or show it to you or talk about it in some way. Anyway, this is a broader subject, but that's a pretty good example of it. Oh yeah, like maybe this thing happened behind the scenes because we're not told. Like, I don't know, yeah. Let's see. Enemies have smell in MGS4. They can smell your cigarette smoke, or if you stink. And then What other references to smell are there? Unfortunately, the one that comes to mind is fucking Phantom Pain, Shining Lights. And Big Medic talking about smelling the thing through the mask. Smell. Which means, of course, they did away with it, because, yeah, it's a different person, but it's still supposed to be the player. Where else do we smell things? I can't think of. I guess the fly camel, yeah. It's referenced that it smells bad. It's not really that the enemies can smell you in MGS3 though. They react to it when they try to get in close combat, and it just triggers an animation. Or it's the same as the coolant animation in MGS2, but yeah, you could say that they can smell it, but they don't really have a smelling mechanic for much else. It just triggers the coolant animation when they get close. Hey, that's a good one, yeah, I guess, yeah. The coolant camo. Snake and MGS4 talking about it's not just the guards that smell your smoke and you stink. I think, well, when you get in the dumpster, Snake describes it in detail. Anyway, we'll do those later. Trying to think if there's any more boss calls. Let's see.
If you rapid
She has a lot of tutorial stuff
equipment captured in the field often needs to be fixed or
and some
have its
flavor
parts
stuff.
replaced before it can be used. But you won't need to worry about that in this mission,
Why's that?
because your adversaries are highly trained professionals. They'll no doubt have made sure their reserve gear is in working condition.
So in other words, I can use the stuff I pick up right away?
Right. One more thing. When you pick up a new item, don't forget to read its description in the window.
A lot of people do. How do I use rations? How do I put on suppressors? Yeah, new PS Sony controller sensor that you have to plug into your crotch and your armpits to detect if you're showered.
You said the enemy is equipped with AK-47s, didn't you? The AK-47 is the official assault rifle of the Soviet Army. It's employed not only by the Soviets, but throughout the entire Eastern Bloc.
New breed of
It
gaming.
uses 7.62 millimeter by 39 ammunitions, with a magazine capacity of 30 rounds. The AK is reliable, precise, powerful, and easy to handle. In short, one of the best assault rifles there is. Don't even think about getting
That's
into
what
a
the boss
one-man
defects.
firefight against an enemy unit equipped with AKs. Avoid battle as much as possible. Are we clear?
Trust me, nobody wants to smell each other over games and internet.
You mentioned the enemy was also carrying grenades, correct? Those grenades are RGD-5s, the standard blast fragmentation grenade of the Soviet Army. You can protect yourself from a large part of the blast and shrapnel from a grenade by lying flat on the ground. If someone throws a grenade at you and you sense that you can't get away in time, get into a crawl position. It should reduce the damage to a minimum. When you see an enemy, the first thing to do is heal yourself and watch what he's doing. If you make any sudden moves, your camo index will decrease, and there's a good chance the enemy
Yeah,
will catch
D-Horse
that.
emote.
And don't start to panic just because
Would
an
make
enemy is
sense.
acting like he knows you're there. It doesn't necessarily mean he's figured out exactly where you are. As long as you hide someplace like the bushes and stay perfectly still, you'll usually come out all right. Stay calm, keep a grip on the situation, and use clear judgment. Got it?
Yeah, you would have to recharge it with some scent cartridges in some way. Probably multiple ones to combine them to create different scents. Because until we invent actual teleportation, like as far as I understand it, smell is just actual particles of things in the air. So you would need to physically have whatever it is you're smelling in front of it for it to give off whatever particles, right? So you're talking about teleporting matter, albeit in small quantities, to implement the smell. Nah, scent cartridge to to play a game. The phantom pain would come with poop smell.
Your ultimate objective in this mission is to find Sokolov and get him to safety, not to slaughter the enemy.
So basically, I should avoid getting into battles, right?
And then it's like printers where you need the one scent to have the other.
To scatter the enemy's numbers and positions. That's what your binoculars are for.
Yeah. It's like the printer ink that's missing one color and it doesn't let you print in black and white. You can't smell this game until you can't smell the shit until you have the flowers.
Tell me, what's the advantage of a solo sneaking mission?
It's easier to go in undetected than with a group.
Exactly. And therein lies the entire reasoning behind this virtuous mission. This mission into Soviet territory is a violation of international law. If this gets out to the public, we'll be faced with an international crisis even greater than the one 4 years ago.
4 years ago, the U-2 crash.
Failure is not an option.
Not a problem. I'll get Sokolov out without them ever knowing I was here.
Your objective in this mission isn't to get into fights. But if you're faced with a situation where you have no choice but to get rid of an enemy, attack him from behind. If you use stalking to sneak up behind an enemy and take him out in one strike, the other enemies probably won't even notice. If it doesn't look like you'll be able to sneak up from behind, wait for him to come toward you. Either figure out the enemy's patrol route and get there before he does, or make a sound or throw something to get his attention. And if he does spot you, don't hesitate. Take him out before he has a chance to alert his comrades to your presence. Got it?
And at that point, if you're implanting brain chips to simulate senses, you might as well do it for everything. You know, that's what VR should have been, not fucking strapping a screen to your eyes. No. Actual brain chips to stimulate the senses directly.
Enemies pose a greater threat when they patrol in squads. The members of a squad are constantly watching out for each other.
Although, yeah, it
making
gets
difficult to take
questionable
them out without being noticed.
after
If
that.
you absolutely have to attack a squad, use CQC or a gun equipped with a suppressor and start with the last one in line.
Okay.
A tactical reload is a change
Ah, here
of
we go.
magazines carried out before the bullets in the magazine are completely used up. It keeps you from running out of bullets near your enemies, so that you can keep up your level of firepower, and you will always have a bullet in your chamber. The trick is, don't lower
Really?
your gun or your line
Business
of sight
meetings?
while reloading. Keep your line of sight up and concentrate on your surroundings while...
Oh yeah, tactical reload is a legitimate strategy that the boss tells you about. It's also in the game tutorial menu, in the main menu. So it's also useful to, well, we don't have enough ammo for another magazine here, but it's useful to shoot the tranquilizer faster. And it's very useful for the RPG later in the game. Yeah, sometimes people accuse me of abusing the game mechanics or glitching or cheating or whatever, making the Shagohod fight trivial, but no, man, the game tells you to do that. It's interesting. It's just sort of something they did away with starting with MGS4. MGS4 will kind of cancel the tranquilizer animation. It doesn't replenish the ammo in the magazine, and I don't really mind it being gone. You know, the more the games came out with Peace Walker, the inventory doesn't freeze time, and the animations are kind of forced on you to reload and do stuff. I can appreciate that, especially since there's all the online to it, like versus ops, MGO2 even, you know, single player tricks don't work because of that. But I do miss the inventory being on the shoulder buttons. And little tricks you can do in MGS2 and especially MGS3. Now, I don't think that's the kind of thing that will be in Delta. You know, MGO1 actually had this problem. People fucking pumping the shotgun like that, like instead of reloading it normally. MGO1 was very much experimental in a way. They didn't really have those countermeasures. So, yeah. Animation canceling was a thing in MGO1 apparently. It's too bad. The shotgun is actually the next area when the boss disappears. Well, yeah, the magazine capacity changing actually mattering more. Yeah, that's a nice thing about it. But there's other things like the penetration and recoil, to a tiny degree the weight, although the weight doesn't really do much. Technically, we did get that weight call where they warn you that if you're carrying too much weight, you know, your stamina drops faster. Same thing in MGS4, but it's a nothing burger basically. It's just irrelevant. I think.
Your objective is
Yep, she's repeating stuff now.
select
That should be it for her. We have some
your ultimate
camo and item calls, but
the woodland.
oh wait. How could I forget? You're naked. Yeah, tactical reload. They suggest doing that both MGS2 and 3. Legitimate
Snake, did you take
strategy.
Off your uniform?
Yeah,
What's the matter?
just needed to loosen up.
I know there's a naked option under uniform in the camouflage window that lets you take off your uniform. But without a uniform on, your camo index will remain low, and you'll burn through your stamina more quickly. So stop acting like a fool and put some camouflage on now. Did you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, Mom. I don't know, it's one of the most rewarding things in MGS3 though, and going crazy with the tactical reloads and the animation reset. Yeah, it was directly proportionally rewarding to how good or bad you are at it. It's pretty satisfying to do. Like I do it for the pain, for the Shagohod. And or like in an emergency situation, if somebody's about to see me, you just pop 3 tranquilizers in them real quick. You kind of earned it at that point, you know, if you could do it that way. Yeah, these are not too interesting calls. Alright, fuck it. Now that we did all these calls with the boss, go by. Nice. Now we can, it's as if nothing happened because checkpoint took me back, and this way we'll be able to get the calls with Sigint about the same weapons and stuff.
You want to save? Hold on a sec.
Oh, dude. Another save call. Yeah, I was kind of fucking around with the fake death build there, the animation that makes you fall forward. It prevents the default animation for falling off and dying. That's like a scripted cinematic one. Yeah, and it goes all the way down there. The splash is there because you can also throw enemies, I guess, down there. Yeah. But yeah, it works. To be fair, Splash is there in the fake water too in Phantom Pain.
When they arrive, they meet the survivor of the last expedition, Dr. Morbius. Dr. Morbius was exploring the planet along with his daughter Altera and the versatile Robbie the robot. Ignoring the doctor's warnings, the
It's like
expedition
the only thing that water has is Splash.
The special effects they use for the science stuff are really neat. I wish I had a robot like Robbie that could make anything I wanted it to.
I'm more interested in that invisible monster. If I were invisible, I wouldn't have to bother hiding or wearing camouflage.
Maybe someday you'll be able to turn invisible.
Yeah, that'll be the day.
The stealth camo in this game is another time paradox. Yeah, Otacon invented it, but somehow it's here. Oh man. Alright, we got some more shenanigans in the next area. We'll clear it and then we'll mess around with Sokolov a little bit. Good thing I actually kept some ammo. Wait a minute, did I do all these food calls? Yes. There's not that much food in the virtuous mission. These freaking mushrooms always mess me up. Because they have a call about them. They're everywhere. I don't think there's a single area in the jungle that doesn't have these mushrooms. So it's easy to accidentally trigger a paramedic's call about it if you're not careful. But if you wait until you meet Granin, the call will change. That's a bit annoying trying to get the call after Granin shows up. I don't know, I haven't fucked around the fake death pill too much. I know it's a way to skip the pain and lower difficulties.
Major, I've reached the abandoned factory where Sokolov is supposedly being held. This place is a
The taste thing is acquired taste in this game, but it doesn't really... It gives you a little bit more stamina once you've eaten enough of something.
The security is pretty tight.
But Snake still doesn't like it. Doesn't change what he says.
There are sentries posted around the perimeter.
I already got the XM16, yeah. It's under the bridge in the Virtuous mission, not the Snake Eater mission.
Your objective, Sokolov, is inside the factory. They should be holding him in a room in the northeast section.
Northeast section. Got it.
Be careful. Your mission
There's this
is to bring
bug here where
Sokolov back alive.
Zero looks to the
Do
side.
not be
It
exposed
defaults to
any
his
kind of
profile.
danger. Do not approach Sokolov while in the alert phase.
Right.
Oh, and one more thing, Snake.
You mean there's more?
No, it's just that when you get to Sokolov, I want you to tell him something from me.
And that is?
Sorry for being so late.
Is that all?
Yes.
Understood. Beginning my approach to the target.
And there's two ways to get the stealth cam in this game. Get all the frogs or finish the game with no alerts. Let this guy notice me here. So he comes close. This factory thing always confused me because it's already in ruins. Yeah, and then it gets nuked and it's maybe a little bit more polluted, but it's the same. Like, what the hell? That CQC range, man. It's insane. I forgot to mention the CQC range in this game. Your CQC range is more than the guard's hearing range for footsteps. It's actually crazy.
What's wrong?
Like, you can CQC them before they hear your footsteps running at full speed at them. But you don't even need to do that because even if they do hear you, they take a minute, or not a minute, they take like a half a second to alert between when they see you and when they alert. And then you got this stuff where you sidestep, and you're in front of an enemy, and your hitbox doesn't move. And in just 1 and 2 it did. In this game, I can sidestep, and he won't see me, even though I'm in front of him. What's up? And let's put all these fools down for good. Should I leave some of them alive? Oh, there's one in the back there, actually. It's still alive. And one here, too. Yeah, we're just gonna clear this area because... Nice. Hey. Look. There we go. So another thing that they fucking ruined is the knife stabbing in the Master Collection, of course. Depends on pressure sensitivity, so you can kiss it goodbye. Oh, I actually did it. I was giving him an extra second. To see how there's that pause there between when he sees me and the alert. Maybe Heaven's Door. You guys just really want to fuck with the fake death bill, huh? Tiptoeing also doesn't expose you. Nice. Alright. I think that's everybody. We should be clear now. So I'm gonna trigger the checkpoint because the next thing I'm gonna do. Actually, let me prepare my inventory first. We want the snake. And what else do I have? Ah, perfect. I have a couple birds too. And then grenades, magazine. Just random shit to throw in there. Okay. Oh. I have a whole lot of stuff to wear. Because we picked I Like MGS2. Picking I Like MGS3 also gives you some extra stuff, some extra camos. They're actually really broken. Okay, I think we're good here. I don't know, I feel like it's something I would have heard about. Mostly from Apache, because, yeah, he knows the shit. What the speedrunners do. That's how I know that they use, I think, 2 fake death pills to skip the pain. You can sort of fake death past his loading zone with 2 of them or something like that. So they probably already fucked with it pretty much everywhere to see what you can and can't skip. Who knows? Maybe there's some funny stuff there. Yeah, the ladder thing. I think that only works when you reload, though. I think it's a multi-segment thing. Oh shit! Oh man, good thing no, I didn't. What? I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. Reload. Good thing we saved earlier. I just autopiloted it to Sokolov now. We got shit to do. Yeah, we saved not too long ago. Point games. Yep, that'll do. We're probably gonna redo the whole fucking virtuous mission anyway to get the washing machine call. Which, if you're just going for the end, it takes 5 minutes. Alright, we'll just go there again. Oh man, I had to clear that area again. That sucks. I didn't save after. I did a checkpoint, but I didn't save. Damn it.
That's tasty.
Okay. Damn bridge. And I had everything prepped, and then I went to Sokolov anyway. Cheers, Gary. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, I guess we'll just do it again. This guy's noticing me. They're actually help. It helps move them out of the way. They're going down the steps there. Wait for him to turn.
What's wrong?
Come on, hurry up. Fuck, I might as well kill him now. Alright. Good thing you didn't have a radio. What the heck? Hip fire. Ah, that didn't get him. Who else? Oh. That might be it. Oh no, that guy's still alive. Here's a simple action that you cannot perform on the Master Collection. What's that? You want to aim, first person, and go down the sights and zoom in? Yeah, probably drop some frames there. And then you want to fire one round at a time while you do that. Yeah, try doing that in the Master Collection, see what happens. Ugh. Now, what ends up happening in the Master Collection is that it does this. Because you don't have the pressure sensitivity. So actually it doesn't do this, it does this. One round at a time, only having the gun up for the shooting animation. So you can't fucking use the sights. You have to like eyeball it every time you fire. Yep. These are PS2 games. No matter how you twist it. Anyway, alright. Shit, I forgot to prep the inventory this time, but that's okay. Because we're going back there. The nozzle of the gun. What? You mean the muzzle? Nah, I don't need to save. I'm not gonna go there again accidentally. That would be silly of me. Put the knife away. Either they didn't realize or didn't give a shit. I don't know. They just couldn't find a good way around it. I don't know. Alright. Let's go fuck with Sokolov a little bit. I could have put on the mask too, but that's okay. Well, let me present to you Exhibit A. Hold up mission in MGS2. MGS1 Snake hold up mission number 7 in MGS2 VR. Go do that one in the Master Collection, see what happens. So, actually, I am gonna go back there, but with the Rykov mask, the cutscene won't trigger, of course. Huh.
Snake, when you meet
Yeah, the
Sokolov,
patches don't do
go
shit
in
for the
wearing
controls,
that
even though you
mask.
can remap them.
Why?
He won't like it.
Won't like it?
No.
Why not?
Just trust me, he won't.
Of course you won't like it.
You'll need Sokolov's full cooperation to complete this mission successfully. Don't do anything to make him lose confidence in you. When you go in to meet Sokolov, make sure you remove your disguise. Got it?
Nobody likes that face. Not Zero, not Sokolov, not Eva.
Go away.
He knows.
I will never give it to you. Vulcan sent you, didn't he? Go away. I will never give it to you.
Alright then. Here, have a Cuervo. Oh, have a Snake.
Please stop. Get off me! Get it off me!
We're supposed to believe that the Snake got on top of Sokolov, but if we look inside, you see that the Snake is just chilling there. There is no Sokolov model in there, but of course, this was the original camera for this area, you would not have been able to see inside there all the way. Or maybe from here? Not really. Original camera. The birds. Oh yeah, we can freak them out here in all sort of ways. You can't go in first person on the ladder. The ladder animation is automatic in this game. Once you start it, Snake climbs all the way up. You can't stop halfway. Well, of course, except for the classic Snake Eater ladder. That ladder is, you gotta keep going up. That's right. And besides, this is the original camera for here, so yeah. Yeah, we can throw other shit in there. I mean, it's just sound effects. You're supposed to believe that he's in there, but there's no character model because you wouldn't be able to see in there normally. The stun grenade is gonna kill those birds inside. Oh hey, that one survived. We killed one snake and one bird, I think. Oh, there they are, those two items in there. I don't know how that one survived. Yeah, that's dead. My hearing is gone. Oh. Well, there's one more grenade we can throw in there. What do you know? This one's not too healthy for him. So, of course, when you throw a frag grenade in there, he dead. But listen to this.
Snake, what have you done? You changed the future. You've created a time paradox.
None other than Colonel Campbell comes from the future to tell you about the time paradox. And would you believe that some people use this as an excuse or as a proof that, oh my god, MGS3 must be VR. Campbell is watching the whole time. No, the truth is, this is a little reference that got lost in translation. Because in Japanese, Colonel Campbell's voice actor also dubs Emmett Brown in the Back to the Future movies. So, when they saw that that was the voice actor, Time Raiden. So when they saw that Colonel Campbell's voice was here for the time paradox, they were like, okay, it's Colonel Campbell. Let's put him in the game. But it's not a Campbell reference. It's a Back to the Future reference with the whole time paradox thing. Of course, they just happen to be the same voice actor in Japanese, because obviously the movies had to be dubbed in Japanese. So it works. Because, Campbell's voice actor also had to do work with Snake versus Monkey, where there's a whole conversation opening to it. And Snake versus Monkey is actually not Naked Snake, it's Solid Snake in MGS3's engine. Yeah, there's also the AI voice filter thing on it. Maybe, crooked, fat fucking chance that would happen, though. You know? Because you might find to get actors and celebrities didn't work out so well, and then MGS3, where already got rid of Hater and wanted to get Kurt Russell to voice Snake. To re-audition for MGS3. Yep. What? What are you talking about, sax pain? Kind of looks like Big Boss. I don't know. What face? I guess we'll do the thing here. Well, we can do it. Oh, no, model. It's the same model as Big Boss. They're supposed to look the same. It's just different, you know, art direction and models and engine and Technologies 3, but it was just a naked Snake model with Nana camo and his. They didn't go too deep into it, but from the call with Campbell at the beginning, it's clear that it's Solid Snake. It's not Naked Snake in the Snake versus Monkey. The kick doesn't destroy glass. Shit game. Okay. Think. Oh yeah, I was gonna do the thing with the sorrow. Now I was talking about how the boss doesn't answer once you enter this area. So and this is when they lose contact with the boss. What gives it away? I mean, having ears tends to give it away. If you listen to it, it's an unfortunate side effect of having ears. just listen to it, man. The Snake versus Monkey call when you first start it. So here's the other thing. The boss doesn't answer here, but if we do it enough times, because it's Campbell, and because they talk about Otacon and his friends. Campbell's age and Snake's lines about Otacon. Of course it's Solid Snake. And then he talks about taking out Metal Gears. Big Boss doesn't even know what the fuck a Metal Gear is at this point. He's like, I'm taking out any Metal Gears. Oh, isn't that guy Otacon's friend? Simply don't exist yet. Neither do frames, apparently. And then the little Splinter Cell and Siphon Filter reference in that call, too. To get Gabe or Sam to do it. So this call is a bit of a pain in the ass to get, but eventually somebody will answer. Hold on, because it probably did the thing where it stopped dropping frames, but it still needs a reset. Actually, no, I reset it in a dumb way. Hold on, guys. Be cool? Now, natural causes donated $10. Actually, good thing you brought that up because it reminded me of another retcon in the Phantom Pain. Thank you for dollars to kill the end of old age. Of natural causes, rather, right? Unfortunately, they retconned the shit out of the end, and he's now the source of all parasites and phantom pain. Including the parasites that do not let Code Talker die of old age or need to eat. You know? So how can the end die of old age if he's got parasites that sustain him? Come on. Replace all the organs and whatever the fuck. Of course, that was a retcon. That's just phantom pain nonsense. Don't take it seriously. But they really nullify the fucking old age thing with that lore and Code Talker. I don't know. I don't know. He's really not that old, and considering the parasites would keep him indefinitely. Yeah, good shit. Let's try to get this freaking call here with the Sorrow. How can he only die in 1 week? Okay, viewer. Skullface shared poop with Code Talker. Hold on. It's gonna take me a second to wrap my head around that one. Snake inhaled some of the end and pooped them out. So Skullface picked up the poop and then gave it to Code Talker. Oh, okay. No, but they specifically mentioned they scoop them up after the because that's the other thing that completely makes it stupid, right? The micro bombs that are specifically there to prevent exactly that, the cobras leaving their bodies behind. But now they just scoop them up with a little spoon, I don't know, little pieces of the end, and get the parasites off of him. Sure. What the fuck am I reading? Is right. Usually you'd be crazy to do this. Normally when somebody doesn't respond, it just never works. You don't need to keep calling them. But here, eventually, I don't know, based on what the fuck, sometimes it's a pain to get. Pooper scoopers. Yeah, they also justify the pain with parasites. Strangely, only the pain and the end. The pain had 2 parasites. One that supplies adrenaline in response to pain, and one that lets him control hornets with pheromones. Like, okay. I wouldn't be doing this if there wasn't something. Eventually. Don't worry. The fear is just weirdo, I don't know. The Fury is just angry. Fucking hell, man. I'm sure this has something to do with the game loading a unique call when you close and reopen, but let me see, how did I do it last time?
The gauge below your life gauge is your stamina gauge.
Yep, it is. Okay.
Eat food to recover stamina.
No shit. Okay. Hey, look, thank you so much for the $5. Let's add that to Snipe Early. Glad you joined the Subathon. I promise there's a call here. It's just a pain in the ass to get. And now I've done it here, and I've done it after the cutscene when you're right next to the Sorrow. You know, during the Cure menu event. I've done it here though as well. A Phantom Pain. What? Sniper Lee gets $5. I haven't done it here in a while. It seems like maybe it would be more appropriate to do it right next to the sorrow. Dude. Son of a...
Snake, do you see the door there?
Yeah, it's a swinging door.
Opening a swinging door is a bit different from opening the doors that you got used to during training. To open doors, generally you can just use the left stick to move towards the door.
Nice
This way you
re-recorded
use your
line.
body to push the door open. To open a door without creating any noise, move the left stick slightly. So, when you're concerned about alerting enemies on the inside of a room of your presence, open the door slowly and slip right in. If you use large motions of the left stick and run towards a door, you'll burst through it. The sound of the door opening will surely be heard by your enemies, but it allows for a fast entrance. When you want to jump right in and take care of business, running is the way to do it. Stand in front of a door in first-person view and use the left and right step buttons against the door. This will gradually open the door and allow you to glimpse inside. Use this technique when you want to check what's happening on the other side.
It's actually cool. So you can sidestep into the door and it peeks in, but you can't do it with this one because it's locked unless you're in the cutscene. So you can't even get to it, or if you do, it's just locked with the. You would have to get to it with the mask. So they tell you about it here, but you can't really test it out here. Let's try getting the sorrow on the line. Asshole. Why would there be parasites in Peace Walker? My brother in Christ, why? You think Peace Walker's parasites? Come on, man. No. Please. Son of a bitch. The sorrow is just fapping in the afterlife. Oh, I didn't even read that. Meta gene? What? Okay, we'll give it another couple minutes, and if he's an apple, we'll do it later after the cutscene.
Boss?
Sorrow. There we go. We got it. Holy shit. Meta from Portable Ops. Alright, so you can't really hear it too clearly there, but the sorrow picks up for a second if you keep calling the boss like that. It's kind of cool. And the one round we use in the cutscene, perfect.
You must be Sokolov.
Are you one of Volgin's men? You'll never get it from me.
No. I'm a CIA agent. I've come to escort you back to the other side of the Iron Curtain.
You're CIA?
Yeah. I was sent by Major Zero, the man who got you out 2 years ago.
Zero?
I have a message from him.
What is it?
He said to tell you sorry for being so late.
Did he now?
What does it mean?
It means he's a man of his word. But we've got no time for this. You have to get me out of here before they arrive.
Who's they?
Colonel Volgin of Gru. You in the West know him as Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt? Never heard of him.
He's a member of the Army's extremist faction, a man who seeks to seize control of the motherland. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis 2 years ago, Khrushchev has been pursuing a policy of peaceful coexistence with the West. Despite resistance and criticism from hawks in the army and the provincial authorities, Khrushchev has managed to suppress the opposition so far. But the failure of his agricultural policies has put him in a precarious position. And on top of that, the tragedy last November.
President Kennedy's assassination.
Precisely. In a sense, Khrushchev has lost his biggest partner, and his power base is rapidly crumbling away. A certain group is plotting to use this opportunity to seize power by rallying the anti-government forces, overthrowing Khrushchev, and installing Brezhnev and Kosygin in his place. The mastermind behind this plot is Colonel Volgin of the Gru. He has control over another secret weapons research facility much like this one, OKB-812, known as the Granin Design Bureau, and is using it to further his plans. But that is not enough to satisfy him. Now he's plotting to seize the secret weapon I have been developing here and use it as leverage in his bid for power. The intelligence says that they are going to make their move during the test.
Then, the soldiers outside.
Exactly. They wouldn't need that many men just to keep me inside. Their orders were to prevent Colonel Volgin from capturing me. Even if it meant killing me in the process, or so it would seem. Volgin will come, I'm sure of it. You must get me out of here before then.
Leave it to me.
By the way, your Russian is superb. Where did you learn to speak it?
From my mentor.
Is that so? America is truly a frightening country.
Having second thoughts?
No. I have no love for this place. Let's go.
Major, this is Snake. Sokolov is safe with me. He's doing fine. No injuries.
Good work, Snake. Now hurry up and get Sokolov to the recovery point. We'll rendezvous with you there.
Roger.
What about the sentries?
I had to kill them. There was no other way. But no one will know we were involved.
I see.
What about the boss?
We lost contact with the boss some time ago.
What happened?
It's probably just a weak signal. Just hurry and get Sokolov out of there.
Freeze!
So this is the legendary boss. Huh? We meet at last.
You're from the Ocelot unit of Spetsnaz. Huh. What's a GRU soldier doing here?
Soldier?
He's the Ocelot commander.
Ha! That's Major Ocelot to you. And don't you forget it.
Sokolov is ours. Now get out of here.
And Ocelot never lets his prey escape.
What?
I can't say it feels good to kill a comrade, even if it is for the GRU.
Sokolov, take cover.
Huh. You're not the boss, are you?
GRU operatives!
What is that stance? Huh. That gun. If you're not the boss, then die.
Oh shit!
Major! Leave it! Shoot the other one! Whoa!
ejected the first bullet by hand, didn't you? I see what you were trying to do, but testing a technique you've only heard about in the middle of battle wasn't very smart. You were asking to have your gun jam on you. Besides, I don't think you're cut out for an automatic in the first place. You tend to twist your elbow to absorb the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique.
You filthy American dog!
But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good.
Pretty good.
Major, do you read me?
I read you. Snake, you all right?
I've run into a few snags. These guys were after...
I was known and feared as Chad.
Taking orders from a GRU colonel named Volgan.
A GRU colonel?
Part of an internal Soviet power struggle, according to Sokolov. Something between the KGB and GRU. Between Khrushchev's supporters and Volgan's.
Sokolov was being guarded by the KGB and hunted by GRU? Snake, it sounds like this could be even hotter than Cuba.
I don't like it. Something about the whole thing stinks.
I agree. You'd better hurry.
Sokolov ran off by himself, but I'll catch up to him.
We're counting on you.
Alright, let me check. We had, Ginger Bomber said he donated $5 for the anti-die of old age, but it didn't come through, so I'm checking my thing here. I think I see it. It just didn't show up for some reason. Yeah, because there's... And 5. Me? I don't know. Sometimes it alerts a second. Let me see. Maybe refresh here. I don't know. I don't see it, man. That's not on PayPal or Stream Elements or the alerts. Sucks. I don't know what happened. Maybe depending on what payment method you use, sometimes it pulls it back for a bit. So, Ocelot got his ass handed to him once by Naked Snake, and now he is making his entire existence and his entire life about showing that he too can be cool like that. It's a very Japanese relationship they have where he wants to be acknowledged, he wants to be recognized, he wants to show that he too can do cool things, you know? He starts trying to impress him with the revolver. Later he sort of learns CQC. He does a bunch of things. Throughout the game, it might seem like they're trying to kill each other, but not really. Yeah, because many times Snake has a chance to kill him, but he lets him go. He saves him, later with the RPG during the bike chase. He tells Eva to spare him. And then Ocelot throws all these things at Snake now that he knows he can take it, basically. So throughout the game, it might seem like Ocelot is trying to kill him, but he knows that whatever he throws at him, he can take, basically. Now he's more interested in showing off and being recognized. And you can see this during the Ocelot boss fight. If we don't take it seriously, he doesn't fight seriously either. He stops and he wants to make sure that we're taking it seriously. Like, are you making fun of me? We'll mess with him during the fight a little bit. Asking the real questions here. Ocelot never gets slayed in the whole series, right? Oh, man. I don't know. So, we got him with Makarov at this point, which has always been a little strange to me because... So the original explanation for Ocelot using revolvers and, twirling his gun and dressing like a cowboy and MGS1, and here he's got the spurs on his boots. The original explanation for that is that he's a fan of spaghetti westerns, very much being inspired by that and his design, his gun, and all that stuff. But what's unclear to me is... why is he already twirling the Makarov? And why does he already have the spurs in his boots? So, does he already like Western movies? And in that case, wouldn't he have the revolver already? No, they had to shoehorn it that Big Boss taught him to use the revolver, sort of like retconning it a little bit. I guess it's not a big deal, but it's just gonna... changes it a little bit. Oh yeah, that's kind of fucked up. Yeah, the things that Meryl implies in MGS1. Is that how Ocelot got laid? Oh man, that's fucked up. Got the shotgun here, but unfortunately we can't get the boss to talk about it because she doesn't answer in this area. It's more like when you get the Meryl ending in MGS1, she says, I didn't give in to the torture, or things even worse than that. It's sort of implied. If you give up during the torture in MGS1, Ocelot says, I held my fun with her before I kill her. I hope you can still look yourself in the mirror. It's just both kind of imply some fucked up stuff. But the Meryl ending even more so, where she talks about it when she survives. Also, since Ocelots are cats, we get a mousetrap when we search him. Because he's a cat? Because of his sneaky nature? I don't know. He made her play Twin Snakes. And of course, if we kill him here...
created a time paradox. Snake, you can't go changing the future like that.
We get Campbell again, but really Emmett Brown, originally in Japanese. I was going on about time paradox. And then the text, whether it's, Ocelot is dead, mission failed, or Snake is dead, if you let it change, it slowly changes into time paradox too. This is also your countdown to use a revival pill. If you use a fake death pill, you have until time paradox shows up, and then the screen freezes like that. Yep. If we use a fake death pill, that would be too late to use a revival pill now. Anyway, let's do some calls here. Yeah, people don't realize that the Otacon ending in MGS1 is how you find out that Meryl was Campbell's daughter, not his niece. So when she brings it up in MGS4, obviously she survives because she's in MGS4, but she also knows about Campbell being her father. When you do the Otacon ending, tell her after this mission of it would never if you don't do the Otacon ending. And all knows about it, like so you. So it's another one of those cases where, and we didn't talk about this during MGS2. I should have. But it's another one of those cases where they kind of expect the player to have done both endings in MGS1. It carries over in MGS4, kind of like that a little bit as well. But in MGS2, we should have talked about this while I played MGS2. I didn't for some reason. In MGS2, Snake has both the bandana and the stealth camo, meaning that you've done both endings. You should have done both endings to get the bandana and the stealth camo from MGS1 that carry over in MGS2. Yeah, we got a little bit of a frame episode. Should be okay now, but fuck it, let's give it another refresh. Why not? Because remember, in order to fully enjoy and experience MGS2 the right way, you should have played the shit out of MGS1. Among other things, you should have done both endings of MGS1. So when Snake has both the bandana and the stealth camo, it's not out of place at all. Linky, thank you for the 10 months. Your sub button might have slipped. Yeah, we have the Twitch nonsense thing to deal with in a bit. That's right. Yeah, that sucks.
Snake, stay alert. The KGB and GRU both have their sights set on Sokolov. GRU is a military espionage outfit, the intelligence wing of the Soviet Defense Ministry's General Staff Office. It competes with the KGB, which is under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the two are always watching each other.
Never let the left hand know what the right hand is doing.
Exactly. Now, added to that rivalry, there's a vicious power struggle going on between the Khrushchev faction and the anti-Khrushchev faction.
So Khrushchev is using the KGB, and Volgin and the anti-Khrushchev forces are using the GRU?
That's the idea. The two factions are fighting over Sokolov. We're in an extremely dangerous situation here.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Get Sokolov out of there safely. He must not be turned over to the KGB or to the GRU. Sokolov took off in the direction of the rope bridge. Get after him. Hurry!
Sure, but first some more calls.
Major, have you been able to contact the boss?
No. What about you?
No good. You really think it's bad reception?
We're looking into it.
Major.
Snake, you've got more important things to worry about than contacting the boss. Right now, Sokolov is out there wandering around the jungle alone. What are you going to do if he gets caught by the enemy?
What the boss?
We're still looking into why we lost contact with the boss. I'll let you know as soon as we find anything out. In the meantime, it's your job to find Sokolov and get him to safety. Got it?
Not really, fucking.
Major, do you know anything about this GRU Colonel Sokolov was talking about?
Yes.
Who is he?
A most dangerous man indeed. His name is Yevgeny Borisovich Volgin. His code name in the West is Thunderbolt. He's gained a reputation as the most brutal and cold-blooded of the Soviet spy masters. During the war, Volgin was assigned to the domestic branch of the NKVD. He was stationed in the rear of the Soviet line to catch and punish any troops who tried to retreat or desert. He's also notorious for his accomplishment anti-guerrilla operations in the Ukraine and the Baltic states. Apparently, he likes to boast that he disposed of over 100,000 anti-communists. We also know that he was instrumental in putting down the 1953 insurrection in East Germany and the 1956 uprising in Hungary. He is truly a fearsome man. There's no telling what he might be plotting. Be careful.
I will.
Well, your first mistake is caring about canon in the first place. These games are never about that. Whenever there's a sequel or a next game coming out, now Kojima was asked this specifically about Portable Ops, but because the whole thing with Portable Ops, is it canon, is it not canon? The games don't keep releasing to keep the canon, but they are in some way always there to put Kojima's thoughts, feelings, ideas, and state of mind, messages at the time in the games. Mostly, it's always a reflection of either the things he wanted to put in MGS1 and 2, or how the series took a turn after that, and that affected him. In the case of MGS2, going from MGS1 to MGS2, you should have played the shit out of MGS1. So you should have seen both endings. That's all there is to it. It's not, oh, this ending is canon and this ending is not canon. They don't give a shit about canon.
Major, what's this Grand and Design Bureau Sokolov was talking about?
OKB 812. It's the same type of top
Let
secret
me see.
facility
Thank you
as
for the
Sokolov's own
113.
OKB-754.
Thank you so much.
The director is a man by the name of Alexander Leonovich Granin. He's Sokolov's arch rival, and the two have competed fiercely against each other since the days of
You
the
guys
war.
are doing that thing I was talking about earlier.
Sokolov tell it, though, the rivalry was really all in Granin's head. In any case, Granin seems to harbor an unusually intense hatred for Sokolov. Knowing that Sokolov was protected under the aegis of Khrushchev, Granin threw in his lot with Volgin, guard of the anti-Khrushchev movement. Apparently, Granin used the funds provided by these opposition forces in order to defeat his old foe. Volgin, for his part, was intrigued by the possibility of using the high-tech weapons Granin created in the fight against Khrushchev. Thus, the two formed an alliance, and Volgin took the Granin Design Bureau under his control.
But now Volgin's got his sights set on Sokolov.
Yes, it would seem that he and Granin aren't getting along so well after all.
You're doing a thing I was talking about during the call about Big Boss not being able to smell. Maybe this could have happened. This thing was going on behind the scenes. No, look at what the game actually puts in front of you. But I'm used to putting the bandana and the stealth cam in front of the player. It is very much supposed to represent Snake or the player having done both endings in MGS1. That's all it is. For PS1s on PS2 emulator, I mean, if you get Duck Station, it pretty much has the exact same interface and menus as PCSX2. I don't think it's recommended. You can, but it's not made for that, to run PS1 games on a PS2 emulator. If it was a regular PS2, yeah, you wouldn't have any problems. Although I've heard of MGS1 having some sort of issue running on PS2. I think viewer might know something about it. But just get Duck Station. It's the exact same thing in interface settings wise as PCSX2, but for PS1. I don't know what the hell happened, but at some point they kind of aligned their development or something, and the interfaces are the exact same. It's a lot easier to use both. Yeah, that's why I say a little bit of it is fine, and maybe even expected. But yeah, creative ways to suspend disbelief you're just thinking, okay, this thing could have happened, you know, in the background. But usually they will address directly things that they want us to think about, either hinting at it or showing it or explaining it in some article or tweet or interview or making of or whatever the hell. It all just aligns that way for MGS2, and you should have played the shit out of it. You should have seen both endings. I do kind of appreciate how it makes a comeback in MGS4, even though Meryl is clearly alive in MGS4. Snake also knows that Campbell is Meryl's father, and so does she. And as far as the player, how the player is concerned about it, it's something that you find out in the Otacon ending. And that also lets us know how Meryl would know about it, because Campbell says, "Oh, I was gonna tell her after the mission." So it just works that way. You can imagine what happened in between the games to some degree, but there's stuff in the game themselves. Sometimes that's enough. Brandon 1 with the Prime sub. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Welcome aboard. Oh, we should still have the call about Ocelot's bullet thing.
The assault rifle. Get so.
And it's that kind of thinking that let him just word it being the way it is. Excessive thinking like that.
Snake, there are rats living in that area.
Oh, come on, paramedic.
The rats in that area are the descendants
Okay.
of wild Norway rats that were domesticated by humans as pets and lab animals. They're not poisonous, and I don't think they'll attack you, but they're quick little creatures, so you might have a hard time.
You guys voted yes to kick viewer? Blasphemy.
Taste.
Snake,
What?
they're rats.
I know what they are. Do they taste okay?
The guide says they're not that bad.
Good enough for me.
Ugh.
The lore for Big Boss Facelift from Peace Walker to Ground Zeroes. Ground Zeroes was only a few months after Peace Walker, so he wouldn't look any different. The explanation is new graphics, new engine, the Fox engine. But yeah, that also always bothered me too, because Peace Walker, Ground Zero is only a few months apart, so basically the Ground Zero's Big Boss look is the Peace Walker Big Boss look if you had those graphics. But that also means that since Ground Zero's Big Boss and Phantom Pain Big Boss look identical, that Phantom Pain Big Boss is also the same as Peace Walker, basically in appearance, and we never fucking got to see him age a single minute since Peace Walker. Man, remember the really early artwork of the gray-haired Big Boss with the different dog breed for Phantom Pain, for Diamond Dogs? We never, like, all people wanted was fucking white-haired Big Boss game or something, but he doesn't age a single second from Peace Walker to Phantom Pain, basically, in 10 years. Yeah, that always bothered me, too. EJ Dalgore with 78 mods, thank you.
We're still looking into what.
Alright, tell me about the gun.
Get so.
Or ask about the gun.
The distance.
It should be a paramedic call, but I'm scared to do the freaking... I hope she doesn't do the mushroom call first.
To eat? By the way,
Oh,
Snake,
there it is.
What?
what was that little lecture back there?
Lecture?
You were instructing the GRU commander, weren't you? Something about the first round or his hand?
Yeah.
What was that supposed to mean?
Well, whenever he put a new clip in his gun, he'd always load the first round by hand, whether there was a round left in the chamber or not. It's a technique they teach in the Middle East. By making sure there's always a round in the chamber, you eliminate the risk of pulling the trigger with nothing to fire. He must have heard about it from someone or read it somewhere. In any case, he probably wanted to try it out for himself. and he was obviously motivated by vanity to show off his new technique. That's when you make mistakes. The battlefield is an unforgiving place. The only techniques you can rely on are the ones you've mastered through experience and practice.
Uh-huh. And what were you saying about him being more suited to revolvers?
When he fired, he was bending his elbow sharply to avoid the recoil. It looked like he wasn't aware he was doing it, but that habit can be either a fatal flaw or a gift.
What do you mean?
Automatic weapons use recoil to operate, so if you don't let the recoil hit you, it interferes with the operating cycle of the gun. Basically, he shouldn't be trying to avoid the impact like that. But with a revolver, there's no need to let the recoil hit you. Just the opposite. Avoiding the recoil lets you reduce the strain on your hand and arm. That kid might just be handy with a high-caliber revolver.
Handy? Are you listening to yourself?
What do you mean?
He's the enemy. Why are you giving him advice? Snake.
I don't know. For some reason, I couldn't help but point it out to him.
Snake, are you all right?
People bullying Fat Man. Now, the real reason we should be bullying Fat Man is because he was a complete hitter while we were doing Twitch plays. He kept trying to fuck with the menus, change the cameras, go to the skateboarding, change the camera settings, reset things. What an asshole. Never forget. Alright. Hopefully we can get to the save prompt before Twitch shits the bed.
Oh, shit! Those men were from the Ocelot unit.
Spetsnaz?
Yes. The best crew has to offer. They're coming for me. I'm finished!
Calm down. I'll get you out of here, I promise. And we've got some of the best backup we could ask for.
Look.
That's what they were making you build?
Yes. The Shagohod. The treading behemoth. A tank capable of launching nuclear IRBMs.
It can launch nuclear missiles from that kind of terrain?
Oh, yes. And without support from friendly units.
A nuclear-equipped tank capable of operating solo. Is that thing finished?
That's tasty! This is only the end of Phase 1. It won't be truly finished until we complete Phase 2.
Phase 2?
The weapon's true form. If it is completed and the Colonel gets his hands on it, it will mean the end of the Cold War.
The end of the Cold War?
Yes. And then the Age of Fear will truly begin.
A world war.
I had no choice but to cooperate. I didn't want to die. I wanted to see my wife and child again in America. Please, take me to America, quickly. They cannot complete it without my help.
Got it. Let's go.
Good work, Jack.
What are you doing here?
Sokolov comes with me.
Hornets.
It's a stealth helicopter. The boss invented it.
My friends, let us fight together again.
I have waited long for this day.
We will fight with you once more. Welcome back, boss.
Now that all 5 of us are together, it's time we go to the depths of hell itself.
The stealth tank, yeah, probably.
It's raining blood. Is he crying?
Kuwabara, Kuwabara. Ah, what a joyful scene.
Colonel Vogan.
Welcome to my country. And to my unit.
Boss, what is this?
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Sokolov is a little gift from my new hosts.
Recoilless nuclear warheads. These will make a fine gift for me.
This can't be happening.
My
Who is
butt!
he? Another one of your disciples? Are we taking him with us?
No, this one is still just a child. Too pure for us Cobras. He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle.
What are you talking about?
Think you can pull the trigger?
Oh shit!
You bastard! My face. Can't let him live.
I like how he makes a big deal out of his face when Zero already had a picture of him to show Snake.
If Khrushchev finds out about this, we're finished.
Did you like it?
Wait. He's my apprentice. I'll take care of him. Jack, you can't come with us.
bisexual.
You bastard!
You bastard is from the Harrier fight in MGS2. If you shoot Otacon on the helicopter. Nice. Chico.
The new blood has been rejected.
Gross.
Oh shit!
Are we done here?
Now, onto Sokolov's research facility.
Shagohod is ours.
Did you like it?
Drift away. My place is with them now.
If only being angry was a superpower, like the Fury. Where would you get that number from? The boss has to be in her mid-40s at the latest. So gravestone says born 1920X. And this is of course 1964. So... I don't know the exact year.
Snake, can you hear me?
Yeah. Just barely.
Snake, listen to me. You need emergency medical treatment. Can you move? You've got to get those wounds treated. Hang in there. All right, let's get you fixed up. Paramedic?
Okay, Snake. Just relax and it'll all be over before you know it.
Actually, the oldest she can be is
Stay
44.
with me. I've seen people in worse shape before. Think you can handle it?
1964 minus 1920.
She's defected.
We'll talk about that later. First, we've got to get you patched up.
And the youngest she can
Okay,
be is
here we go.
35.
First, open the survival viewer with the start button. If you select cure, you can start the treatment. Healing is divided into treatment using medicine with the item window
Snake
button
would be
and surgical
29
healing
here.
using the weapon window button. Your injuries include a fractured left elbow and rib bone, and lacerations on your upper arms, right elbow, and abdomen. They need to be fixed using surgical treatment. Move the healing cursor with the left stick to the affected part of your body. Once you've selected the affected
Good thing
area,
Google
hold the
says
weapon
she's
window
40 she's
button and
42.
use the left stick to select the medical item, and then press the enter button. With this method, you can use items to help your recovery process. To treat a bone fracture, first secure the affected area with a fastener and then wrap it in bandages. That should do it. For lacerations, you'll need disinfectant to
Yep,
clean
and
the
what's the
wound,
source for the
scissors
wiki?
to stitch it up, styptic to slow the flow of blood, and bandages to wrap the wound. If you do everything I mentioned,
Let me tell
the
you,
wound
something
will
that's
heal
not in the game.
Understood?
I can already tell you.
Stay with me. Go into the survival viewer and treat those
My
wounds.
butt!
Freak my butt. The wiki, man. The wiki is a fucking disaster. I would never take the wiki as facts.
Bullshit.
Check the source for the wiki article. Oh, my butt. Okay. How does giving birth to someone give you a source of her age? They gives you a source of Ocelot's age. It's usually when it's shit like that, like Paz's exact age, Raiden's exact age, the boss's exact age. None of those are in the games. I can guarantee you. I know every corner of every dialogue in the games, but Then you got shit like the MGS4 database, or tweets from Kojima, or whatever the fuck, or the graphic novels, or the handbooks, or the manuals, or the guides, or whatever the fuck. It's shit that's not in the games. I can guarantee you it's not in the games, but yeah, some of those are not to be taken seriously, like the MGS4 database or the wiki, or like, yeah. Actually, it's something about Ocelot's age and the year this game takes place in. We haven't talked about that. This game takes place in 1964, but it was originally supposed to take place in 1963 because that is that's Kojima's birth year. The Virtuous mission takes place on Kojima's birthday, August 24th, 1964. It was supposed to be his exact birthday, 1963, but Kojima wanted to include the JFK assassination in the plot in some way, which they did to a minor degree. And since that happened in November, they changed the year from 63 to 64. That's why they changed the year. But there's a call about how old Ocelot is. Snake says it couldn't be older than 18 or 19. So that call is, maybe they came up with the writing for that call before they changed the year, because Ocelot is actually exactly 20 years old. But they refer to him in some bio in some places, the teenage major. And Snake says 18 or 19. Yeah, if the game was actually 1963, Ocelot would have been 19. We know exactly when Ocelot was born, on D-Day. But since they moved it to 1964, then Ocelot is 20 in this. I wonder if that dialogue is from before when they moved the thing. I don't know. Well, if you want to make an educated guess, just look at her freaking gravestone. It says 1920X. So 1920 to 1929, which means she's 35 to 44. Somewhere in between there. 35 sounds way too young. 40s, early 40s, mid 40s at the latest. Sounds about right. So what is the source for the exact year? My ass? Your ass? Somebody's ass? I don't know. Something that's not in the game. I can guarantee you that. So yeah, the wiki is. I can go on the wiki and type anything I want. What's the source for that?
My butt.
But of course. The wiki has a lot of bullshit in it, so I don't know. We already called the sorrow there, and oh shit, man. That rant about the year and people's ages might have messed up the timing with Twitch fart.
What a load of bullshit.
I knew it was a fucking MGS4 database. I fucking knew it. Yeah, that thing that says that the Patriots killed Raiden's parents, not Solida's. Okay. And other shit in it. Man, I'm half considering just resetting the thing now instead of waiting 5 minutes for Twitch. Alright guys, we are just about to hit the 48-hour mark on Twitch, which means the stream is gonna reset for a minute. What does a year look like? Did you count them yourself?
That's tasty.
That's what Emma says there.
Snake, come back in one piece, okay? I'll be waiting.
Don't worry.
Maybe let's just do some calls here.
Snake, you're not done treating your injuries. Go into the survival viewer and treat the rest of your injuries.
Keep rambling about things. I don't know.
Snake.
Yeah.
Snake, you're not done treating yourself. Go back into the survival viewer.
Oh my god, is that all they talk about here?
Snake. Snake.
I guess so. Damn. Maybe if you call before. Oh, yeah, it's funny to use a fake death bill here. And then the revival pill. Never mind. I'm still injured. You can equip things though. Got the bird in my hand. The grenade. Ah, too bad I didn't have any other weapon out. I wonder if there's a way to like glitch yourself out of this. And then be able to run around here, look at the Sorrow more closely or something. Even with the original camera, you can see the Sorrow if you move to the left. Yeah, I don't think there's... Who knows, maybe on PC, maybe if you fuck with the Master Collection, or maybe if you fuck with emulation, there might be a way. Yeah, viewer, it's the same animation, same motion cap. The crawling animation too, and the... I guess the play dead animation in MGS4 when you're on your back and you hold triangle. Yeah, they're the same. I think they reuse that motion capture data. Same in MGO as well. Yeah, why not? Maybe this symbolizes Twitch taking a shit while we wait to heal. We got about 1 minute and 45 seconds left. What do? I don't know. You can also do the call with the Sorrow here, but since I've already done it, I'm pretty sure it's not gonna work again. That'd be crazy there was another one, but probably not. We'll just let it do it naturally in 60 seconds. I do have a couple seconds delay because I'm streaming to a server and then to Twitch. So I can't do a faithful countdown. Ah, there's no way you can puke. I guess we could look at these animations. About 30 seconds left. Ooh, that would be fucking nasty, puking in this position. You're gonna choke on it. You're just throwing up where you're laying down. Alright. Guys, it's gonna reset. Hello? Alright, at least it came back on its own. Sometimes it doesn't. I figure I would just let it run there to see if it would. We're back, we're back. Now the problem is, it's not consistent for everybody. That sucks. It's not... Clearly the video player is not a priority on a streaming website, so... Why should we bother making it consistent for everybody? Oh well. Alright, now we're good for another 2 days. Oh yeah, play the shit out of 1. Man, if you haven't, yeah, that's... I'm jealous. Play this shit out of MGS1. Really take your time, call, do things, yeah. Then go into 2.
Good job, Snake.
We're coming to get you now. Just stay where you are. We'll drop a recovery balloon. Can you set it up?
There he is. Hello. Somebody took his gun. Phasm Glacian, thank you for the 5 months. So we're gonna stop for a second, and I guess we'll get actually to the Snake Eater mission gameplay and save there, because we must do the deepest lore of Zero having trouble with his washing machine. That's gonna take another few minutes. It's a whole thing. It's really involved to get. You gotta do the virtuous mission with the 3 sensors, get all the 3 calls about the sensors, and then when you start Snake Eater operation, call SIGINT about the sensors again. 3 times. That's 6 calls to get it. 3 in the virtuous mission, 3 in Snake Eater operation. Plus we'll do the SIGINT intro, so that's like 7 calls. Alright, actually, these are hind A's, not these.
Thanks to the boss and her cobras.
Shniba, please.
I have both Sokolov and the Shagohod.
What are we going to do with the girl?
Yeah, it's all in my head, nurse.
Who is she?
Maybe I should take notes. The only thing I've ever taken notes for is Phantom Pain nonsense. Just to show it to people, to compile a list, to show it to people. I already know all of it.
She's a nice catch. I'll take her. Not so fast, my dear. A kiss of death.
Are you KGB?
We may be able to use her. She has spunk.
Shall we take her back to the base?
Perhaps we should. We have no further use for Sokolov's research facility. I think it's time I gave this marvelous new toy.
Oh no, no one could have predicted this.
Colonel, even if they are are our enemies, they're still our countrymen.
But it won't be me that pulled the trigger. It'll be our friend, the American defector.
You're going to nuke your fellow Russians?
Remember the Alamo.
Colonel!
What do you mean if we give a nuclear bomb to the crazy Russian warmonger, he might use it? No one could have predicted. No. There's the Fulton thing that we're talking about.
What a load of bullshit.
Alright, Snack Eater. I'm gonna mess with it a little bit, change the subtitles, change the icons on the screen. The parachute, the paint, the planes, the vultures, the hammer and sickle, the peace signs. And the subtitles can change language: Japanese, Korean. More credits. I guess they're credits. Russian, of course, and then snakes. They turn into snake bones and then back in English. Hideo Kojima, Fukushima, Shuya Murata. You can still tell. There we go, Soviet edition. So, Toyota. That's just me fucking around with R1 there. When you press R1, it whispers Snake Eater.
Currently flying over the Arctic Ocean, altitude 30,000 feet, approaching Soviet airspace.
Thanks, Kaz.
Arriving at the designated drone launch point. Drone oil pressure and voltage are nominal. Payload oxygen supply is nominal. Power supply to payload antifreeze system shows no problems. No gusts.
All systems go for drone detachment.
Snake, we can't risk a halo jump this time around. Airspace security has gotten tighter since we were last here. We can't get as close to the ground as we did during the Virtuous mission. So instead, we'll be using one of our newest weapons. Snake, you're being given an honor on par with Alan Shepard. This is our last chance. Show your patriotism. If you fail, you'll be back in a hospital bed again, waiting for the firing squad. So how does it feel to be a patient in one of the most advanced ICUs in the world?
Would you do me a favor and tell the suits about visiting hours? I'll never get better with them assaulting me day and night with their questions.
Must be part of the top brass's inquiry.
More like an interrogation. According to them, I'm a traitor and an accomplice to the boss's defection.
They're just looking for a scapegoat.
Does that mean they're after you, too?
Let's just say neither one of us is going to be made a national hero out of this.
Does this mean Fox is going to die?
No. This fox is still one step ahead of the hounds. The reason I came to see you today, Jack, it's time for Fox to clear its name.
What are you talking about?
The situation has changed. We've still got a chance to come out of this one alive.
Yeah, what kind of chance?
Don't get too excited. Here, have a cigar. It's Cuban. This morning, I had a meeting with the CIA.
They decided when they're going to execute us?
No. Something even bigger. Yesterday, the White House received an unexpected call.
President Johnson?
Yes, I hear you, Mr. Chairman.
It was a hotline call from Khrushchev to President Johnson.
From the head of the Soviet Union?
That's right.
A few days ago, one of our country's main design bureaus, OKB 754, was destroyed in a nuclear explosion. At about the same time, our anti-aircraft radar picked up a signature that appeared to come from one of your military aircraft. Does any of this sound familiar to you? In retaliation, I have placed our armed forces on secondary alert. Depending on your response, I may be left with no choice but to order the military to maximum alert and unleash Armageddon. With the help of your predecessor, I was able to survive the Cuban incident. But my power is not as great as it once was. If I am to survive this crisis, I must have your full cooperation.
I should have contacted you myself. Did you know that one of our soldiers defected to your country a week ago?
No.
So you haven't heard then. The man who arranged the defection was a GRU colonel by the name of Yevgeny Borosovich Volgin.
Volgin? Of the Brezhnev faction. Go on. Who is the soldier?
Her name is the Boss. She's a living legend. During World War II, she was the one who led us to victory in that war. In Russia, you know her as Voyevoda.
You mean the Boss? The mother of your special forces?
Yes, that's the one. And she took 2 miniature nuclear shells along with her.
The Boss took 2 miniature nuclear shells?
I'm afraid so. I believe they were a gift for her new hosts. The Davy Crockett Atomic Battle Group delivery system was completed 2 years ago. Serious problems were found with the launcher's range and precision. Although they were mass-produced, they've never been deployed in battle.
But Sokolov's research facility was completely wiped out. The whole area is polluted.
I can only offer you my deepest condolences over this terrible tragedy.
So, the Boss, with Colonel Volgin's help, stole 2 experimental nuclear shells and took them with her as gift when she defected. Then, shortly thereafter, Sokolov's design lab, a top-secret military research facility, was destroyed by one of these weapons. Am I right so far?
Yes, that's correct.
And the American government denies any involvement in the affair. Is that right as well?
That's correct. We were not involved in any way.
Then what was a U.S. military aircraft doing on our radar screen? It was clearly in violation of our airspace. And yet you say it was not acting under your orders.
That's correct.
You expect me to believe that this was all the work of a single soldier?
I don't know what else to tell you.
The Army insists that this is all a ploy on your part.
I've said it once, and I'll say it again. Our government had nothing to do with it.
And I would like dearly to believe you. However, I'm afraid my power over the military has weakened since the Cuban incident. I will need some kind of proof that this was not the action of the American government. You have 1 week. You must catch the boss yourselves and recover the remaining nuclear device. Then, you must find some way to prove your innocence.
Prove our innocence?
Yes, preferably something painful. Prove to me that this is not merely another one of your tricks.
The boss should be close to Colonel Volgin. How about a little co-action?
I would not expect too much if I were you. The political situation here is unstable. And Colonel Volgin is a member of the Brezhnev faction, which seeks to topple my government. 1 week. You have only 1 week. And if it is not too much to ask, do something about Volgin as well.
What is that supposed to mean?
Nothing. It means nothing. Call it a modest gentleman's agreement to ensure our continued relationship.
What if we can't prove our innocence?
Then I will be unable to restrain the military. I will be ousted, and they will seek their revenge.
A nuclear attack on the United States?
I leave the disposal of this situation entirely to your discretion, Mr. President.
Disposal?
If you fail, it will mean the beginning of a new world war.
To put it simply, in order to avoid a full-scale nuclear conflict, we have to prove that America was not involved in that explosion.
And eliminating the boss ourselves will prove America's innocence?
Right. The higher-ups have decided that you're the only one capable of pulling this off. You were her last apprentice. Screw this one up, and we'll both be 6 feet under. There's no choice.
Are the Russians going to be helping us?
The KGB has promised to lend us one of their communications satellites so that you and I can talk to each other.
That's it?
They've also put us in touch with a couple of insiders.
Insiders?
There was a defection in September 1960. Do you remember it?
You mean the 2 NSA codebreakers who went over to the Soviet Union?
Precisely. Since then, they've apparently been training with the KGB for exactly this kind of situation. Their code names are Adam and Eva. I've been told that Adam has infiltrated Volgin's ranks. We've also arranged for him to provide you with an escape route. You'll need to rendezvous with him when you get there.
And this means that the boss destroyed the Yumi Kikuchi poster.
Control. Unidentified aircraft detected. Altitude 30,000 feet. It's fast. Estimated airspeed exceeding Mach 3. Bearing south. I'm about to lose it.
My butt!
There's a whole call about the plane that they use, but I'm not sure about the drone. And Snake complains about the landing buffer. Hey, what's up, Ice Snipers? So we'll call Sig in here, and we'll call Paramedic Save and do the washing machine stuff.
Loud and clear. Glad to see you landed safely.
I got blown pretty far off target.
Snake, let's go over your mission objectives one more time. Rescue Sokolov. Find out what's happened to the Shagohod, then destroy it. And finally, eliminate the boss.
Eliminate the boss.
This mission will be codenamed Operation Snake Eater.
Because I'll be taking on the boss in our Cobra unit, right?
Don't forget about Colonel Volkin.
I'm not a hired killer.
I know, but that was the Kremlin's demand.
Demand? You mean it wasn't just a request? What's it to us if the Khrushchev regime is threatened by the Colonel and his faction?
If supporting the current regime helps us avoid a nuclear exchange, then that's what we'll do.
And what are the CIA's demands?
Our priorities are the rescue of Sokolov and the destruction of the...
Actually, it's a YF-12A.
Hold on, Snake.
What now?
I'm changing my codename. It turns out Tom wasn't the most...
Oh yes, it's based on the SR-71.
Well, the truth is, when I chose my codename, I picked the wrong one.
The wrong one?
Did you ever see the movie The Great Escape? It came out last year.
Oh, must have missed that one.
Anyway, it's based on a true story about prisoners who escaped from a POW camp in Nazi Germany. The prisoners dig 3 tunnels as part of their plan, but the Nazis find 2 of the tunnels before they're finished. The prisoners succeed in escaping by using the last remaining tunnel. The names of those 3 tunnels were Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I get it. You used the name of the tunnel they escaped in as your code name because you thought it would bring you good luck.
Yes, that's exactly right. At least, that was the plan.
But
I got the name wrong. The one they escaped in was Harry. Tom was one of the unlucky tunnels. It was discovered by the Nazis before it was finished. I watched the movie again just to make sure. In fact, I even ordered the actual film from the movie company.
yeah, it doesn't sound like the greatest name to use. So what should I call you?
You know, let's just use Zero, like we've been doing all along.
All right then. Major Zero it is. We'll start over from square one.
From square 0. My frequency is 140.85. Oh, I almost forgot. Paramedic is with us again on this mission.
Is this her last chance too?
If we fail, she'll have her medical license revoked. It's more or less the same kind of fate. Her frequency is the same as during the virtuous mission, 145.73. She'll be recording your mission data as well, just like the last time. That frequency is also the same, 140.96. And there's one more person on your support team. His name is Mr.
Good
Sigurd.
work. You're as good as they
An
say.
expert on the latest in weapons and equipment technology. You're going up against some of the world's most advanced weaponry when you infiltrate the research facility. If you have any questions, just ask him. His frequency is 148.41.
Hey, Ice Snipers, thank you for the gift of sub to Lightmare.
Adam, your KGB contact, is waiting for you at the abandoned factory up ahead.
The same factory Sokolov was being held in last week.
Dick Tunnel.
Yes, meet up with Adam first. He's cleared the way for you to rescue.
How will I know this Adam guy when I see him?
You'll know once you reach the factory. The whole area's been polluted by the fallout from that nuclear blast. No one else would dare come close. The password is, who are the Patriots? And Lali Lule Lo.
Lali Lule Lo. Gotcha.
You've been equipped with a 45 for this mission. Be careful, it's noisy.
I thought standard Fox procedure was procure on-site weapons acquisition.
The circumstances are different this time.
Oh.
You're now on an official mission for the United States government. It would be necessary to make your presence known to a certain extent. To the Khrushchev regime, at the very least. But remember, this is still a sneaking mission. Snake, if you fail this mission, it will mean an all-out nuclear war. Keep that in mind and proceed with extreme caution.
Look, did you donate another $5
Snake Eater
for Sniper Early? Sorry, I missed that. Okay, so it should be a 10 then. Alright, let's save here. We are missing some important lore about Zero's washing machine.
Paramedic.
Snake, it's so good to hear from you again.
Same here. It's been a week, hasn't it?
4 days, actually.
Huh?
I visited you in the hospital. Yeah, but you were all wrapped up in bandages and tubes, so I couldn't do anything but look.
Better luck next time.
Let's hope so. But seriously, don't forget that you were like that until just yesterday. In fact, you really shouldn't even be on this mission. Keep an eye on your stamina gauge. If you start to run low, don't push yourself. Eat something to replenish your stamina. And try not to get yourself hurt. If you're wounded or get bitten by a venomous animal, go into the survival viewer immediately and treat yourself using Cure.
Yeah. I can see you still know how to nag.
You're welcome. And I can see you still don't know when to keep your mouth shut.
Maybe so. By the way, I heard you're going to lose your medical license if this mission fails.
Yes, there was talk of that, but the mission won't fail, will it?
Of course not.
Good. I believe in you. But you know what? I really don't care about my medical license.
Didn't they use that to force you to participate in this operation?
No, I volunteered.
Why?
So that I could watch over you.
Huh.
Snake, you're the best agent I've ever seen. But you push yourself too hard. You're reckless. Someone has to stop you from getting into trouble, to make sure you and the boss don't kill each other. So that's why I volunteered. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better guardian angel than me, right?
Thanks.
Stop right there.
Huh?
You can thank me when you get back.
All right.
Okay, good luck, Snake.
Thanks.
I gotta go uncover some intel about Zero's washing machine. Hold on. In MGS3, the only difference between European Extreme and Extreme is the game over on site. Otherwise, they're identical difficulties. That's not the case in MGS2, though. Huge difference in MGS2. MGS3 is just... It's just the game over on site. Let's see, how should we do this? Probably fuck with the developer save. And always forget, if I just start, am I gonna have the stuff? So we want to go to the back to the virtuous mission for a second. See Beehive. And games. No, we can do it here. This should be the swamp. And even the Rykov intro is called Raiden Game Start. Alright, now that we're here, we have all this crap. What we want is the 3 sensors. God damn it, battery. I guess I gotta plug in this controller somewhere. Let's see. Okay. Now that we have the sensors, we'll skip a few calls here and get Zero to talk about them. Oh, I'm also gonna cheese it with the stealth camo, because why not? You just need to get back there. Tell me about the sensors.
Snake. Sokolov. Snake in. Snake. Snake.
Snake, snake, snake.
Your actions. Snake. Use the.
Major.
Snake, in order to carry out the mission without being spotted, you must learn to detect an approaching enemy well ahead of time. Press the first person.
Ah, that's not it.
You can use an equip. Snake. Snake, be careful. Listen up, Snake. Snake.
Snake, 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 snake.
When you're in the jungle, determining the
Here we
position
go.
of your enemies is important. That's why you've been supplied with sensors. Use them well. The motion detector senses activity in your immediate vicinity. However, in the jungle, a lot of things other than your enemies are moving. Animals moving around will show up on the sensor just like anything else. Also, the motion detector is only so sensitive. Don't forget that certain enemies and animals that make only slight movements will not be detected. Press the left stick to initiate the active sonar and emit a special sonic wave. The reflected sound from the sonic wave reveals the positions of targeted objects. In contrast to the motion detector, the active sonar reveals still objects as well. However, there's a risk that the sound of the sonic wave will reveal your position to enemies and animals, so be careful when using the active sonar. The anti-personnel sensor vibrates when it detects human life forms. Unlike other sensors, the anti-personnel sensor has been adjusted to react to humans only, eliminating noise from animal detection. It can detect hidden, unmoving enemies, and the use of it doesn't betray your own position. But on the other hand, its accuracy lacks a bit, as it has trouble revealing the exact position of detected bodies. Keep that in mind. When you use it during first-person view, it'll work only in the direction you're facing.
Okay, so I forgot his sensor calls are 3 in 1. He talks about all 3 of them. Now that we've done this, the game has a flag for this. If we do the same calls with SIGINT, we'll learn the truth. I'm just gonna run there real quick. Shouldn't take too long. Maybe I should have a save ready for this next time. But you kind of want to hear those 0 explanations too, for the whole thing to make sense. Get a sense of really how short the virtuous mission is if you don't do all the calls and extra stuff. And me rambling for 2 hours.
Huh?
Don't mind me.
Footsteps. Huh? Footsteps. Huh? Nobody here.
Oh, nice. I got the caution, so it skips the cutscene here. Speedrun strats.
Huh? What's wrong? Huh? What's wrong?
How did he not get hit by that roll? I don't know, but I got through him at least. My favorites are 2 in 1. Good use as a stealth camo.
Huh? Huh? I hear footsteps.
He's a member.
Hey, don't lump Grown Zeros with that nonsense. Grown Zero is pretty decent. Might be my number 5, maybe 4 or 5. 5. Alright, we'll get back there after having done the call about the sensors. Ah, that's right, we gotta do surgery here. VOD on my first playthrough? No. Yeah, good question. It's almost like level design and stuff matters. And writing. Alright. Now that we're back here, but now we've done the calls about the sensors. We'll skip a few things with Sigyn. We'll do it later in the actual save, but for now. Okay, hold on. We gotta equip the sensors now. I already have them. That's right.
Using the anti-personnel sensor, I see. The sensor vibrates when it detects organic reactions from human targets. It's been adjusted to respond only to humans, so unlike other sensors, it'll let you ignore animals and focus only on the enemy. It'll even detect enemies that aren't moving, and you won't have to worry about it giving away your position. But on the flip side, it won't tell you the exact location of the target. Keep that in mind when you're using it. Also, remember that when you use it in first-person view, it'll only scan in the direction you're facing. Something wrong?
The Major told me the exact same thing.
You mean during the virtuous mission?
Yeah.
He must have been reading those notes I gave him word for word. That guy doesn't know tech.
That guy doesn't know tech.
The motion detector will display any moving objects in your vicinity. But the enemy isn't the only thing that's moving around in the jungle. If there are animals moving nearby, the sensor will pick up those animals too. And remember that there's a limit to how sensitive it is. Enemies and animals that don't move around very much won't get picked up. Did he tell you that too?
Yeah. Did you give him notes for it?
Yep.
We'll get to the bottom of this.
Active sonar sends out a special type of sound wave whenever you press the left stick. It uses the echo from those waves to calculate and display the position of nearby objects. Unlike the motion detector, it'll show you objects that aren't moving. But because you're blasting out sound waves, there's a risk that the noise will alert enemies and animals to your presence. Be careful about when and where you use it.
Yeah, I've heard that one too.
Did he use the exact same words?
Yeah.
Man, that guy still lives in the Stone Age. Just the other day, he bought this brand new washing machine and...
Sigyn?
Talk to you later, Snake.
This is why Zero encrusted the AIs to Sigint. Because he doesn't know washing machines. So there's the lore about Zero's washing machine. Yep. Alright, let's continue. A little bit of a Sigint time paradox here with the intro call again. No, that was one of MGS4's big reveals. Donald Anderson. Yep. Alright, let's do the rest of the calls here now.
Yo, you're Snake, aren't you?
Time paradox.
None other.
I heard that you're an expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Close.
Huh?
I am the expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Ah.
I'm the guy that designed your trank gun, active sonar, and motion detector. If you want to know anything about weapons or equipment you find in the field, just send me a message and ask. Later.
There's a very slight hint at it, I think, at the end, during the timeline at the credits, where they tell you the SIGINT joined ARPA, and the precursor of DARPA. That's about it. That's as close as it gets.
Snake, your first task is to meet up with Adam, the contact provided by the KGB. The rendezvous point is the abandoned factory to the north of your current position. Head north.
The abandoned factory. That's where I met Sokolov during the Virtuous mission.
Correct, but we can't afford to have the same thing happen this time.
I know.
Like the Virtuous mission, Operation Snake Eater is a solo sneaking mission. There are no units in the field to back you up. Avoid engaging the enemy whenever possible. Your first priority is to remain unseen. Use the camouflage option in the survival viewer and choose your camouflage wisely. Proceed with caution. Unlike the Virtuous mission, this is a night operation. You'll get lost more easily in the dark, but it'll also make your camouflage more effective and make it harder for the enemy to see you. On the other hand, it will also be more difficult for you to see them. You'll also find that different animals are active. Some of these nocturnal animals are poisonous, so stay alert. Paramedic is with us again to provide information on the local plants and animals. Give her a call if there's anything you need to know.
Yeah, if we want to obsess over a character's exact ages, you can see his birth year. I think he's 24 here. So he would have been exactly 65 in MGS1.
Sounds like the Cobra unit's members' names came from the specific emotions they each carry into battle.
Yep.
Emotions?
Yeah. For unbearable torment, the pain. For true oblivion, the end. For infinite rage, the fury. For absolute terror, the fear. And for unsurpassed bliss, the joy.
The joy?
It's another name for the boss, because of the joy she feels in battle, I suppose.
Ah.
During the war, she had a partner named the Sorrow. Sorrow and joy. They say there couldn't have been a more perfect pair.
Is it hiccuping? I don't know. Let's just reset it. Why not?
The Davy Crockett's that the boss took with her when she defected are mortars that fire nuclear warheads. They're named after Davy Crockett, the hero who died defending the Alamo in the Texan War of Independence.
Remember the Alamo.
That's right. The warheads are equivalent to between 10 and 20 tons of TNT. Every building within 150 yards of the hypocenter is completely obliterated. But the warheads the boss had with her were some kind of experimental super bomb. So they're actually even more powerful than that. I don't even want to think about what would happen if she used it again. Snake, you know what you have to do.
Yeah, I know.
Operation Snake Eater is different from the Virtuous mission in that you won't be able to complete it in just a few hours. The time limit set by Khrushchev is 1 week. Within that time, you'll have to rescue Sokolov, defeat Volgin, destroy the Shagohod, and...
I know.
Good. In any event, you'll not be allowed to return until you've accomplished your objectives. Survival in the field will be critical in this mission, and the most important survival technique of all is, of course, finding food. You can get food in the same way you did during the Virtuous mission, by capturing it. The enemy presence in that area is still light. You should try and get as much food as possible while you can. Snake, your first task is to meet up with Adam, the contact provided by the KGB. The rendezvous point is the abandoned...
Yeah. Tell me about the drone.
Thanks to last week's nuclear incident, the Soviet Union is now on secondary alert. We're one step away from a nuclear war.
DEFCON 2, huh?
In American parlance, yes. From what Western intelligence has been able to gather, the radical elements in the Soviet command are showing signs of impatience. They say we're on the brink of World War III here. And with Khrushchev's position getting weaker every day, I worry whether he'll be able to hold them back.
1 week.
Yes, America must eliminate the boss by its own hand to prove its innocence. There is no other way to resolve the crisis. Everything rests on your shoulders, Snake. Failure is not an option.
Funny how the end can die of old age in 1 week, but the mission time limit doesn't matter. Yep.
Major, what should I do with this wreck of a drone?
Just leave it there.
Are you sure?
Yes.
But isn't this thing top secret?
Yes, it is. After the U-2 spy plane incident 4 years ago, plans were laid out for future spy missions in Soviet airspace to be carried out by an unmanned craft. That craft was the D-21 spy drone, the basis of the one you came in on. The D-21 is launched from a craft called the M-21. The M-21 itself is a derivative of the A-12, a supersonic long-range spy plane currently being developed as the successor to the U-2. However, for this mission, we used a modified YF-12A, a long-range interceptor version of the A-12. After being released from the mothership, the drone can achieve speeds upwards of Mach 3 at high altitude using its ramjet engine. It can't be shot down by ground-to-air missiles, and it's nearly undetectable by radar. With Selinoyarsk in such a high state of alert after our last escapade, this was the only reliable way to get you in.
This is all top-secret military technology. Are you telling me I'm supposed to just leave it here?
That's right.
Why?
The purpose of Operation Snake Eater is to send an American agent into the field in order to eliminate a defector and traitor, namely the boss. Part of that mission involves making sure the Soviets find out what we're doing.
So we have to leave behind some kind of evidence that the U.S. was involved.
Don't worry. The technologically sensitive components of the craft were rigged to self-destruct when it landed. The only thing the Soviets are going to find is a pile of American-made scrap metal.
Got it. Just one thing, though.
What is it?
I think they'd better redesign the landing impact buffer. People are going to get hurt landing that thing.
I'll let them know.
The medics. Nukes get made by medics. Yeah, by the time Metal Gear 2 happens, Zanzibar land has the only nukes in the world.
And who is this Solidus?
Hey, Bag of Crabs is back.
My predecessor, Donald Trump.
What is
That
favorite
was the name the public
sound?
came to know him by.
Thank you for the bits, Bag of Crabs. Yeah, it always bothered me how they didn't tie that into the nuclear disarmament thing, but whatever. Maybe if they had kept going a little bit more. How convenient is that? Like you're supposed to get rid of all the nukes. And in Phantom Pain, FOB nonsense, and then the big boss is the only nukes left by Metal Gear 2. Yeah. They didn't really connect that. It actually is authentic audio. This, mind you, was from before AI voices. It's just funny because the president in MGS2 says the words Donald and Trump at 2 different times. So yeah, just copy and paste it and recut it. Ah, there he is, the little bastard. The flying squirrel. We're gonna get him. Let him fly some more first. Last time I was trying to get him in mid-flight. I don't think... Oh, there he goes. I don't think he has a hitbox mid-flight. Maybe it would be easier with a shotgun or something, but that's one of the more peculiar animals you can find. This little guy flying around. But yeah, I don't know if you can actually shoot him in midair. I usually try until I run out of ammo. Something to try in the developer save. Where the heck? There he is. Oh, did I get him? Nice! Last time I wasn't able to. Let's have a hitbox in midair. Nice. Have to lead a little bit, maybe.
Snake, unlike the virtuous mission, this is a night mission. You'll be encountering nocturnal animals that you didn't encounter your last mission. Some of them are venomous, like the king cobra, so be careful. If you get bitten by a venomous animal, the poison will spread through the body and rapidly life gauge. If that's the case, go into the cure screen and survival viewer immediately and inject yourself
That's
with
it.
serum.
That's the
Got it?
stance.
I see you caught yourself a Japanese flying squirrel. Japanese flying squirrels are non-venomous and they shouldn't attack you. The head, hind legs, and tail of Japanese flying squirrel connected by a skin, which allows the squirrel to glide from tree to tree. It says here that if it catches a good wind, it can fly more than 100 years.
What a load of bullshit.
I had a hard time catching one.
So, aren't you going to ask me?
You know it. How does it taste?
Not sure.
Not sure.
The guy doesn't say anything about it.
Why not?
Gee, maybe it's because no one would ever think of eating a flying squirrel.
Then I must be the first one.
Maybe you are.
I wonder what the call
You're nuts!
about having eaten one is like, but you would need 2 for that, so I would have to wait until much later in the game. Because there's another one until we reach the warehouse and the where we fight the fear after. I think that's where the other one is. But yeah, I actually got him in mid-flight this time, viewer. Well, of course, we'll take a look at stance. Snake's stance. With a gun equipped and the knife and gun in his hand. Remember that stance. Because when you go look at the flying squirrel, it's the same stance. That's why we have it. Yep. Squirrel eater. That's it. That's the stance. What is Kojima trying to tell us here? That's too perfect. Dramatic squirrel. Damn it, maybe the camera doesn't turn around fast enough. Oh, hold on. You have to rotate and zoom in at the same time. Fuck. And the first one was better. Yeah, we're gonna eat them. It tastes like ass too.
What is this?
Let's go get the green python here in the next area. No, there's no raccoons. I guess we can't get there without getting the horse.
You just heard a horse?
Yeah.
You sure it wasn't something else?
I know a horse when I hear one.
Paramedic, are there any wild horses in Selino Yask?
Do you really expect me to say yes?
No.
So what should I do?
There's only one way through that area. All you can do is move forward. Head towards the sound of that horse. It came from the north. Be careful.
You can hear additional horse noises with the directional microphone here. It's a nice touch. Who knows if maybe the real reason that the boss shoots the drone some more to blow it up is also to hide its technologically sensitive components like Zero was talking about. It was set to self-destroy, but I don't know, maybe it didn't. And then the boss shoots it to cover it up.
I see you caught yourself a green tree python. The green tree python isn't venomous, so no need to worry. It's fairly docile too, so I don't think it's likely to attack you. The green tree python originally comes from Australia and New Zealand. It's a really pretty green color, and it lives... Oh my god.
What's wrong?
Snake, what did I just say?
They come from Australia and New Zealand.
No, after that.
They're a really pretty green color.
I thought so. What was I thinking? Seeing a snake and calling it pretty?
What's wrong with that?
Everything. When a normal woman sees a snake, she's supposed to scream or get sick or something like that.
And you think you're normal?
What was that?
Nothing.
Oh, it's all your fault.
Jeez, I'm sorry. But enough of that.
What do you mean, enough of that? This is serious.
No, I just wanted you to tell me how it tastes.
How should I know?
Ugh.
It was awfully pretty, though.
Oh, let's see how they're... It's like two things that a doesn't know about. Very useful guide, paramedic. I think it's a recurring theme in this game that the animals are just from all over. They don't care. Because, of course, the real life region where the game takes place looks nothing like this. There's no jungles in Russia. So maybe they just went with whatever fauna. The Japanese flying squirrel, the green python from Australia and New Zealand, and the Indian gavial, they're just from all over the place. They didn't really care. Yeah, fuck it, let's just do it. Well, she did say originally, who knows? Yeah, they're definitely not supposed to be location accurate. It's just for the hell of it. You want variety? Play Peace Walker. Peace Walker, even with PSP limitations, has a lot of gun details. A couple silly ones due to gameplay, but
That arm still hurt?
I would say Peace Walker second.
What are you doing?
Well, there's pretty cool stuff in this too. This was the first game with different recoil and levels of penetration and all that stuff.
Go home. Go home. Gru and my sons are waiting up ahead. You don't have a prayer of finishing your mission. You're not even armed.
Boss!
I'm not your boss anymore. There's nothing for you here. Go home. Go back to your boss. There's no need to prove that you are virtuous here. This isn't America. That should stir things up a bit. You'd better hurry. The border is 60 miles south of here. You ought to be able to run that far.
My body.
Why'd you defect?
I didn't.
Oh, here we go.
I'm
Bullet
loyal to
explanation.
the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? The mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? You don't know the truth yet. But sooner or later you'll have to choose.
No, it's just something that people always ask, so I just say it a lot.
I don't expect you to forgive me. But you can't defeat me either. You know me too well. Just look at that bandana. If you can't put the past behind you, you won't survive long.
Well, we'll keep it simple this time.
If we meet again, I'll kill you.
And the rain
Now,
effect.
go home.
Did you copy and paste that from the wiki?
This is Snake. Major Zero.
I read you, Snake.
I was ambushed by the boss.
You were what?
The drone's been shot to hell. It's up in flames.
That's not good. Enemy scouts are going to come looking for you.
Yeah, I know. But what was the boss doing here in the first place? There's got to be a leak somewhere.
No, that's impossible. The man the boss is working with, Volgin, isn't exactly on speaking terms with Khrushchev.
I lost my gun. The boss destroyed it.
Snake, I know how you're feeling. It's hard for me to believe, too, that a legendary hero like the boss would go over to the Russians. That she'd double-cross us like this. But that's how it is, and if you don't accept it, you'll never be able to beat her.
That's not the problem. In terms of sheer technique, I'll never be able to beat her. I know that all too well.
You've got to do it, Snake. She's your enemy and your
Yeah, I thought his hand would be fractured too.
For 10 years, and now you tell me she's my enemy?
Enough.
Said nothing.
Hurry to the factory where Adam is waiting. Scouts have probably already been sent out to investigate the explosion. You've lost your weapon, right? That means you've got no chance of winning in a battle situation. Whatever you do, don't let them see you.
Yeah, bag of crabs, thanks for the bits again. So the thing with the bullets coming out of the Patriot like that, yeah, the Patriot with what, probably a 7-inch barrel. 7 inches ARs don't keyhole like that, like bag of crabs is saying. But this is slightly exaggerated version of something that does happen in real life through a wrong combination of barrel twist rate and bullet weight / length. So it's not completely out of this world. It's a little silly that it happens right at the muzzle, but for example, if you have a wrong combination of bullet weight and twist rate plus the short barrel, it actually does happen within reasonable distances, like 50 yards and in, 20-30 yards. Namely, you can see it happen even with 20 inches ARs, if they have the old twist rate, the 1 in 12 twist rate, and you're firing the 62 grain green tips out of it. Not that that's what the boss was using, but being a cut down XM16E1, the Patriot would have had twist rate of 1 in 12. So I can kind of see where they're going with it. Short barrel, wrong twist rate. If she was using green tips, man, that would have been perfect. Yeah, the 1 in 12 was the original. Actually, the very first one for the prototypes was 1 in 14, but 1 in 12 was the original M16, XM16 twist rate because they only had the 55 grain bullets. Yes, like PDX is saying. And they were only ever 20 inches, you know, and well, for the most part, they were 20 inches during the Vietnam era. And that's what they used. The green tip thing, they're not even a U.S. round, you know. They're from Belgium. They're the standard NATO Belgian round, the 62 grain M855 green tips. Yeah. So I would assume that happened later. And then you can see the bullets in flight. They're not green tips too. You can just see them. Yeah. There's definitely the fact that it's a short barrel mainly. They don't go too much into the twist rate and the bullet length and weight in the games, but I'm just saying that it's not completely impossible for it to happen. I'm just listing the circumstances under which it does happen in real life. Even with a 20-inch M16A1 with a 1 in 12 shooting green tips out of that is no good. It starts key holding at 20-30 yards. So I wonder if you take that and also add the short barrel, the 7-inch barrel instead of 20, you know, it would start key holding even sooner than 20-30 yards. So that's why it's not completely out of this world. Yeah. That makes perfect sense. Anyway, but why did the boss defect?
Major.
Snake, the boss is your enemy. You've got to accept that reality. Adam is waiting for you at the abandoned factory to the north of your current position. Head north. The enemy must have seen the drone explode. They've probably already sent out patrol units. You never know when you'll encounter the enemy. Use your camouflage wisely and proceed with caution.
We are on PS3 HD collection.
Remember that you've lost your gun. You don't stand a chance in a fight against an enemy unit. Use your camouflage and don't let the enemy see you.
Major, why was the boss there? Did they detect my infiltration?
That's impossible. The drone shouldn't have been picked up by their radar at all.
Then how did she know? It couldn't have been a...
That's also out of the question. We've taken all measures to ensure this mission stays secret.
Then what's going on?
I don't know. It won't do you any good to dwell on it, Snake. Hurry to your rendezvous with Adam. Head for the abandoned factory to the north. Watch out for enemy patrols. Stay alert at all times, okay?
But why did the boss defect?
Snake, you don't have a tranquilizer gun right now.
Yeah.
Major.
What is it?
Why did the boss betray us?
Leave it alone, Snake.
But...
We've been through this before. Besides, asking for reasons now won't change anything.
I thought I'd find out if I met her face to face. I thought for sure she'd tell me, but...
Then you'll have to find your own answers.
By completing my mission?
Yes.
Master Collection patched or still problematic? Yes. Both. They patched it, but it's still problematic if you ask me. Nah, it just works for the average person. It doesn't look too much into it. It just works.
The Soviet intelligence community must be up in arms about the boss's defection. The great Voyevoda has abandoned America and embraced the Soviet Union.
Voyevoda?
Apparently, that's what they call the boss behind the Iron Curtain. It means warrior or mighty soldier in Russian. When used to refer to a woman, it means something close to Lady Knight. In Russia, where they've had a number of female emperors throughout their history, it's a term of great respect, well, poetic in a way. The boss's exploits have made her name famous in the East as well.
Major, why did the boss defect?
Again.
I don't know, but I will tell you this. America is all too eager to get rid of her.
Yeah, it was a little slow, wasn't it?
She knows too many of our secrets. If she were to relay all the top secret information she knows to the Soviet bloc, it would put us at a severe disadvantage.
Camp DRK.
It might even lead to the downfall of the West. Even if we survive, the boss is still too much of a hero to us. With her in the Soviet camp, we'd suffer a fatal loss of morale at home. There are even whispers that some of the less stalwart elements of the military might follow her example and defect themselves. I assume you're aware that since your last mission, several key figures within the CIA have been placed under house arrest.
Yeah.
The loss of the boss has been a painful one indeed.
What about you?
Me? I still can't believe it. As a comrade, I would have placed my trust in her before my own family. But now that I think about it, the boss always seemed to have an aura of mystery about her. I never would have expected it to manifest in this way, though. Oh, well, it won't do to get all misty-eyed about it. She's an enemy now, worthy of nothing more than our contempt.
Understood. Major.
Yes?
I was just wondering, why do they call you Zero?
What do you mean?
We go back a long ways, but I just realized I never asked you why you're called Zero.
You want to know where it comes from?
Yeah, if that's all right.
That's a bit nostalgic, really.
Nostalgic?
The first British intelligence outfit was established in 1909. The head of the Foreign Intelligence Division was a man named Mansfield George Smith Cumming. He was referred to simply as C after the first letter of his last name. Since then, out of respect for Cumming, the heads of the SIS have traditionally taken the name of C.
And James Bond's boss is called M.
That's right. I myself was once known as O.
And that's where Zero comes from?
Precisely. In another sense, though, it signifies a ghost, one whose true identity must remain a mystery, the primogenitor of the solo sneaking operation.
Is that so?
Oh, well, you know, we go through the main games a lot, but also a little bit of everything. This time specifically, actually, depending on how long the subathon goes on for, I'm gonna play a little bit of everything that has Metal Gear name in it. So there's some pretty obscure stuff that we don't see a lot, like Snake's Revenge, although technically that one doesn't have Metal Gear in the name. And Snake's Revenge, MGS Mobile, MGS 3D, all that crap. Acid Poops. Acid Poops. That is Portable Ops, but we just call it Poops. I would like to go through everything again, yeah. I really want to stream as much as I can, interrupted only by sleep and supply runs, yeah. Oh yeah, Rising, of course, I gotta forget Rising. And then I would also like to, like right now we're doing in-depth story runs, bit of rambling, you know, extras, calls, whatnot. I would also like to go back and basically do everything there is to do in each game, you know, unlock things, do all the different saves and emblems and items and VR, dog tags, all that stuff. Should be quite a lot of stuff. This game is Peace Walker is after this game, and it's much easier to play on PS3. Yeah, no, if you can get your hands on. The PSP is just pure pain. The PlayStation Pain should be called. The Pain Station Portable. I don't know.
Snake, let's go over the controls.
No, it's not. Fuck it. Let's go This will change for this. A pain station portable. Sometimes I amuse myself.
What the hell is this? HQ? HQ.
This is HQ.
Control here. We have evidence of an enemy intruder. Commence alert formation.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
It sort of becomes a little bit too easy on PS3. Like, mechanics that were clearly made for PSP become kind of redundant or irrelevant, I should say. But it's either that or play cursing the controls and doing the claw grip to move the camera, and I don't know what's worse. It's a good time though, Peace Walker, if you can put some real time in it and have an idea of everything the game has to offer. A lot of people seem to have trouble with that. They seem to have issues with, because there's a lot of stuff to chew through in Peace Walker, but I would say look at it at least once for everything. Do everything once. Yeah, I guess playing on PS Vita would be halfway in between, where you can use the. It always bothered me that there's no HD Peace Walker on PS Vita. You're stuck with the PSP version running at 20 FPS. Ugh. Peace Walker's good times. Peace Walker's my third favorite after MGS2 and MGS1. Move. It doesn't hear me slide down here. MGS4 is a complicated subject. MGS4 is an unfortunate subject, but there's many aspects of MGS4 I like. Overall, I guess, yeah, but asterisk. Yeah, it's a long story with the bullshit behind it. It's really interesting bullshit, but it's still bullshit.
This is HQ.
But mainly the long story short, the technical aspects of MGS4 are nice. The writing and what led to it being what it is, not so much. Oops. My frames. MGS4 is the undoing of the series in a lot of ways. But it's really interesting stuff. What happened with it is just interesting, horrible stuff. I mean, to oversimplify it, you could say, yeah, I like the gameplay, but I don't like the story. But there's more to it than that. Oh man, I forgot to do the mouse trap again with Ocelot. Oh well. Oh, Heaven's Door wanted me to try fucking around with the fake death pill here. Yeah, we'll do a big boss run stream at some point. So the way it works with the cutscene trigger here is, as soon as you go back through the doorway here, it triggers a cutscene once you go in the first time. Which means that if you go out this way, it doesn't trigger. You can actually go back out. The thing I'm afraid of is if I waste my fake death pill, it's gonna fuck with things a little bit. I want to be naked for this. So we'll get the box here. See if we have more SIGINT calls. You should come inside the box.
Snake, what are you doing?
I'm in a box.
A cardboard box? Why are you...
I don't know, I was just looking at it, and suddenly I got this irresistible urge to get inside. No, not just an urge. More than that. It was my destiny to be here, in the box.
Destiny?
Yeah, and then when I put it on, I suddenly got this feeling of inner peace. I can't put it into words. I feel safe, like this is where I was meant to be, like I'd found the key to true happiness. Does any of that make sense?
Not even a little.
You should come inside the box, then you'll know what I mean.
Man, I don't want to know what you mean. Between you and Paramedic, is everyone but me that is hooked up with a Major Strange? Yeah, well, anyway, I suppose even that dumbass box might make a decent disguise if you wear it inside a building. Snake, what's up? Why are you naked? I know there's a naked option under uniform that lets you take off the upper part of your uniform, but without a shirt on, your camouflage sucks, and your stamina goes down faster. You don't get any advantages whatsoever.
Sure there are.
Like what?
It feels good.
Man, you do whatever you want.
I will, thanks. Bisexual. Just one question, though.
What?
Is there a way to take off my pants?
Say what?
My pants, can I?
Oh, hell no! This Fox unit is a nut fest!
Yeah, Big Boss doesn't know how to take off his pants until Peace Walker. The call.
Why don't you give the room to the northeast where you met Sokolov another try? Adam might be there this time.
I haven't really fucked with the translation side of things for MGS3 much. Like, not like I'm just wanted to both have well-documented, famous stories about it, and horror stories to some degree. I never really fucked with MGS3's translation much. There's no obvious stories to jump at the fan base that I'm aware of like I wanted to. But maybe if you look into it or something, I don't know.
You've arrived at the factory, I see.
Yeah, now to meet up with this Adam guy.
Good, go to it.
So where is he?
We weren't given an exact location.
How about a time?
Nothing was specified.
A physical description?
I'm not sure.
How am I supposed to find him then?
You won't need to.
Huh?
He'll find you. Why don't you give the room to the north?
Yeah. May, do you need to be bonked again? Every once in a while, May comes in here and needs to be bonked. There's a story about, you know, the fact that Akio Otsuka wanted people to learn Russian. That is, Snake's Japanese voice actor had this idea of having the voice actors actually learn Russian for this game, and they politely but firmly told him no. And then you have the thing where Sokolov says your Russian is superb to Snake, even though they're speaking English, because that's just for the audience. Yeah, They're supposed to be speaking Russian. Snake knows Russian. The boss taught him Russian. Hell, the boss probably invented Russian in this universe. So every time Snake is talking to certain characters, he would be using Russian. You know, when he's talking to Sokolov, to Granin, to Volgin, all those Russian people, he would be speaking Russian to them. Yeah, so they made sure to have Sokolov mention it there. That he's speaking Russian. That his Russian's good. Alright, let's try this nonsense with the fake death pill. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. I knew it. It was just gonna waste it. God damn it. It doesn't even move you forward when you go back on your feet. Yeah, we just wasted it. That's okay. The only thing I use it for is the fear anyway, and we're not gonna... We can still do the cheese with the traps instead of the fake death pill if I want to show the cheese, or maybe we'll actually do the fight. It's got a little bit of interesting features in it. Unfortunately, all made completely irrelevant by the cheese. Multiple ways you can cheese it. I'll have to remember to pick up the torch too, to show the torch cheese or the fear. Yes, as soon as we go across here, we'll get the cutscene. Yep.
Sorry I'm late.
Cut the engine. They'll hear us.
Are you the agent they sent?
Are you Adam?
Are you the boob
I
they
thought you were
sent?
supposed to be a man.
Adam couldn't make it.
All right, say the password. Who are the Patriots? Who are the Patriots? Answer me! Trapped.
Get down! There is your answer.
Just like Miller is the sunglasses, Eva is the boobs. The boob implants. That one was weighing everything.
The name's Eva.
This wasn't part of the plan. What happened to Adam?
What's your code name?
It's Snake.
Snake, huh? Well, I'm Eva. Are you here to tempt me?
What happened to Adam?
Colonel Volgin is a very suspicious man. He decided Adam wasn't the right person for this mission.
And you were.
Yes,
Why?
because I can do things he can't.
I heard you used to be a codebreaker for the NSA.
I was. 4 years ago, I defected to the Soviet Union with Adam.
Mauser military. The broom handle.
It packs quite a punch. Nice to have when you're on a bike.
You held it sideways and used the muzzle jump to create a horizontal sweep. That was impressive.
Bet you've never seen that technique in the West.
It's imitation, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a Chinese Type 17 pistol. Around here, even that's hard to come by. Don't worry, though. The one I've got for you is American-made.
.45, huh? Incredible.
Do you like it?
The feeding ramp is polished.
Gross.
The slide's been reinforced, and the interlock with the frame is tightened for added precision. The sight system is original too. The thumb safety is extended to make it easier on the finger. A long type trigger with non-slip grooves. A ring.
Did you like it?
The base of the trigger guard's been filed down for a higher grip. And not only that, nearly every part of this gun has been expertly crafted and customized. Where'd you get something like this?
I grabbed it from a Western munitions armory. It probably used to belong to one of your officers, and there are more where that came from. You had this with you, didn't you? Better take this too.
What's that?
A disguise to make you look like a scientist.
A disguise?
Yes. You're here to rescue Sokolov, right?
Sokolov's still safe then?
Yes. He's being forced to continue his work on the Shagohod.
Where?
At the lab. They've got a whole army of scientists there developing new weapons. Security is tight, but if you disguise yourself as a scientist, you might be able to sneak in.
Can we get Sokolov out of there?
We'll see, won't we?
Tell me how to get to the lab.
The safest way in is from the rear. First, you'll need to head north through the jungle. You'll come to a heliport used for
See, right now he's not listening at all. He's just focused on the gun.
There will be a large crevice. Descend into that area and you'll reach a cave. Move through the cave and you will arrive at a mangrove swamp. After the swamp, there'll be a warehouse. Make your way through the warehouse and you'll come out just south of the lab.
Got it.
And just what are you doing there?
In close-range combat, a knife can sometimes be more useful than a gun. By doing this, I'll be able to hold a knife at the same time and still keep the gun steady. That way, I can instantly switch between a gun battle and a knife fight. Right, let's get going.
Wait a minute.
What now?
You must be tired. Why don't you take a little rest?
I'll be fine.
You'll never make it in your condition. It's a jungle out there. There's still an hour before dawn. It's dangerous to be out in the jungle at night without a guide.
What about you?
I have to get back. I can't be gone for too long. They'll start to suspect something. Don't worry. I'll keep you updated over the radio.
That's it?
My orders are to provide you with information, nothing more. You look disappointed. All right, then. I'll do something special for you. I'll stand watch until dawn. Now be a good boy and lie down. What's the matter?
I don't know you well enough to trust you.
How well do you have to know me to trust me?
I don't know if I can trust anybody.
Gonna get that?
She's right, Snake. You should get some sleep. Although in your condition, you really ought to be back in the ICU. Whenever you save the game and quit, you'll go to sleep. Sleeping allows you to gain back stamina naturally. Depending on how long you sleep, you may also recover naturally from sickness and injury. When you're tired or hurt, the best thing to do is just get some sleep. So do yourself a favor and take a nap. Doctor's orders, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Nah, I'm good.
What is this? You're nuts!
Here's a hint, nothing in these games is ever because of a game that came after it. So no, Liquid is not blonde because of Eva.
What's the matter?
We're surrounded. I see 4 of them.
I see 2 of them.
We've got company. It's the Ocelot unit. Let's get out of here. Hurry. Don't forget your gear. Here, give me a hand. We can use this to get to the basement. Damn it, Ocelot. I'll get past them on my bike. I'll call you later.
Okay, I'll keep them busy.
He's got the phantom pain gun.
Huh?
Don't go dying on me now.
Linky. That needs to be a perma ban. Not a 1 minute ban. Alright, we'll get in here. Put a tranquilizer in this guy. Through the grate. That also makes noise. So that these guys come check here. For some reason they come check on this side. So we stun grenade them. Go down to 6. Nice. That guy should pass out soon. Let me get this guy.
What's wrong?
And the other guy here. Nice aim.
Where'd he go?
Come out. Ah, sniper guy's here too. Okay, that works. Get the ration, and then we'll get the suppressor from that guy. Oh man, I remember fucking around with the when I was doing the fork run here. Hold on. And the ocelots have slightly different AI than other enemies. I don't know why. I just decided to fuck around with this particular time, but with the box, for example, they don't check it, they just immediately slash it and attack it. Well, not immediately, they have to look at it first. But their AI is a little funny because, yeah, let them notice the box. During that slashing, the box slashing animation, they don't alert, meaning that we can do a little something. Oh, where's he going, man? He's going all the way around. What? You good? Maybe because I moved. Hey. You can do this.
Just my imagination.
And then he moonwalks back. He walks backwards. Hold on. Might need to move before he gets in here to do what I'm trying to do. Yeah, they can't alert while they're trying to slash the box, so you just move out of the way. What I want to do though is
Just my imagination.
intercept him when he moonwalks. Let's see, I might have to move right away when he goes to check. Move. Now he should moonwalk to me. Good job.
I've been waiting for this moment. That's it. That's the stance.
Hey, Skyline, thank you for 42
I don't
months.
think so. What? A female spy?
Now, the Tsushinoko is a Japanese folklore thing.
This bitch is wearing perfume.
Mythical creature. Not just an MGS thing.
Stay where you are. I've had enough of your judo.
I see you've got yourself a single-action army.
That's right. There'll be no accidents this time.
OG Flabby, thank you for the Prime sub. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Welcome aboard.
It wouldn't have happened if you hadn't been showing off.
What did you say?
It's a nice
Literally
gun,
don't
I'll
have
give you
what it
that.
takes.
But the engraving gives you no tactical advantage whatsoever. Unless you were planning to auction it off as a collector's item. And you're forgetting one more very basic thing. You don't have what it takes to kill me.
Skyline, technically donations would be more direct, yeah.
We'll see.
Which taking a cut of subs and stuff.
That thing only carries 6 shots. The Makarov carries 8. You have to get a feel for how many you have left.
Don't worry, your gun will come back into phantom pain.
This is a high-class weapon. It's not meant for shooting people.
Damn!
It's the 45 caliber revolver. With engravings.
This isn't over yet.
Don't.
Why?
He's still young.
It would be a time paradox, Eva.
You'll regret stopping me. Damn it! I've got to get back before he does.
You know, there's a whole debate on the whole 45 long Colt thing. It's not actually a thing. It's just 45 Colt. Although I believe by now, you know, the term has been used so much that maybe some brands actually put long Colt on the boxes of ammo. But that was never the caliber's name. It's just 45 Colt. Let's get the zombie face paint here and some bug juice, and then we'll do another one of those calls where they treat him like an idiot. I got it. It just heading north, right? The snake wasn't listening at all while Eva was explaining where to go. He was too focused on the gun, so he now has no idea where to go. Then Zero tells him again where to go, and he still doesn't get it. And at that point, Zero just gives up, man. He's just, this guy. I love that call.
It looks like you've got rid of all the ocelots.
Yeah.
Now proceed with the rescue of Sokolov. According to Eva, you should start by going to the crevice to the north and...
Can we trust her?
What's that?
Eva is with the KGB, isn't she? Can I really believe what she says? How do I know she won't double-cross me?
There are no guarantees in espionage, Snake, only calculated guesses. At this point in time, the KGB stands nothing to gain by stabbing us in the back.
So you're saying I can trust her?
I'm saying the chance that she'll betray you is low.
Ah.
Of course, we checked the route she gave you against our own data. It looks like a pretty solid infiltration route. It makes good use of weak spots in the enemy's defenses. You shouldn't have...
Skyline, thank you so much,
Follow the
man.
route Eva showed you and proceed with the mission.
Roger.
First, enter the cave through the crevice. Eva said
Boat
it was to
pet.
the north, so head that way.
What would I even look like? Skyline with a $50 donation, thank you. And we'll put that towards fighting the end. It definitely helps. Imagine if everybody donated $50. We need to get that call. What would a vote pet even look like? How do you pet people in the chat? Wait a minute. On second thought, let's not do that.
First, enter the cave through the crevice.
Hey,
First, enter the cave.
VIP for a second.
Eva was right when she said that operating in an unknown jungle at night is extremely dangerous. In my former outfit, the SAS, we'd always be sure to set up camp before sunset and wait until daybreak before setting out again. Being able to stay in that abandoned factory...
Oh no, don't pet the TTS doo-doo.
You ought to be thanking Eva.
Major, what's this temptation Eva was talking about?
In the Old Testament of the Bible, Eve was seduced by a snake into tasting the fruit of knowledge. By eating the forbidden fruit, Adam and Eve disobeyed God's command and were cast out from the Garden of Eden. Thus, it was the snake who led mankind into original sin.
Come to think of it, I did break a rib in the virtuous mission. Maybe that's where Eva came from.
But the one who tempted Adam into eating the forbidden fruit was Eve. You may be working together, but she's still a KGB operative. Don't let your guard down.
I don't intend to.
Seven tits. What?
Snake, your number one priority in this mission is rescuing Sokolov. Eva said he is in the lab, so head over there.
Right.
Do you remember how to get to the lab?
You mean what Eva told me?
Yes.
Of course I do.
All right, repeat it for me.
Major, do you think I'd forget something like that?
Let's hear it then.
First I
Let's hear it then.
Then I'll come to a crevice.
And then?
And then...
All right, let's go over this one more time. First, head north through the jungle. Enter the cave through the crevice to the north. Follow the cave to the end and you'll come out in an aqueduct surrounded by a mangrove. Follow the aqueduct to the north and you should arrive at a warehouse. Climb out of the water and enter the warehouse. After you've infiltrated the warehouse, pass through it to the north. Then you'll emerge in the woods again. The lab will be directly to the north. Are we clear now?
Yeah.
Snake.
I got it. Basically, I just head north, right?
He's fucking done with him. I got it. Ugh. There's so many calls like that. This has to be Kojima thinking that the players are idiots, while at the same time, giving them what they want. It's too perfect. There's too many calls like that where they're just patronizing him and treating him like an idiot. And I almost forgot that this thing is. You should be able to get on this thing for reasons unknown. I guess it's the same animation as when you're in 3 branches. Yeah, you can get these. Let's go get the Yakko Camel. And I like to do a few calls here, all with paramedic interrupt and SIGINT. And we should also keep up with the save calls.
You want to save? Hold on a sec.
We also have the famous snake knife in this area. Or knife snake. I don't know.
Snake, have you seen Earth versus the Spider?
Nope.
It's about this spider that suddenly mutates into a giant monster. They bring it into the city in a state of hibernation, but it wakes up and starts wrecking the place.
So why did the spider turn huge?
I told you, it suddenly mutated.
Yeah, right.
Snake, it's people like you that take all the fun out of watching movies. Always nitpicking and taking things too seriously. Honestly, why even bother? Look, the important thing isn't that it got big.
Then what is important?
The fact that there's a huge spider destroying the city. Suspend your disbelief. That's the whole point of movies.
Yeah, that's probably what Kojima wished people would have done. I don't know. It's people like you that nitpick and ruin everything. Bug juice. No, don't kick So Toyota. So Toyota is a Giga Chad. Have you seen his MGS1 developer commentary calls? What a guy. Okay, so we should have the Gecko camo somewhere in here, if I could see. Why can't I see? I used to be able to see, now I can't see. Ah, there it is. Now we've got 3 things we want to look at. The life medicine, the zombie face paint, and the Gecko camo. Wearing it enables you to hear Kerotan's calling. So once we exit the menu with this equipped, we'll hear the Kerotan in this area to help you find it. It's somewhere in there in the water. Alright, this is all great stuff because we tried calling Sigint about all these and Paramedic has something to say every time.
Hey, Snake, remember back at the abandoned factory when you whittled the grip of that 45 down?
Yeah,
I've never heard of a customization like that before. Why the grip?
to fit it with a knife.
A knife? You're gonna keep the knife and the gun both at the ready?
That's the idea.
Why would you want to do that?
Sometimes a knife works better in close proximity encounters. So I equip both at the same time. That way I can switch back and forth in an instant.
Badass. So that's that.
CQC.
Snake, you said Eva said her Mauser was a Type 17, right?
Yeah, what about it?
That model was produced in the 1920s in a weapons lab in the Shaanxi province in China. The cartridge part sticks out lower than the original to accommodate 45 caliber rounds. The barrel and chamber are a little bit thicker too. But most telling of all, it's got Chinese characters engraved on both sides of the frame like you saw. And that firing stance Eva was talking about where you hold the gun horizontally, that's a trademark of the Chinese. Just like you were saying, when you're firing in full auto mode, the muzzle jump effect gives you a horizontal strafing motion. They say it's especially deadly in indoor and close-range mop-up actions. The Japanese called it bandit shooting and used to dread it. Makes you wonder where she learned to shoot like that. You know that army motorcycle that Eva was riding? That's a replica of a German model.
A replica?
Yeah. After World War II, the Soviets confiscated an entire assembly line from a German motorcycle factory, machines and all.
And then they took it back with them and started producing replicas?
Exactly. Originally, that motorcycle was designed to be used with a sidecar attached. That means it's got enough power to drag a 200-plus pound sidecar around.
So that's how she could pull off all those crazy stunts.
Uh-huh. Of course, it takes a lot of skill to be able to control that much power. That Eva chick is something else.
So yeah, they tell you that she has a Chinese gun and a Chinese shooting style. But they also tell you she has a German motorcycle. So maybe to throw you off a little bit. But that also kind of explains how she can do all those crazy moves. Yeah, it's still crazy, but there's a little bit to it. Can we talk about the items yet?
Got some life medicine, huh?
There we go.
Life medicine is...
Life medicine is a drug recently developed by the Soviet Union for use in battle. The components are still a mystery, but it seems to activate the body's regenerative processes and makes injuries heal faster.
Well,
open the window and press the enter button to instantly replenish your life. Useful, huh? Huh? What's wrong, Sigint?
Never mind.
Rude.
Snake, what is that stuff you're wearing?
I don't know. It's called Gakko camo, whatever that means.
What?
Paramedic?
You've never heard of Gakko?
Nope.
Never.
You must live in a cave or something.
Well, excuse me. By the way, Snake, that outfit is really killing your camo index. Unless you want the enemy to see you, I suggest you change your clothes as...
Why?
Why? Because his camo index is...
Camo index, schmamo index.
Hold on now.
He's wearing the Gakko suit.
Why?
Because it loot.
Snake, talk some sense into her.
What's wrong with being cute?
Am I the only normal person around here? Snake, your face paint, it's...
I know. It's called zombie.
Zombie? What does that mean?
Beats me.
Are you serious?
Hello, paramedic.
You mean you've never heard of zombies?
Nope.
Never.
You guys don't know anything. A zombie is a dead body that's been cursed and brought back to life by a master of black magic. Supposedly, they revive the dead and use them as slaves. It's also seen as a kind of punishment. People who commit terrible crimes can be forced to labor even after they're dead.
Interesting. How do you know all this stuff?
I saw it in movies. Like White Zombie. Never seen it?
Nope.
Can't say I have.
How about Plan 9 from Outer Space?
No.
Missed it.
You can't just focus on the things you like all the time. You have to expand your horizons, try new things.
It's not
You guys need to
available.
get out more.
I checked.
Yeah, well, anyway, that face paint doesn't look all that useful. Go ahead and wear it if you want, but I think you should change to...
You don't need to change anything.
Why not?
It makes them look awesome. Doesn't it?
Look, arguing about it isn't going to get us anywhere. Snake, you do whatever you want.
It does make you look cool.
One of those usernames that's locked but not in use, which means somebody had it, either deleted their account or changed their name, and the username they previously had gets locked for however long. I think it depends if you're partnered or not, or something like that. Yeah, because that was interesting. It's just not... The bot isn't automatically a way to check if it's available, I guess. Let's go back here, take a look at the snake knives. Snake knife. Oh shit. Hello. Oh, that reminds me, I forgot to do the low health call during the virtuous mission. Oh well. Also, if we wanted to do the cold related stuff here, it would take about 30 minutes of swimming around in this water naked with low stamina to give Snake a cold. It's extremely uncommon to see a cold in MGS3, but it's a thing. I've done it once where we literally just wait there. Let's take a look at these snakes. On. Snake D. Not missing. And Snake E. Which looks similar, but the collars, the whole thing with the collars touching each other in different order, whatever. One is venomous and one isn't. Well, but okay, so the fierce camel lowers your stamina, right? But the stamina going down is not what takes time to, like, it only takes like a few seconds for it to go down, and then the thing that takes a long time is the whatever requirement of being in the water for a long time. I don't know. Actually, that is interesting. If you guys have gotten cold in MGS3 somehow, I'd like to hear how. If you can remember, because maybe there's different triggers to it, different factors to it. I know that the naked plus low stamina plus water in the swamp, swimming in the swamp, eventually did it, and it really did take 30 minutes when I did it. But I wonder if it's different factors, maybe. Anyway, these calls are funny because the entire thing is about the snake's looks and how they look similar, but somebody pulled a blue point. Yeah, we'll just call paramedic.
Wow, you caught a coral snake. The coral snake is a venomous snake that originally hails from the Americas. Its venom is a very potent neurotoxin, so don't let it bite you. if you do get bitten, go into the survival viewer right away and use Cure to neutralize the poison with a serum injection. The colorful red and black patterns on the coral snake are a warning sign. Apparently, the bright flashy colors and pattern let other animals know that it carries a deadly poison that keeps them from attacking.
He's falling asleep.
There are many animals that mimic the colors of known poisonous animals as a defense. See, by mimicking other poisonous creatures, they increase their chances of survival. There is another non-poisonous snake called the milk snake that borrows its color from the coral snake. You're not even listening, are you?
No.
Okay, we'll talk about something you're interested in then.
The taste?
Big baby.
It says here that coral snakes are pretty good in a snaky kind of way.
A snaky kind of way, huh?
The blue, thank you so much. 99 months.
I see you've caught a coral snake.
It closely resembles a fucking knife.
The milk snake closely resembles the coral snake, but it's actually not venomous.
It's
Even so, you'll still take damage.
It's hard to tell.
Don't get too close.
So is there a way to tell the difference between a milk snake and a coral snake?
That's tasty.
Well, they really do look almost exactly alike.
Yeah, sure.
I guess if I had to pick something, I'd say it's that the milk snake is much less aggressive.
Okay.
Ah, I just thought of a better way. You're going to love this.
What?
Eat it.
Eat it?
Yeah. The guide says milk snakes don't taste very good.
Is that right?
I don't know how the hell this happened.
Eating it, what does it matter which kind of snake it was?
It doesn't, does it? Shoot, I thought I had a good idea.
Okay, so maybe it's just being in this area that gives you the cold. Somehow, somebody messed up the files, the pictures, and in the PS3 HD edition, we get a fucking picture of a knife instead of the milk snake, which is funny as fuck because the whole call is about the appearance of the snake and how it's similar to the coral snake. So yeah, a little blue point happened there, a little blue point, I should say. I think this is one of the things that they fixed in the Master Collection, probably, from what I've heard. I don't know, I don't play much. Let's get the croc cap now. Oh wait, there's more stuff. Poison frog. Wait, that's not a poison frog. That's Autumn frog. The paramedic also has all these calls where she talks about Japan. Like she knows some stuff about Japan, like what people eat, how they dress, whatever. And then it turns out to be bullshit. Some calls you can kind of fact check paramedics calls from by calling Eva. Sometimes Snake will repeat to Eva what paramedic told him about Japan, and she will tell him that it's bullshit. I forget how many calls. There's definitely at least one call, but I think there might be more. Later in the game, Eva calls are some of the best calls in the game, but they're easy to miss. Some of them are easy to miss. But that reminds me of it because she mentions sashimi in this call, I think.
I see you caught an Otten frog. The Otten
The two snakes are knives.
corpulent species of frog. They're known as
Yeah, maybe he's making fun of weebs.
The Otten frog was originally found only on Amami Oshima in Japan. Frogs usually have 4 toes on their front legs, but the Otten frog is unique in that it has 5.
Got it. By the way, you said they were known as a delicacy, right?
Right.
So that means they must taste pretty good, huh?
I guess so. I hear that in Japan, Otten frog sashimi and sukiyaki are popular dishes.
Really?
Yeah.
Japan, huh? That place is starting to sound better and better.
One of these days we're gonna do a purely radio calls run with the what's it called again? The Master Collection screenplay book that has the script for Not all, but most calls. We know for a fact, especially that MGS3 doesn't have all of them because Sigurd's shit call is missing. But it's interesting. It's perhaps the most interesting part of the Master Collection because it lists all the calls and it lists the triggers for them. Like, if the player's done this, then you get this call, otherwise you get that call. So, I've been doing all of these things for years now, all of the top of my head, you know, through just learning things about the games. So, and sometimes, rarely, we still find a new call that I never heard before, yeah? So, if we really sit there and go through the Master Collection screenplay books, maybe, I expect it might go either way. We either find something I haven't heard before, or we find something that's not in the screenplay book. I wouldn't be surprised about that, because it's probably, I mean, the thing that's missing from MGS3's screenplay is Sigurd's shit call, because they I guess they wanted to censor it. They were too ashamed of it. It's kind of lame. But at least it was done intentionally. Who knows if there's others that they missed. I figure it would be kind of a tedious task, though. You have the thing on screen and follow it slowly, and it would take a lot of saving and reloading for different triggers, different flags. Maybe it might even be something to do with save states, who knows. Yeah, it's still there in Japanese because the Japanese one is not as offensive. The English one is just straight up talking about shit and turds, and people's are sacks of shit. The Japanese one is milder. It's not as offensive. I figure that's why. Bug. Ooh, we should eat one of these first. Ooh, got the leech too. Where? There's gotta be another poison frog here. They're tiny, but they're actually much bigger than they're supposed to be. No, that's not it. Oh, there's one. Now, if you mean the boss fight, we haven't done the Ocelot boss fight yet. Man. Oh wow, you actually can't see it because it's hiding in the backpack. Usually you can see the leeches. But this one's inside the backpack. Nice. Is this a rerun? No, I just anticipated your message in chat. Who knows? Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it will be.
Snake, look at your body.
Yep. Looking good.
Not there.
Then where?
See the leeches?
Leeches?
Oh, not there.
Yeah, you've got leeches all over you. Leeches will sometimes attach themselves to you if you spend a long time in the water or the swamp. When you've got leeches on you, they'll suck your blood, causing you to lose stamina. You should get rid of them as soon as...
Yeah.
I see you've captured a...
Oh, wait, I forgot to eat the frog. Damn it. Oh, well.
Is native to the tropical rainforests of Central and South America. They normally grow between 2 and 5 centimeters in length, but for some reason, the ones in that area seem to be much bigger than that. Poison dart frogs are known to carry a potent neurotoxin called familiotoxin. Long ago, people used the poison to coat their arrows for hunting. Watch out, because if you eat one, you'll get food poisoning.
Damn, you just get a shorter version of the call. I was gonna eat one first and then call her. Because then Sneak says, yeah, I know. You really want to know how I know? Never mind, I got it. That's what happens. If you eat a poison frog, Still gives you stamina. You just take the antidote. All good. Sleep frog. There is no sleep frog. There's a sleep mushroom. But yeah, we'll fuck with that when we get it. That's later in the game. So we got the tree frog, the autumn frog, and the poison frog. What was that? It's another tree frog. Okay. Also, the reason that they're bigger than they should be. Sometimes paramedic will mention this. Oh, this is supposed to be this size, but for some reason it's bigger. She says that about a couple things. I imagine that's because of the game and scaling things up so that the player can see them, so that they could model it and you could actually see it in the game world. Like the scorpions look much bigger than they really are. The poison frogs, the tree frogs. It's mostly the tiny things like that she talks about being bigger. Let's get the croc cap now. There's oh yeah, and then we have the fish in here as well. Oh, what is this guy doing over here? That is weird. Nice. Why do you have to float all the way to the surface first? Oh yeah, definitely. The original resolution would also have been a factor to that.
Snake, are you there?
Eva,
Did you miss me?
did you make it without any trouble?
No one saw me.
So you're back with Vulcan.
In a matter of speaking.
What about the boss?
Yeah, she's here too.
Better be careful.
Thanks, I will. The boss and I get along pretty well, though. I guess we traders have a lot in common.
Why would anyone want to defect? Betraying your country like that, I just don't get it.
Are you talking about the boss?
Why do you do it? Weren't you born and raised in America?
Yes, in a small rural town. I never even knew there were other countries, other cultures, other ways of thinking. Until I went to work for the NSA. And one day, I found I'd lost faith in the things I'd been taking for granted.
Who the fuck are you vote kicking, Malinky?
What was it that made you want to change sides?
Malaki Fox.
I told you.
Try me.
I saw the universe.
The universe?
Not the actual universe. The universe as the intelligence community sees it. I realized that the gravity in this universe was holding me back. That's all. People and countries are both changed by their environment and by the times.
That sounds like what the boss was saying.
There's a world of difference between this country and America. But it's only a difference of position, a difference of perspective. Coming here made me realize something. Half of what I'd been told was a complete and utter lie. The other half was a conveniently...
A little bit. Not gonna remember names.
Where's the truth?
It's just random people not in the chat.
Are you lying too?
Who knows? I've been trained to make even the most severe falsehood sound like the honest truth. Weren't you?
No.
Wait.
I
You're
believe
playing Twin Snakes for the first time?
even if it is a lie.
No,
That's
stop.
part of my mission.
I'll have to remember that.
No, don't do it.
My frequency is 142.52.
Oh, no. You can still be saved. Don't do it. You're still pure. Just forget it exists while you're still on time. Trust me. Oh man, I wouldn't forget about it. I would erase it from my memory. Just replace it with one big reminder. Do not look at Twin Snakes ever. Trust me. Fuck, man. Yeah, it's one of those things that needs to be erased from memory. Alright. For a glue cap. Perfect. Nobody will recognize me. I laugh a lot more during Phantom Pain. I don't know about you. But I certainly laugh a lot more during that game. It opens its mouth.
I see you've caught yourself an arowana. The arowana is an ancient fish that lives in tropical freshwater areas. Because of its large size, I don't think you'll be able to capture one alive. Ancient fish like the arowana are lizards. They've hardly changed their form since the Devonian and Jurassic periods. Other ancient fish besides the arowana include the coelacanth, the starlet, and the knifefish. Almost all organisms on Earth have evolved in various shapes and forms, but these fish have kept the same form for hundreds of millions of years. Baffling, isn't it?
Sure.
Well, I can see you're not interested.
Not at all. I'm fascinated by ancient fish.
Why?
They're supposed to be huge, aren't they?
You're wondering whether they'd make a good meal.
Yeah. So, do they?
The guide says they taste just fine for a fish.
Great.
The arowana notoriously making a comeback in the tapes where Kaz meets Snake for the first time. Good stuff. Highly recommend. We'll do those as part of Ground Zeroes. Well, part of Peace Walker, but they're in Ground Zeroes. Japanese Ground Zeroes. Tell me about the croc cap.
That swamp seems pretty deep. It's probably deep enough to dive underwater and swim.
Yeah.
Snake, you'll be helpless if a crocodile attacks you in the water. You can't see behind you when you're swimming, so if you're in a crocodile-infested swamp, keep an eye on your six.
We'll do the death roll animation, but first I'll get a checkpoint.
Snake, you'll be...
Yeah.
Snake, what in God's name?
How does it look?
It looks cool.
Huh?
It looks cool on you.
It does?
Yeah.
I don't think cool is the right word.
Why? What's wrong with it?
What's wrong? Don't you think it looks silly? Doesn't it make you laugh? Aren't you going to ask me what the hell I was thinking?
No.
Huh.
I think it really does look good. It reminds me of the alligator people.
Oh, the... what?
The Alligator People. It's a science fiction movie. You've never heard of it?
No.
Oh, well, you should see it sometime. It's about this guy who gets hurt in a car accident and tries to heal his wounds by injecting himself with a crocodile serum, but then his head turns into a crocodile head. You look just like him with the mask on. That's awesome!
Right.
Huh?
Oh, never mind. I suppose you might be able to disguise yourself as a crocodile by wearing that cap and sticking your head out of the water.
So for the player's sake, whoever's on the radio basically always knows what's going on, what you're looking at. But it's weird, like the codec and the radio, especially in MGS3. At least with the first two games where you have the radar, MGS1 and 2, they sort of used that as an excuse in lore. You know, we'll be watching your movements by radar. So that's kind of the excuse in MGS1 and 2. In MGS3, you know, it's just, yeah, it's just when it's convenient for them to know, they know, so they can comment on things. But sometimes you also get things like there's a call with paramedic, saying that she can see the look on Snake's face, and Snake says, "You can't see my face." And then she says, "No, but imagine it." It's when you try to call her about the dogs, and Snake talks about eating the dogs almost. So technically now they can't see him, but yeah, whenever it's convenient, they just know what's going on. Because it would be silly to have Snake narrate everything, I guess. Except for, yeah, you had the radar in MGS1 and 2. That was the excuse there. MGS3 just go with whatever.
A cap shaped like a crocodile head, you say?
Yeah. What do you think?
I think it's a great idea. You know, animal disguises are one of the oldest tricks in the book in the intelligence world. I don't know whether it's true or not, but I've heard that during World War II, the OSS used to use cow suits. Supposedly, they sent agents out to hide in herds of real cows so they could spy on enemy units as they passed by. Nowadays, I guess most people wouldn't even give a crocodile-shaped cap a second look. They think it was just a gag item. But if you use it the right way, it can be an effective weapon for spying. I gotta hand it to you, Snake. You're one sharp guy.
Snake satisfied with this.
Forget it.
He's getting positive answers from everybody. Zero, paramedic, SIGINT. They all think it's a good idea. The Snake thinks it's silly. And the only person who agrees with him is Eva.
That area is known as Chorny Prud. The name means something like the Black Shore in Russian. It got its name from the deep swamp that covers the area. The crocodiles in that swamp are extremely vicious.
Yeah.
Eva, what kind of unit are those ocelots I fought a little while ago?
The Ocelot unit is an elite group composed of soldiers handpicked from among the ranks of Spetsnaz, the Special Forces wing of GRU. They've undergone even more rigorous training than regular Spetsnaz. Their skill with weapons is the stuff of legends. You'll find they're much better shots than the rest of GRU. Watch yourself. The crevice that leads to the cave is still... The crocodiles...
Here we go. The crocodiles in the crevice. Trying to get Eva to talk about the croc cap.
The crevice...
Fucking hell, man. We definitely have to close and reopen the radio. This should load the next call.
Eva, where are you now?
I told you, didn't I? I'm right near the Colonel.
Pretty weak answer, if you ask me.
I suppose you're right.
Eva.
Snake, I'm under orders to cooperate with you, but that doesn't mean I have to tell you everything I know. I would assume the same applies to you, too. Tell me something, Snake. Why did you let Ocelot get away?
I thought I told you already.
Because he's still a kid?
Yeah.
Pretty lame excuse if you ask me.
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
Maybe you're right.
Snake, have you heard about the massacre that happened in the forest near the village of Gnezdovo?
The Katyn Forest Massacre, right?
During World War II, the German army came upon the bodies of 4,000 dead Polish in the forest of Katyn.
Yeah, Germany blamed the Soviet Union, but the Soviet Union denied it, blaming Germany in return.
The truth is that Stalin ordered the NKVD to carry out the killings. And it's not just Katyn. In places like Western Ukraine and Belarus, there must have been at least 20,000 Poles in the prison camps.
Why are you telling me this?
Volgin was one of the people responsible. He was one of the vicious leaders behind it.
Volgin was?
He blamed it on a prisoner revolt to allay any fears, and requested they be put to death. I've heard that Volgin even removed the blindfolds from each prisoner before he beat them to death.
I knew he wasn't all there in the head, but this...
Not someone you could be friends with.
Yeah, that just reminded me. I forgot to do another call in the virtuous mission. The call about heading back. Zero thinking that Snake was gonna quit the mission or something. Because here we're also gonna head back to the previous areas where Eva wasn't available to call, because she still has calls about what each area's name means. So since you can't call her there, you have to get her here and then go back to get those calls. Am I gonna be doing the end boss fight? As it is, yes. People are donating for whatever outcome they want to see for the end. We won't be there for a while, but that's winning right now. Yeah, we're gonna do the death roll.
What a dork. You must be kidding me. Are you willing to risk your life for that joke?
All right, finally I get a normal response.
What?
Everyone was giving me strange responses and acting like nothing was odd about it. I was starting to wonder myself, but now I feel better.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but you look adorable in it. I'm sorry. I gotta go. This is too much.
Man, this is one of her best calls. That laugh. It's kind of genuine sounding. Alright, so we'll get a checkpoint here, because otherwise all these calls that I've done in here will go away and repeat, which is annoying. And it turns out we've been in the swamp a while, and I have a little stamina, but with all the time we spent on the radio, it's probably not gonna count. So I don't think we'll get a cold. Yeah, it might be faster to just dive in the water. Got a couple leeches too. Oh, I can see it. So if you piss off a crocodile while you're swimming, I think it's gotta be deep enough here to swim. There you go. Nice aim. Hello? When they finally notice, they should take off at full speed. He hasn't. Maybe? Nope. Oh, there we go. Ooh. That's a bad day.
Snake, what happened? Snake!
Yep. No, the boss, big boss. Nah, they would have to kill the boss for that. Surely this outfit will blend in. Oh, that's right. There's a guy doing a weird thing with his neck here. Look at him. I don't know if he's doing some neck exercise or something, but he's kind of weird. What? He can actually see you when it turns his head all the way. Ooh, splash. Ooh, this guy is just going on the bridge. Oh, that's right, I have a little stamina. Whoops. Ah, he saw that. Alright, so we only have to go back here to get the call. Nice 10% cam.
That forest is known as Dremuchi. It means the untouched forest in Russian. The name says it all. Dremuchi is a pristine jungle at the far edge of Solino-Yarsk, untouched by human hands. The forest is so dense that large units can't penetrate it, making it a natural defense. That's why Sokolov's research facility and Groznygrad were built here. But more to the point, what are you doing all the way out there? You're not thinking of abandoning the mission, are you? Get back to the north.
I don't know how accurate these translations are. Oh, what the hell? His gun came back. Magic.
Freeze.
That area is called Dolino Vodno. The name means forest of the canyon.
Wait, what?
It probably got that name from the chasm that divides the jungle in two. The rope bridge at the center was hastily constructed to enable them to patrol Dromuchi. Speaking of which, what are you doing all the way back there? Get
Oh,
back
yeah.
to the north now.
Well, yeah. It's either that or PS2. Master Collection technically still is Blue Point. With some minor fixes. Not that Blue Point did it, but they ported the Blue Point version. It's a port of a port.
That area is known as Rassvet. It means dawn in Russian. The area got that name when the factory was first constructed. But the factory ended up being closed down.
Wait,
and
what?
Solino-Yarsk was reborn as a secret research center and military fortress. The crevice that leads to the cave is to the north of your current location. Keep heading north.
You might be thinking of Apache Smash stream Samir. He streams here sometimes. Wow, Red Pyre, that's a first. Usually people say the exact opposite, yeah? Like, oh, like, I'm the whiny bitch and Three Dog is more well-adjusted. Okay, okay. I thought you meant because there's two of us here sometimes. That's funny. That's extremely funny how That works out of context. I'm definitely the whiny bitch because I'm too good at pointing out things and making a whole spiel out of it. Oh, that's fine. That's nothing, man. Did we do the call here? I think we did. Swamp name. Yes. Oh shit, I have the stamina, that's right. Crocodile looking pretty tasty right now. Outer ham. Okay. I'll give you that one. Be polite to the crocodile, I don't know. I think I already killed one.
What can I say?
Oh yeah, other thing the Blue Point fucked up, these little seeds where Snake eats the food in the menu. They're scratched, they're pixelated, they're not at all upscaled. Some are really bad. Although it might not be as obvious on stream. There's one that's really, really bad. I forget which one. Anything favorite would fall between 2 and 1. I'm just... Oh, we still have all these leeches, really? MGS2 is the most rewarding gameplay because it's the hardest game, the most precise, I guess. But it really depends how you want to define favorite to play. Like, most challenging, most rewarding, most fun, most, you know, freedom. Yeah, I know that one. Yeah, Peace Walker's really good. But I wouldn't say it has the best gameplay. It has a lot of fun shit in it. Four is also pretty interesting because in four is where I started doing big boss runs and stuff. So we'll always have a spot for that, yeah. And then getting all the emblems since 4 is kind of interesting. The chicken run in 4. Maybe we'll do a chicken run. 35 hours. Comfort zone. Thank you for gifting something, Yoletta. I want this guy to accidentally slip in here and whoops. Not a kill. Yeah, we were talking about it briefly earlier. MGS4. Gameplay good, story bad. To oversimplify. There's a lot more to it than that, but that's the simple version. That's right, I have the potato camo, which is actually decent in this 65. Okay. Fuck. Imagine aiming. You must be aims. Okay. gonna do a little fuckery here. Oh man, the next base, there's a lot of shit to look at. This electrified fence, so... Sure, I'm glad Eva told me about this.
Good. You made it to Bolshaya Pust. The name Bolshaya Pust means something close to the Great Cavity. It probably got that name from the crevice to the north. There's a fortified area in the southern part of Bolshaya Pust that's strung with barbed wire. To the north of that is a relay station that serves as both a depot for material shipments and a communication facility. The crevice leading to the cave is located to the north of the relay station. Head north. Snake, the enemy's attack dogs are very highly trained, so be careful.
You can tell if a dog's been highly trained or not?
I can tell.
How?
I used to have a dog.
You had a dog.
Yeah. Well, what's so funny about it?
Nothing. It's just hard to picture you with a puppy.
Who asked you? He was really cute, but I had a hard time housebreaking him. When he finally did learn, I was so happy.
Yep.
I still dream about it sometimes.
This is one of those calls about her dreams. Later in the game, when you put her to sleep, she'll dream about things. This is one of them. Otherwise, if you don't know, these calls, they might want you to believe that she's doing something else with the dog. Yeah, something about peanut butter, I don't know. Language and difficulties. I mean, those are pretty big differences. But I mean, that's about it. The language thing also includes the writing stuff, like, yeah, Mei Ling not talking about Western literature because that was added in English. Gameplay wise, yeah, it's all difficulties that changed. The thing with the radar being in the special screen, I think, or the option screen. To turn it off in the original Japanese MGS1. Dude, I made the mistake of Googling some things the other day and came across a thread where somebody was like, MGS1, whatever. I'm glad Twin Snakes. I'm sad Twin Snakes isn't getting a remaster. It's the best version of MGS1. I think I wanted to rip my hair out. Very, very smudge. Yes. Ooh, is he waking up? Yep. Oh my god, Twin Snakes will never see a remaster. It's the best version of MGS1. God damn it. I honestly do not understand how somebody could compute that in their brain, but okay. The world is a very strange place sometimes. Oh yeah, I wanted to get the call about the electric fence, but now there's nobody left anyway. Improvements. I think I might actually have to be on the other side of it to get the call before you get inside. Let's feed the doggo. What should we give him? We'll give him Python. Fuck it. Here, doggo. Damn, long range eating. Oh shit. He's done eating, I guess. Oh, there's no guards around, so they can't do a real alert. The dog's only alerted completely if there's guards around. I guess it's not electrified for them. Wait, what? Mir, you're typing. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, you gotta sleep. I don't know what the hell is going on there, but there are claymores here. I don't know. Yeah, that's a question we get sometimes. Sometimes I get burned out. Sometimes I need a break, but mostly the chat and the games having lots of little things in them that change from time to time, that change the experience, and the chat making it different every time it just works. I want to go through everything again, like unlocking everything in every game and stuff. Once we're done with these in-depth runs, we'll leave the doggos there. The tranquilizer actually doesn't last as long on the dogs in this game, and it's not affected by difficulty. It lasts the same in all difficulties. Yeah, they're up already, but they can't do a real alert, so whatever. Let's see if we can get... It might be too late because I went past it already. Own a big knife and pretend to be Big Boss. No, I own a Mark 23 and pretend to be Solid Snake. Or Raiden. I just couldn't decipher the last part of that message. But people and just be it. No, I don't think it's 1 minute per Z.
Keep heading north.
Especially with the dogs, it's a fixed animation. They have all the Z's in their heads, even when they're about to wake up. They're not like humans, where the Z's disappear a little bit at a time. I think that's how it is.
Eva, that was some pretty nice driving.
Really?
Ballsy, yet overwhelmingly accurate. That kind of driving isn't something you can pick up in a couple of days.
I told you to trust me. I love motorcycles.
It's not easy to jackknife a bike like that.
So, you believe me now?
Think I'll pass on going tandem, though.
Oh, that's too bad. Snake, the barbed wire in that area has a high voltage electric current running through it.
A high voltage electric current?
Right. Though I might have forgotten to tell you.
Huh.
You'll get electrocuted if you touch that barbed wire, so don't.
Missing the monkey mask for this. Nice damage. Oh shit. So Eva has this thing where she often forgets to tell Snake about a particular obstacle or something in the way, the path that she described. Every time she forgets about the electrified fence, the claymores, the dark cave, probably a bunch of other things on the way there, and it's most likely a reference to how Metal Gear 1 Big Boss forgets to tell Snake about all the obstacles that you encounter, and he just pretends to forget until it's too late, and then he calls you about it. It's most likely a reference to that. And now they're both kind of like hiding their identity, I guess, and betray you in a way. Although I think he was legitimately forgetting there. I don't think she's trying to get him killed, but And then you got the bosses blowing up like in Metal Gear 2. Also because they didn't want to spend time with their like crazy explanations of their powers and in order for them not leave bodies behind. They didn't want them to have like a background that's too complex. Very much on purpose after MGS2, of course. We can't do that anymore. Let's see, so we got the chocolate chip camo here. Oh, wait, we need to get the second dog call. Doggos, where are you at? This second call about the dogs is one of the most hilarious fucking things I've ever heard in my life. It's a real life story.
They sicked attack dogs on you? People have been using dogs in wars since before recorded history. The Greek and Roman armies used to send out packs of dogs with spiked collars to charge at enemy ranks. Attack dogs were regularly employed in the First and Second World Wars as well. Traditionally, dogs have been used to keep watch, send messages, and assist in search operations. Then the Soviets came up with a new idea, using them to carry bombs.
Bomb dogs?
Yeah, they were trained to dive beneath tanks carrying a payload of bombs. Apparently it worked pretty well, but the Russians messed up, man. They used their own tanks for the training. Turns out the dogs kept going after Russian tanks and blowing them up. So the plan was scrapped before it got off the ground. Well, I don't think you need to worry about those dogs exploding on you. They don't seem to be the bomb-carrying type. But they are highly trained in tracking and detection. Don't underestimate them. They're excellent trackers and ferocious fighters. Attack dogs move fast and are deadly in proximity encounters. They'll pick up your scent and use it to track you, so it'll be hard to shake them off. In a way, they're more dangerous than any human opponent. Be prepared. The Soviet-made smoke grenades you might find around there also seem to act as a mild tear gas. It might not have that much of an effect on human targets wearing balaclavas, but it ought to wreak havoc to a dog's nose. If you're being chased by attack dogs, give them a taste of a smoke grenade.
I cannot believe that they did that. The Russians messed up, man. They used their own tanks for the training. Fuck. That's hilarious. Get Lesser, thank you for the sub. Glad you enjoying the stream. Also, correct choice there. I'm just 1 and 2. Best. Yep. Let's see if we can get... Usually I get it outside Granite's lab, but maybe we can also get the call. 2 calls, paramedic, about dogs.
You say there are attack dogs? Those attack dogs are Great Danes. The breed is originally from Germany. They've been used for hundreds of years as hunting dogs. As you can see, they're very large, strong too. They've got a calm yet courageous temperament, and on top of that, they're extremely intelligent. In some cases, a trained Great Dane can be more dangerous than a human opponent. Watch out for them.
Interesting.
Forget it, Snake.
Forget what?
You were thinking about how they taste, weren't you?
I wasn't thinking...
Don't lie to me. I could tell by the look on your face.
You can't see my face.
No, but I can imagine it. Don't you dare think about trying to capture an attack dog. You hear me?
Yeah.
Man, they just don't turn into food if you kill them.
Snake, be careful.
Oh, there it
of
is.
attack dogs.
Don't worry. I know how dangerous they are.
No, you're the one who's dangerous.
Me?
Those dogs are just innocent animals, even if they've been trained to kill. You shouldn't hurt them unless you have to.
But...
You know, humans and dogs have been living together for 50,000 years ever since the Stone Age. Sure, they make good pets and watchdogs, but they also help us out in a variety of different fields. Not just as police and army dogs, but as hunters, shepherds, rescuers, and seeing-eye dogs. They deserve our respect.
I know what you mean. I'm a dog sled fan myself.
There we go.
In the future, many of the jobs that dogs do now will probably be taken over by machines. They'll have miniature unmanned reconnaissance vehicle and security systems. And in the 21st century, I'll bet they'll even be selling robot dogs as pets.
You've got to be kidding.
But even if that happens, dogs will still be our most trusted companions.
Unmanned recon vehicle. That's a pretty scary thought.
Well, for now, trained dogs are the best they've got.
There's the other Solid Snake connection there. Dog sled fan. Bad doggo. And they wake up pretty fast. Let's see if we can get the chocolate chip camel call here. Yes, I was thinking too, like props or something that at least looks like the target, but well.
Ah, you're wearing the chocolate chip pattern.
Chocolate chip? You mean this camouflage?
Yeah.
I've never heard of a camo pattern called that before.
Yeah, I know. I just thought it up right now. The chocolate chip pattern is probably designed to provide cover in a desert environment. It should work best against a sandy or rocky background.
Makes sense, but why'd you call it chocolate chip?
Because that's what it reminds me of.
What?
Those little round cookies that Major's always snacking on?
They're not cookies, they're scones.
Major!
It's not a snack, it's afternoon tea.
Snack, tea, same thing?
No, it's not. Look here, afternoon tea is a fine old English tradition.
Uh-oh, here we go again. Talk to you later, Snake.
The origins of afternoon tea go
Like,
back
hang
to
up in his
Victorian
face.
Era. Anna Maria, the 7th Duchess of Bedford, was...
That's how the call ends. Snake just hangs up in his face. It's amazing, actually. Yep. Alright, guys. There's a lot of shit that I want to do here. And then with the Ocelot fight ahead. But we'll do that next time. I gotta run out, get some stuff before the stores close today. So, then we can keep going. MGS3 is always so slow paced with all the calls. You know, one little area at a time, and then calls. They're good calls, but sometimes it just takes you out of it a little bit. Well, they close early on Sundays, so yeah.
Snake, have you ever seen...
I was hoping to get the fucking 007 call.
It's about the survivors of the Third World War. The entire northern hemisphere is obliterated in a nuclear holocaust, and it's only a matter of time before the few survivors left in the southern hemisphere are poisoned by the deadly fallout. Their only hope is an American nuclear submarine that escapes to the southern hemisphere. They set out for the Arctic to investigate the fallout. The movie came out in '59, and the year that the war was supposed to happen was 1964. In other words, this year.
Nice warning. Let's hope it stays just a movie.
Alright, guys, thank you so much for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Get some stuff, get some rest, and then we'll do a big chunky stream again tomorrow. I find that alternating these like 12 hours and 9 hours gives me a chance to take care of things I need in between, I guess. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. And that'll be it for day 7. Alright, VOD time. I guess we'll get rid of this if people don't get confused, the donation war thing.